go. Ah!
Honey, how's it going? You're being silly?
Yes.
Oh, what have you done?
Sorry. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. That's been incompetent. I wish I could just hug you all, but I'm not gonna.
I've never been.
And there's no one in the chat who will understand that reference. And if you do understand that reference, well done to you. But I'm assuming
why are you sharing like the Discord call?
The Discord thing. Not the Discord call, it's the... No, there.
Oh.
It's just because I didn't click the watch the stream thing yet. I just had the
okay.
window
Well, hello everybody. I hope those of you who are Americans enjoyed your 4th of July, Independence Day.
While I was annoying all of you.
Obviously, I didn't do anything because it's not a thing over here. I did kind of want to. I thought about like getting a little. There's a grill next door that we could have used, and I think we're gonna get like their old one at some point. But family's grill because they have a new like super fancy one. But you can also just go to the stores, and buy like those disposable grills with the charcoal in them. Just light them up. I thought we'd do some burgers or whatever, but it's kind of lazy. My favorite thing, I think. No, I didn't say this.
Hey, there's one person in the chat guy. Alice in Chains Unplugged. Well done.
Oh, okay.
Cyberbully's base, and the rest of you all need to learn to watch Alice in Chains.
Went over my head. I mentioned this I think last week. I love elotes. That's like my favorite, even though it's not American. I love the corn cooked on the grill with sour cream and cheese and stuff. Very, very yummy. But you need tajin.
He just wants to grill, yeah. A Mulbug reference.
I just want to grill. That's it. I want to grill less though, with some new revelations of things that may come to a barbecue party near you if you'll share my screen here, because this catastrophe occurred. I guess it was in late June, but so people had some time before the 4th, I guess, to get their new condiment for the 4th. Do you have my screen up?
Pepsi Cola Chub.
Yeah.
Gross.
Cola Chub. You know what? Hang on. It's probably pretty good.
Based
it's just
on what?
Because it's not gonna be that much different than ketchup. I imagine, right? It's ketchup it's Pepsi infused cola ketchup. So it's just ketchup that's like sweeter. Extra sweet ketchup. And ketchup's already sweet.
I was going to say, it's already sweet. Why the hell are you... Why? Only Americans can think you make something better by making it more sugar added to it.
I would say that is something that comes from living outside of the US for a while, is you realize just how much sugar is in like
everything.
Everything that's in American food. It's so much sugar. Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of sugar, so I personally am happy with less sugar.
I can tell because you're tiny.
I just don't. I don't like sweet things. I like sour things. I don't like sweet things. So
sorry, I'm eating an apple. My apologies.
How come you're not eating a hot dog with Pepsi Cola Chub?
Because I have standards.
To celebrate the 5th of July.
I will not celebrate traitors to the crown. Bollocks to you.
Look, it's pretty heinous, but I do think it probably doesn't taste horribly. Something that's definitely heinous and just embarrassing all around related to the 4th is here is the President of the United States on the 4th of July. I mean, allegedly, right? Here he is on the 4th of July. Can you still see it when I make it big like that? Does that work? Okay, cool. All right. Whoops. And then I undid it.
Go get him. And here's Leo. Where is he?
Oh my god.
I don't know, man. I want to say hi to him.
Holy shit.
Trying to get me off the stage. You're afraid I'm going to try to sing, aren't you?
I mean, like, I'm laughing at this because of the absurdity. I think that people are laughing because they think this is a scripted joke. I don't think this is scripted. If this is scripted, why
would he script this joke? Every freaking time he's on a stage, this happens.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, at this point, like, if you're his PR team and you did want to make a joke about him, you have Biden make a joke. The last thing you want to joke about is the fact that he has dementia and gets confused because no one will be able to know if it's a joke or not. and then you're recognizing and acknowledging that that everyone else knows he's demented.
Well, he's an idiot. We all know this by now.
Oh my god. What was that? What was that?
I have no idea what the...
What was that? What was that? It's a little clap. Wait, it was before that, sorry.
It's like
Stops?
just,
There's a little... What was that?
that was really weird. What is that supposed to get?
What was
move?
that? I don't get it. Again, does not appear to be scripted. He's just kind of... I mean, he's out of his mind. As we're going to find out later, he may or may not be on a certain powdery substance. Someone recently found in the White House.
Oh, now I get why it's called the White House.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, can I just say, if you think this man is legitimately the president, you're a fucking moron. There's no way how this man is running shit. Like, seriously.
Even if you know, of course, because it's an undisputed fact that 2020 was the safest assist and most securest assist.
Oh yeah,
election
totally. Yeah, nothing shady
forever
happened
and ever in the
at
history
all.
of the United States. Then how can you look at this and not think that even if he is the most popular president of all time via vote numbers, that he is still in charge, right? Sorry, just what the hell?
I don't even think he's in charge of putting on his own pants.
No, here's what Cory Bush had to say on Independence Day.
Oh,
the
God.
The Declaration of Independence was written by enslavers and didn't recognize black people as human.
Based.
Today is a great day to demand reparations now.
Your reparations is the fact that you can say this and you speak English, motherfucker.
Yeah, Raheem Kassan for top comment.
Absolute
Today is a great day to
moron.
shut the fuck up. Jefferson's slaves are better educated than you.
Oh my God.
I agree with Margaret Taylor Greene too. She wants another Black History Month. She's mad probably about all that LGBT.
Yes, because
stuff.
the
She's
first
like,
one went
I need
on so bloody
another
well.
one. I need two.
Spoon
so that
making
was-
sure he won't need a doctor. No, I'm in pretty good shape.
Speaking
Unlike
of
my co-host, I drink water.
I'm drinking a gin and
Case in point, there we go.
and prosecco. Yeah. light thing.
I'm so glad I don't live near Aiden. I would beat her until she ate like a normal human being.
I do
And
eat
not like a
human
Russian
being.
on with a freaking permanent parsnip farm.
It was gin. Bell says, don't start the stream with a blatant lie. Speaking of Cory Bush, though, Squad demands $14 trillion in federal reparations for descendants of slaves. Radical Dems say
I'll
huge
tell you
bill
what.
will be paid by reducing defense spending, and trauma lives in the black body.
Trauma lives in the black body. Well, considering most of your time is spent along other black people and in Africa, I get the impression the trauma was not inflicted on you by whites. I get the impression it was probably by other blacks and the Arabs who were castrating the men
Yeah.
of your race. So
Weird.
I get the impression the people you should dislike is the Arabs, not exactly the
And-
good Western people who took you in, made you slaves, and allowed you to breed.
Because the Arabs didn't let you do that. Yeah, and you know, certainly.
Sorry, was
there's-
that too based? Is it?
Well, no, it's. I mean,
True.
look, if you're gonna hate all white people for all time because of slavery, but not have any kind of animus towards the Africans, the black Africans who sold you into slavery, or
But
the
Aiden,
Arabs who
Aiden.
castrated black slaves, or I don't know, the fact that almost every civilization throughout the entirety of human history has had
Yeah.
some history of slavery at one point or another. Why it's only white Americans that you have to hate. And again, demand 14 trillion reparations. So this is from May, by the way. And this is, as we saw in California, this got shot down because it's
But
ridiculous.
Aiden, you see, it is because the Arabs do not have any money. And we don't
of
care
course.
about any sort of dignity or caste justice or any of that kind of shit. No. We just want to fleece people because insert
I
crime
can't think of-
stats and robbery and thievery.
It's hard for me to think of any country or group of people that, or you know, that you could point the
I
finger.
wish I could play
finger
that
at
clip of
and
Thomas
blame them
Sotomayor.
and beg them and demand money from them more than, I don't know, like the Qatari royal family. That would be definitely not.
You know
people
that
who have
clip where
money.
Tommy just yells at the camera and says, the only reason why you black motherfuckers were able to build anything is because you were enslaved by white people. That's literally the phrase he says. Like if America, he said like if white people gave you the freedom to walk off the land, you would look like crap. And here's the thing: If you build all the shit, please explain to me why none of the shit in America resembles that of Africa. Why is it you build nothing in Africa? Oh, up until white people whooped your ass, and then suddenly you build shit. Why do you think that is? Is it maybe because you need a bunch of white people to tell you what the fuck to do? This is from Black Man, by the way. Not my words.
I'm gonna say I'm not gonna comment on that. That's Tommy Sotomayor's take.
He's good people.
Oh yeah, he is. I like Tommy.
I've actually been on his show a fair few times. He's actually been rather polite. Yeah, it's good times. 14
yeah,
trillion.
that was...
Okay, I'll give you. I'll tell you this, dear members of the squad. I will bet you. I'll bet my manhood you would not be able to write 14 trillion in numbers.
Probably not.
I'll bet you. I'll bet you.
I would. I don't know. That's not that difficult.
I don't think they could spell trillion either, let alone write in friggin' numbers.
Well, I wouldn't bet my manhood on it if I were you, though. That's too low.
I would. It's the safest bet in the world.
As we're going to talk about later, you've set the bar too low. You're doing some affirmative action for the squad there.
But he's not even affirmative action can fucking get them over the bar.
Well, clearly it has. Speaking of though, again, going back to
AOC
Fourth of
affirmative
July,
action higher?
I'm sure she would say not.
I think at this point in time she probably would.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Well, that's weird because they've switched all their... They flipped on that. As we're going to see here in a minute, folks, the left has broadly decided that the term of, like, that diversity hire and affirmative action hire are real things, because for years they denied that those were real things.
That's a good point.
And that they're good.
In the chat. Unsafe space is just self-imposed segregation. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is that they're all in favor of segregation.
I just saw the title of the stream, Thomas the Dark Engine. Damn, that's really good.
Never heard that before.
No.
Damn. Here's the thing, though, is that it's that thing with, they always do this. Is that in the case of affirmative action, it's, you know, we need this. It's required. They were always saying, like, it wasn't required. Well, it was just to you know, fix inequities, but it's not a diversity hire. It's not, they're not just being put in there because of your color of your skin. It's because, you know, you really deserve that placement. And now in the last 2 weeks, they've said, like, no, I would never have been able to get where I am in life if I hadn't been given things because of the color of my skin.
Yep.
And they're just saying it out loud now. It's so bizarre, but we'll get to that when we get to it. This is new polling from Gallup. Extreme pride in being American remains near record low. This is on the 4th of July weekend. You can see here, 2023. It was lower in 2020. They're the extremely proud. Wonder why that was.
Oh, yeah, it's a Dank engine, not Dark. Why? Dark engine is funnier, actually.
Oh, fuck. No, Dank.
Oh, goodness. Well, so I'm not drunk.
No.
How dare you imply I have been drinking? I will have you know, if I was actually drunk on the stream, there's no way in hell any of you could possibly tell, because I can fake being drunk and I can also fake being sober. The accent changes ever so slightly. My apologies, Aiden. Go on, what were you saying?
I'm wondering when this was conducted in 2020, if that was before the election or not. In terms
I like
of
how it
being
went
proud.
down under Trump.
Well, yeah, but you understand why that is.
Because people are ashamed.
Because the leftist media constantly, you know, spewed that you should be ashamed to have Donald Trump as your president. So of course we see it go down.
Oh my God, what a terrible president he was, giving me, you know, more money and energy independence and not starting new wars. Like, it makes me think, like, if that is what you're ashamed by, what exactly do you want your president to do?
Yeah, here we go. Here's what I wanted. Here's the bipartisanship. So you can see in Republicans a little bit of it. Well, no, 2016. 2016 it goes up.
Yep.
2016 goes up. You know, 2019 starts to go down. And then with the Democrats, it's just been on a downward. They've always been less, and it's been on a downward trend. I can't believe they're more proud to be an American this year in 2023 than they were.
Wow, what happened to Obama in 2013?
I don't know.
Some of the chat might tell us.
Where Obama made them more pleased? I'm not sure. Well, it was after his second election, right? 2012. So they were just happy. It's like, oh, black guy got in again. That's good. That's all we care about is racial politics. And then this is by identification and age group. So again, the Democrats, the highest group that are very proud are 38%, and that's in 55 or older. 18 to 54 ranges from 12 to 25%. Only 12% of young Democrats under the age of 34 or under the age of 35 are extremely proud to be an American. And I mean, of course, that's true. Obviously, they hate the United States. They say it all the time, how much they hate this country. So I'm not surprised by that.
And they've never lived anywhere else.
No, but they hate it anyway.
Morons.
They hate it anyway. And I can understand why it's reached such lows this year, because
Affirmative action was ended?
Well, as pride decreases, the cost of everything goes up due to inflation.
No shit.
The American Farm Bureau found the average cost to feed a party of 10 people will be $67.73 this year, which is down 3% from $69.68 last year, when inflation peaked at 9.1% in June of 2022. But both of those meals are up significantly from 2021. So you can see the visualization here. So in 2021, and this was, after Biden, it was $59. It rose $10, and it's still up, $8 from where it was in 2021. So it is down from last year, but marginally so. Report from Wells Fargo. Okay, the cost of lemonade fell the most from last year, down 16%, and the price of eggs used in potato salad is down 24%. Well, there's some good things, but cost of beer is up 8%, soft drinks up 14%, bread, a staple, 22%, ice cream 9%, processed cheese 10%, and potato chips 15%. Chicken breast down a whopping 2%. The average per person spending on July 4th rose from $93 in 2023 to $93 and 34 cents in 2023, which is up $9.22 from last year. What's that, Bill?
Eggs and chicken down.
Oh. Oh.
They were
Yeah, sorry. Bill was saying that the price of chicken's down now because it's recovering from the bird flu thing that happened a little while ago, the chicken flu thing that happened because I remember that where chicken and eggs got prohibitively expensive for a little while, and now it's just kind of probably rebounding on that because people got out of the habit of buying chicken and eggs. Which, yeah, it's just markets reacting. So, I mean, the big takeaway here is that, yeah, you can't even if you want to have fun on the 4th of July and people aren't screaming at you for being a, racist, evil person for existing while white, it's going to be very expensive. But the humiliation and degradation of people is that's not even close to what we're going to do. My God. Did you see this, Spoon?
No.
Okay. I'm going to just show you the tweet first. This is the original tweet from the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The United States Navy tweeted this out. Seems pretty nice. Happy 4th of July. Hashtag Independence Day. Hashtag 4th of July. Do you see anything wrong with this image? You probably don't, but I'll let you know. Look at this ship. Look at these planes. Those aren't American. That's not an American ship. Those aren't American planes. They're Russian. Was I think the Su-27 fighters and silhouette of a Russian ship against the sunset. They are so incompetent. Whoever runs the U.S. Pacific Fleet Twitter account is so incompetent. They photoshopped a Happy 4th of July post with non-U.S. military technology.
Well done.
Absolutely pathetic. Speaking of pathetic, here's Ben and Jerry's and their 4th of July tweet. This 4th of July I know. This 4th of July, it's high time we recognize that the U.S. exists on stolen indigenous land and commit to returning it. Learn more and take action now. Ben and Jerry's, whatever.
Okay. Here's an idea then, Ben and Jerry's.
How are we going to return it, by the way? What the fuck?
Give your companies over to Native Americans.
Yeah. What are you gonna give? Yeah, give over. Give over your entire company to.
This land is stolen. It says who?
All land is stolen. Because people own land at different points in time.
Yes, it's almost like before.
Which tribe are you going to give it to?
Exactly, it's almost like before property rights and Europeans showed up. You know what the tribes were doing? Kicking the shit out of each other. The same way the Europes did. You moron.
I mean, you would never be able to...
God. I hate... Why is everyone so dumb?
This is not... But this is just... It's just a platitude, right?
Yeah, of course.
Returning it. What do you want people to do? Sincerely, what do you want the U.S. government or regular people to... Because this is an ad for regular people. So what the fuck, Ben and Jerry's, do you want regular people to do to return it? What? Sign a petition to return Mount Rushmore and the Black Hills to the Lakota. Land back movement. So you have one specific thing. Okay. But the Mount Rushmore, it's a national park. It has to be maintained. Do you know how much money it costs to maintain national parks?
All of it.
You're asking them, if you give it back to them, and you anticipate that park's gonna stay open, then that's an enormous financial responsibility you just laid on the Lakota tribe that they might not be willing to undertake. Do you know what I mean? I thought this would be fun though. Swap president for king in Declaration of Independence, and one thing immediately becomes clear. So I obviously...
And Mira becomes less cringe and way more based?
Well, okay. In all of these following statements, right, were made about George III, right?
Okay.
But substitute American president, and by that I mean Joe Biden, and see what you think about these statements. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has obstructed the administration of justice. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us, in many cases, of the benefits of a trial by jury. See, Jan 6 stuff here.
Yep.
I mean, this whole administration is certainly obstructing justice. That's everywhere.
Especially of his own son.
I was going to say that with all the Hunter Biden stuff, this is all over it. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers. Now, of course, they'd say Trump did that, but
that doesn't make any sense.
Not really. Whatever, on every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. If you replace prince with president, just saying, just something interesting I came across on the Western Journal today. I thought we might take a moment to appreciate. And speaking of appreciating, well, Biden doesn't know where he is and is, rambling on the stage. Here's what happened with Trump over the last couple days. And this was on July 1st. It was not on the 4th. This was him in South Carolina. It's always nice to hear Trump speak for a little bit and how he gets people riled up. I mean, again, Biden doesn't even know where he's at. He's bumbling off the stage. Meanwhile, here's Trump.
Back free speech in America, and I will move heaven and earth to fully secure our elections. We have to secure. We have open borders, and we have really bad and corrupt elections. And therefore, we almost don't have a country, and soon you won't have a country if you keep that up. Our goal will be one-day voting with only paper ballots.
Yep.
And voter ID in all cases.
Yep.
But until then, Republicans must compete using every lawful means to win. I will bring back... That's
a nice speech, typical Trump speech, but I really wanted to show you guys.
I like the way that he isn't focusing on what happens in the past, just like, no, what do we need to do now to win?
Yeah.
Much better strategy.
Which is the thing, focus on winning. I mean, he's always going to throw that in there of,
yes.
But
he is right about the corruption. I watched on because Douglas McGregor, he was on with Patrick on Valuetainment, and when he was asked about election, he just said, like, we haven't had a clean election in this country for like 50 years.
Yeah.
Like, he just straight up said it. He's like, come on. I'm like, wow, okay. It's like, things you're not supposed to say. And he was like, no, this isn't 2020. Like, no, this is like fucking decades. I mean,
right.
Okay. Well, I trust the words of Colonel McGregor. He's
true.
not one to mix words.
True. the real reason I wanted to show this scene here from the rally in South Carolina,
Yes, you've never seen so many white people?
on July 1st, so not even on the
Go away.
4th, in South Carolina, is I want you to see the aerial. Watch
The
this.
aerial?
More than
Holy shit.
50,000 people. Allegedly.
I'm sorry, but there is no way in hell you're going to convince me that this man lost
Look at
2020.
this.
Like, just
This is-
new.
This is a small town, a relatively small town in South Carolina. They took over the town, essentially. There's like so many people. 50,000 people.
You damn well know every one of those people are going to vote.
I think so, if they came out for this. And this obviously, this is going to scare them shitless.
50,000 people at least. Like, holy shit.
I know. Pretty crazy. The other thing that's been crazy in the last 2 weeks, of course, has been the rulings coming out of the Supreme Court, which have been driving the left insane. Now, I'm very happy because
I really wish
think
we
that
could
they
watch
are-
the Lotusy to speak about this, because they had a really good video on this.
Yeah, but I watched their video on it too. But you know, we give our own takes on it because I don't want to just watch someone else's video. I mean, we do that usually when we're criticizing people. It's not as interesting if we're just sitting there being like, yeah, I agree.
50K is more than the residents of the town. Oh, your hometown,
Yeah,
sorry.
supposedly. Oh, I think
hell.
I think it's more than the residents of this town. So yeah.
Damn, that's a fair bit of freaking people. Well done to them. Well done, Americans.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
So,
if only
of
you
course,
can make Trump king.
No, if only.
There's a bunch of people who probably would not disapprove of that, actually.
I know at this point. Okay, so in the last 2 weeks, SCOTUS has been handing down decision after decision after decision that have
Pissed off
in my opinion, are the
everyone that
correct
isn't...
ones
Or
that
just
are
piss off
embodied by the
everyone that's cringing
Constitution.
gay.
Yeah, but they are abiding by the Constitution. They're following the Constitution. However, there have been a bunch of things that have been put into place and defended by law over the decades that are not constitutional. And SCOTUS,
Someone said Adam and Sish will be even more insufferable in 2024.
why do you say that?
Because they're deeply democratic simps and they're not exactly fans
Hey,
of Trump.
We're going to talk a little bit. I'm going to watch a little bit of a highlight from their talk with Anna Kasparian because I really enjoyed that, and I think they did a really good job with it.
Ah, okay, yes. And I was apparently forbidden from watching it because apparently
I forbade Spoon from watching it because I said he'd get a crush on Anna.
I have standards.
Yeah, we're gonna just watch a little clip and we'll see.
Is
what
it
happens.
because I made a video where I basically just said that she's criticized everything of the left and she actually has the capacity to be a good journalist when she wants to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you want to like Anna Kasparian. I do too.
No. I don't want to like it. I'm just saying that if she can produce the work in that one clip where I saw her where she beat the fuck out of the Biden administration with the banking regulations, I'm just saying if she could replicate this kind of journalistic integrity on a regular basis, I think she would be a watched journalist, put it that way.
Well, we'll see what happens. I don't know if she's gonna. I don't know how long she's gonna be on at TYT. If I'm gonna be honest with you.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was throwing other people at TYT.
We'll see. I mean, real quick before we get into the.
How Clarence
SCOTUS
orchestrated
stuff.
a new obstacle for black students. No, I think genetics did
Yeah.
that.
Oof. We'll get to it. Real quick though,
Sorry.
before we get into the
Hey, didn't
SCOTUS
even
stuff.
stop Clarence Thomas.
Oh my God, I got a clip for you, my dude.
But,
Common People for £2 says, "Yo, Spoon, hit me with that ooh woo."
no.
Spoon, say it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Say it.
No.
Do it.
No.
You got £2. You got paid
No.
£2 to say ooh woo.
I wouldn't even do it if you paid me 50. What is with you guys? Exactly. I don't even know what Bill said.
Bill said, "Get out of this house. You're homeless now."
Good. Based.
And Jarnegi for 5 says, "Not King Trump Spoon, but God Emperor Trump."
Yeah, that works too. It's a shame he doesn't go full Caesar.
If only. How Clarence Thomas orchestrated a new obstacle for black students.
And this is The
From
Guardian, by the way,
Side
so
of
we
Grundy,
know
yes.
this is going to end really, really badly.
The Supreme Court's ruling ending race-conscious admissions shifts the burden of proving racism to the college essay, which Yeah, here we go.
Why do you pick a clip and everyone is wearing a... Dude, the COVID mask is just a cult symbol at this point. Like, if you still wear that, you're just a moron.
It is a literal symbol of your virtue.
Yes.
It's a physical symbol of your, I'm a good person. Now, also, if you want to go do a little rioting, it's nice if you're wearing a mask to keep your face covered, isn't it?
Oh, God, it's so cringing game. It's not even funny. It's just ridiculous at this point.
Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 said, "Hey Spoon, loved your recent video of diagnosing the left like it was a disease. You had me in stitches."
Oh, thank you.
Good job, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I basically I sent you the script because you read it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Like the idea of like someone fucking a tennis ball machine loaded with sherbet and then just getting sprayed by like that is literally how they dress.
Pretty much.
Bizarre.
Those who knew Justice Thomas during his formative years at the College of Holy Cross and Yale Law School have long noticed the sharp ideological turn he took over the course of his life, from admiring Malcolm X and protesting racism alongside his black classmates to deeply resenting the affirmative action policies that afforded him his success.
Basically, without affirmative action, you wouldn't be worth shit, is what they're trying to say.
They're saying Clarence Thomas would not be on the SCOTUS if it wasn't for affirmative action. Because he is not, and this is the conundrum they find themselves in. They hate Clarence Thomas. They want to say he's not qualified to be a Supreme Court justice, and this is how they found their way to do it. Now that he's dunking on them like this.
Yes, but it for some reason doesn't discredit everybody else who also got affirmative action.
By the way, these were 6-3 decisions. This one was, I'm fairly sure.
Yes.
Affirmative action was a 6-3 decision.
Yes.
The student loan one was also 6-3, and I think that it was closer on the gay cake, or the website, gay website thing. I think that was.
Do you not find it weird
that
I don't think Ketanji Brown abstained from voting on the Harvard one, the Harvard versus the Asian students, the affirmative action one, and the reason do you know the reason why she abstained?
Why?
Is because when the court case was launched by the Asians, she was part of the faculty at Harvard.
Oh yeah, she would have to divest herself then, wouldn't she?
Isn't that interesting? Like, oh, really? The person who is pro-affirmative action was conveniently on the board when all this discrimination was taking place. Jeez, I wonder why.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. It's interesting, though. And again, like, now all they have to criticize Justice Thomas is that, well, he's a diversity hire. Is he, though?
No.
One of the things that some of these people probably don't know or remember, because they're either stupid, willfully, or natively, is that Joe Biden personally tried his damnedest to keep Justice Thomas off of the Supreme Court in 1991, including making accusations of him being a sex pest, by the way.
That's really rich coming from Biden.
I know. We're going to watch a little clip of that later that I have from Justice Thomas, of his thoughts after the fact on that entire process. But it's interesting that you would never call Ketanji Brown Jackson an affirmative action hire, would you? Now, she might call herself, as we'll find out. And up until this, they would never have said that because they know it has a negative connotation, because it implies very directly that you aren't there by merit. You were there because, well,
because the color of your skin.
Yes, and they cut you a break because of the color of your skin. But now, all of a sudden, a whole bunch of them have come out and said, like, yeah, I'm a proud diversity hire. We need affirmative action back so other people who don't deserve it can get it handed to them. Well, now using it as a slur against Clarence Thomas.
Can you explain to me how being black is a burden, but somehow it also gets you an admission to a college?
I mean, it's an interesting question, right? It's so difficult to be black, but they're now admitting that, yeah, I wouldn't be anywhere if I wasn't black.
Yes, I almost get the impression that black people in America are full of shit. Shocking.
That switch may have occurred most pointedly during his time at Yale, when in Thomas's own recollection, white admissions officer told him and a group of black students that none of them was qualified to be there. By the time Thomas had, but that's the thing. If he was an affirmative action admission to Yale, he was not an affirmative action admission to the Supreme Court. Okay. Yeah. See, that's the bait and switch, right? By the time, and that's what they keep doing. By the time Thomas had experienced rounds of law firm rejections despite attending one of America's top law schools, he didn't blame the ever-persistent racism of white employers in the early 1970s. Even though in the 1970s, that might have been true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That probably did
He
have
might have
validity
actually
to it.
faced some legit discrimination in the 1970s.
I would not even be the slightest bit surprised if that were the case, that he was experiencing discrimination because he was a black man in the 70s. There were race riots in the 60s and 70s.
Okay, the next part is weird. He didn't blame the ever-persistent racism of white employers in the 1970s, or even seem to consider that he was outshined academically when compared to his black peers. Okay, by that logic, then they would have gotten in, and he wouldn't.
Then yeah. His
Also,
black,
does it
then he wouldn't be SCOTUS.
also if black peers got in on their academic merits, then what would
Right.
be the point of affirmative action?
Right,
So,
that's the th-
okay, so let me
excuse
get
me,
this
what?
straight. So let me get this straight. By that logic, if the superior academic performing black peers get in, does that not mean that affirmative action is necessary because the superior black student basically got admitted?
Yeah.
Curious.
Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense then. So
No, it doesn't.
there were black students at Yale who were better students than him.
Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Yeah.
I think personally, the way that I would feel, if I knew for a fact that I was basically an affirmative action student, that like Clarence found out, I would feel, I would also, and I previously have been in favor of it, I too would change my opinion, I think, because I want to be selected for jobs and positions based on my merit, not based on some inexorable quality that I possess, whether being a woman or being white, it doesn't matter. Like that, I would much rather be recognized for what I do rather than what I am. And I can understand why, yeah, that would probably be very shocking to him. Maybe that finding out that he was a diversity hire or diversity enrollment made him buckle down and go, no, I'm going to be the best that I can be. And aim for SCOTUS, which he achieved.
Yes.
Holy shit, by the way, a redneck ram for $100 says,
Oh shit!
all
Thank you
right,
very much, sir.
all right, Spoon Daddy, since you won't do it even for 50, here's a cool hundo. Now say ooh woo for the man. Holy shit, redneck man, ram. Spoon,
No.
you have to do it. Spoon, don't you
No.
fucking dare.
I'm not gonna just dance for money. I'm not
Just-
a whore.
If you don't say ooh woo for $100, what the fuck, dude?
No.
This guy, man.
I said to you, I wouldn't even do it for 20.
Holy shit. Well, yeah, and that implied he'd do it for more.
That's not how this works.
Spoon, you say it. You could say it in the most uninteresting
I
way
will
possible.
never bow to the whims of the masses, for I am a monarch.
Say ooh
Kitty dick.
woo.
No.
Imagine it's
You
like
will
some,
get a woo out of me. That is the best you'll get.
Imagine it's just some Asian guy's name. His name is Ooh Woo. What?
What?
Bill, what?
Good for him for not counting.
Bill says good for you.
Thank you, Bill.
Put his voice in those AIs.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point.
Damn it, Bill, don't give her
Bill
ideas.
brings up a good point. Let's see. Let me go to 11 Labs right now. Let me
I
just pull
swear
this
to
up
God.
right here. All right, let's go into my spoon.
See-
Already has samples in it. Let's
Okay,
go
do you see this right now? This is why you don't give women technology. Because they do this shit with it.
Oh, that's the noise it made. Let's try again.
Why? Stop doing it. Stop, you absolute asshole.
Ew. Woo.
Woo. That's the best you get out of me.
Let's try one more time.
That sounds like I'm being pressured through my ass to say it. Stop it. I hate you. I hate you.
Oh, woo.
What the f-
Oh, woo.
Put it on the service soundboard.
What is wrong with you?
Don't worry, I'll put it on the soundboard. What's wrong with me? I know what you mean. I was just trying to. We got $100. I'm trying to you know.
Someone called your bin. That's good stuff.
What was this one?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Don't worry, I'll put it on the soundboard.
That's funnier than the shit I say.
Well, I don't know if it's funnier than this. Well, that's not very accurate.
Oh, woo.
What the f-
It's trying its best.
Oh, woo.
There we go. There it is. That sounded like you. That's pretty good. Trying to there it goes. Whoops. Accidentally clicked on the stream. One more time. Let me save that also.
Oh, woo.
Actually, you sound like Garrus there. Spoo woo. I wasn't anticipating this. Oh, that's good. That's fun. Well,
Can
next
you
time
be
Spoon
any
refuses
gayer?
to say next time Spoon refuses to say something, I'll just have the AI do it for him. M Sang for 5 says, so YouTube just age restricted one of my Soul Calibur 6 match videos from 2 years ago. Is it because I had 2B dressed as a bikini-clad B-girl? Probably. Thank you, M Sang. Lancer 5 says, a portion of Justice Thomas ruling a white woman's body is a temple, a black woman's body is a temple of doom. Well, we'll get into Indiana Jones, speaking of. And Lancer
Oh yeah, that
5
was
says,
Uncle Ruckus who said that.
yeah.
Black woman's body to the temple of doom. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lancer 5
I
says,
know the quote.
imagine the king, the king summons Spoon to court and commands him to kneel and say, ooh, woo, what then? Well, I think I know, what then.
Oh, woo.
Salva for 10 says we're just 6 decades past Jim Crow. We are 6 decades past Jim Crow. Every metric shows that affirmative action has been used to bring in unqualified students while excluding better candidates. We're way past leveling the playing field. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, back to the article. Serious politics. Thomas came to view.
You can't see the
conservative
screen right
policies.
now, can you?
Yeah, no, I can see it. Yeah, I mean, there's a quote. I told you could use it in your video.
I know I did.
It's true. Yeah.
I just like this quote because I said something to Aiden and she wrote this back. I'm like, this is really good. Can I put this in a video? And so I kind of want to do this for everyone because it's kind of cool to have a background. Just suffragettes names like, no, you're actually just too stupid to understand voting up until other women told you to. It's like, yeah, it's pretty good actually.
Let's see. Thomas came to view corrective policies like affirmative action as a zero-sum game in which the merits of black students and the considerations of historical harms against black people could not coexist.
True.
Historical harms. Again, yeah, we're 60 years out of Jim Crow. We're significantly over 100 years after slavery. He wholly ingested the racist take of the admissions officer in his ascendancy to the Supreme Court. And that take steers his judicial opinions today. So you're calling him racist?
Was the thing? The NFL and the NBA were not always full of black athletes.
No.
Okay, so how did they become full of black athletes without affirmative action there?
Because they were better athletes.
Okay, so why is it that when there's enough black people in that arena, it's because they're better, but everywhere else where they're not, it's somehow discrimination?
Right, they need a bunch of help. And again, remember this case against Harvard, which has been going on for years, is because they are prejudiced in their admissions policies against Asians. I mean, that's it. That was the case. It's a fact. It's not a question anymore. Harvard actively discriminated against East Asians.
Do you know what I hate about this crap? Is if you just look all over the world, if you just look at American society, right, it's like a microcosm of what every race or group does well, right? Mm-hmm. And for some bizarre reason, there is, like, let's just be brutally honest, there's genetic superiority in every facet of American life. Like, Jews are really good at banking. That's the reason why they're. Same with media, right? Black people dominate athletes. White people dominate government. It's not kind of weird that Asians are not particularly well represented in government, but they really represent well. They're really well represented in places like
technology.
Science. Yes, exactly. So black people, explain to me why the hell you've been trying to get into politics for God knows how many fucking decades. Meanwhile, the Asians kick the shit out of you without any political representation. Why do you think that is?
I mean, it's a difficult bunch of questions.
Is it difficult? No, it's very easy. It's because they're better than you. They're smarter than you, and it's the reason why they dominate you academically. There's a reason why there's not a lot of Chinese people in the NBA and NFL.
Hang on. Hang on. When you say they're better, you mean that they tend to have a higher
Yes.
Yes.
The genetic superiority is for intelligence in this particular arena.
Right,
they don't.
and
But they
Asian
don't
people
have
tend
to.
to, and they
Yes.
tend to be less tall. They tend to be
Yes.
shorter.
Yes.
So just on average, these are statistical averages. It's not about any specific person. And then also you do have that there is a cultural aspect to that as well.
Yes.
In that Asia, the cultures of Asia, East Asia specifically, for the most part, are very keep your head down, don't stand out. Well, what is being a politician? It's the biggest way you can stand out possible.
Yes.
At least that's kind of antithetical to a lot of East
No,
Asian
people
cultures.
say it's a mask of moment. No, here's the thing. I've said this before. I totally believe in genetic superiority because everyone does if you have fucking eyes. The only thing that
I want to couch what you're saying a little bit. When you say genetic superiority, you're saying that broadly speaking, groups of people have things that they tend to be better at.
Yeah, I did want to. That was the point. It's just that we live in a society where if you say somebody is genetically superior, we don't seem to caveat what is a variable of superiority you are referencing. Because someone says genetically superior for strength, okay, that is really helpful if you happen to be in an arena where the strength is valuable. You can be the strongest person in a village full of geniuses, that your variable of genetic superiority when it comes to strength doesn't mean shit.
Well, how about this? Let's talk about adaptation to environment.
Yes.
You are genetically superior if you're white and do not have high levels of melanin if you are living in Scandinavia.
Yes.
Whereas you're genetically inferior if you have low levels of melanin and you're living in sub-Saharan Africa, right?
Yes.
It's contextually based.
Yes.
You understand that the phrase though, the genetically superior, just because we're conditioned to instantly react to that and freak the fuck out.
Yeah, and do you know? I realized this a couple of days ago. Do you know we actually have a PC word for that phrase now?
What?
Gifted.
Yeah. Right.
So I mean, it's not the same word. If someone says, "Oh, look, they're gifted," it basically means they have a genetic predisposition towards a certain skill.
If you said that that African Americans tend to be more gifted in athletics.
Yes.
No, I don't think people would have a problem with that phraseology.
But if you say genetically superior, then that's somehow bad.
Well,
but it's the same thing.
People don't, because genetic determinism, and by the way, there's going to be some weird genetic determinism that's coming from the left in all of this, which is very bizarre with this affirmative action stuff, where they basically have decided that they have decided that there's genetic determinism, that blacks essentially can't do as well as whites, so they need to have these things in place. And I'm not saying that. It's the shit they've been saying over the last week and a half, which is absolutely crazy.
I about 60% agree with that.
I don't think I'm backtracking for you. I think I was just trying to contextualize what you were saying.
No,
I was trying to soften it a little bit. How about that?
Yes, I actually was going to soften up until you stepped in and did it for me.
I was trying to help you out.
I don't need any help for this. I have no problem just saying this kind of shit. Here's the reason why I would slightly disagree.
Bill says the left doesn't need a devil's advocate. They got enough devils and enough advocates.
That's a good freaking point. But here's why I slightly disagree. Because I did say in a video, the whole point of affirmative action is to disguise the fact that equality doesn't fucking exist anywhere in nature, which is true.
No, equality is
true.
Equality. Equality as an idea is patently absurd.
Yes, but the other reason I think is why they don't like the affirmative action going away is because if you remove race from the conversation, race is not part of the conversation, and they need to make race part of the conversation, and they just don't want to lose that part of the conversation.
I mean, we usually try to differentiate in the legal sense between equity
Someone
and
said you were mansplaining over me.
And of course, what they're asking for is equity, right, in a legal sense. But equality doesn't exist in nature either. I mean, when we say equality, what we mean is equal under the law. That's what equality is. Equity is trying to force things to be the same when that's impossible. You cannot force things to be equal in outcome.
You will never have equality under the law either. That's just like nonsense.
I mean, that's the dream, fiction. But unfortunately, that's also it's a pipe dream.
Yeah, but here's the thing: everything about this perception of the world is completely fiction.
Yeah. It feels nice. It's like a nice cozy blanket, right?
What did you say to me a couple days ago about leftism? You said, "Give me any country that hasn't just been imploded as soon as leftism has been implemented." Like,
pretty much.
Yes, and if your entire vote, remember that I sent you the clip of it was the AM Greatness article, and it just listed everything that the left currently stands for, and it's like, holy shit, this is their entire platform, and none of it is true.
Lunacy.
It's a bit weird. Yes,
weird, like esoteric
bullshit.
Nonsense,
Yes, it's kind of weird that you have a political party
Magical
whose
thinking.
entire platform is literally falsehoods. There's not a single thing true in the entire fucking thing. And then you wonder, why is the country falling apart? Because literally nothing you advocate for is real. That's
they believe in magic.
Yes.
And I mean,
like
literally
voting.
and figuratively. Yeah, right. Exactly. Let me get back into this article because I get a lot of stuff.
There we distracted by
see.
shiny things.
No, it's fine. Thursday's SCOTUS decision to strike down affirmative action policies in college admissions will be Thomas's lone legacy. His lone legacy? His lone legacy. He's got quite a lot of legacy, and it's not the only thing he voted for.
That's a pretty good one, though.
Yeah, it is. In a judiciary in which he has been otherwise taciturn. You know why? Because he gets stopped by Dems. It's just that it's gotten so bad, and because
basically Trump gave him ammo in the courts.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And also, I'd like to point out that you here calling him a, diversity admission, a loser judge essentially who sucks. Well, you've been doing that for decades, by the way.
I think they're trying to call him a hypocrite.
I guess, but we're talking about his admission into school, which he says is like, "Oh, I had no idea that's why I was given while I was admitted." I think he worked then he put his nose to the grindstone and went, "Okay, well then I'm gonna become the best I can possibly be because I am not." This is just my guess, and having heard Justice Thomas speak quite a lot, that would be my. I think it's not an unreasonable or an unfounded guess that he went, "I'm not going to let my life be in any way dictated by
this
some quota."
label. Yes.
Yeah, and a label. And so he bucks your labels.
See,
he's a conservative African American.
See, this is how you know the left
on SCOTUS.
This is how the left are fucking idiots, and they only play to the base rather than make some sense. Because here's the thing: if they had any sense and they were pro affirmative action, they could use Clarence Thomas as a good example of how it turns out well.
Right, and say like, well, why?
And they don't even want to do that. Oh, why? Because he disagrees with them politically.
Well, I think if they went into why he got on or how he got on SCOTUS, they'd have to. Then inevitably, more people would bring up Joe Biden and his.
I do love that he's done all of this under Biden, because damn well know he's happy as shit about it. Like, I'm just gonna fuck your entire administration up.
On some level, it's revenge. And what I was saying too is that it has, and which I know is okay. I'm not saying that he is making an incorrect decision, because the decisions that he's made are constitutional.
Yes.
They're fundamentally constitutional.
Yes.
But I definitely think there's no way he doesn't enjoy a little bit
doing this vengeance, yes.
Under the presidency, totally legitimate presidency of a guy who basically accused him of being a rapist to try and keep him off of SCOTUS.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, I mean, let's be real. So, and then here's the thing too. I don't know. The left is so short-sighted on shit like this. You have Justice Thomas.
That's because they live for the moment. That's why.
I know Justice Thomas, who Joe Biden personally attacked. Just a complete asshole to during his SCOTUS hearings. Then you have Amy Coney Barrett. They talked so much mad shit about her, called her all kinds of names. I can't remember exactly what all went down in ACB's, like what exactly they pulled out about her, because it was less egregious than the other two. But they certainly were terrible to her, treated her like garbage as well. And then you have freaking Justice Kavanaugh, where they tried to ruin his life
by saying he raped a woman like 17 years ago.
Which again they implied with Thomas, but they were pretty concise with Kavanaugh that he raped a woman.
Do you not find it was I think Amy Coney Barrett
what were they mad at her about? What was her,
She had black kids. She's adopted black kids.
They did attack her for that.
Yeah.
They said that was like that was some kind of virtue signal or something. It's like, what a fucking weak thing to attack. And it's like, I thought you were supposed to, but she's not racist. It's like, I remember that now. Yeah, that they said it was racist that she adopted black children. Oh my God. I just, the amount, the level of absolute insanity that you have to.
All her religious values. That was the other reason.
Right. She was religious. That right. You know
that was my favorite moment was when they were questioning her about the Constitution, and then she just held up the notepad and there was nothing on it. She was just all this was top of her head, like, smart chick. I like her already. It's like, there we go. Like, there you go, Trump. Good pick.
Oh, when she said sexual preference instead of Yeah.
She said sexual
of,
preference. What does that mean?
Referring to gay people, that it was their sexual preference. They flipped their shit on that one. It's not a preference. I'm born this way. You know, that kind of stuff, right?
Okay, but I do think I don't. I think some people are born gay in the sense that they have a predisposition to going that way, and if something were to activate it, they would probably go with it. It's like a dormant seed.
Well, no, I agree as well. And there's some.
There's a lot of seeds in that
like, for example, we know that
apologies.
We know that if a woman has like, let's say like 4 sons, or every additional son that a woman has, the likelihood that her next son that she gives birth to will be gay goes up.
Yes.
It's a feminization factor that occurs in utero. So definitely there are people absolutely are born gay, right? Or with that proclivity, right? You know? So, but it is, I think the word gender preference though is because I actually think that's more inclusive, because then you have bisexual people where it's a preference in terms of the individual person.
I believe in the Greek awakening. Oh, that just sounds terrifying.
Yeah, they hated her for that. But of course, so my point in bringing that up though is that now you've got 3 justices on SCOTUS who hate you because you treated them like such shit. I do think that they are being fair. I think they're making the correct decisions.
Yeah, of course.
I think that they're looking at the actual, letter of the law. They're looking at the Constitution.
Yes.
But it doesn't. I wouldn't also try to attack them and ruin their lives. Do you know what I mean?
We do.
It just seems like a bad idea. Well, it seems like a bad thing to do in general, but then also seems like a bad thing to do if you're worried that all of your laws that probably on some level are unconstitutional, like Roe v. Wade, are going to be under their jurisdiction then, or affirmative action. Your pet laws, your pet issues, your favorite things, Roe v. Wade, affirmative action, are all going to be under their jurisdiction, and you have to know they're unconstitutional because they are.
I don't think they know what that means.
Excuse me, were. Right, of course. Because they don't give a shit about the Constitution.
Oh, by the way, for people that don't know, I have like an 18-minute video coming out later today.
Oh, okay, very cool.
Yeah. Where I said a lot of base things because it involved the blonde feminist, which means like I was just not exactly happy with her words because she was a fucking idiot.
Some schools of research have shown that these triumphant stories are the exact narratives of Black life that white colleges reward. In 2019 study, the sociologist Ted Thornhill surveyed 500 American admissions counselors, an occupation that is 75% white nationally, thanks for letting us know, to show how they judge the stories Black prospective students tell in their essays. Thornhill found that that applicants who discussed organized Black resistance to white racial domination, for instance, were penalized in score. Were they, though? Maybe the essay sucked. Did you think about that?
Yep.
Did you account for that? Did the essay suck? Remember that some guy got into some Ivy League school by writing just Black Lives Matter 500 times over on his essay.
Yeah. And he was the son of a freaking billionaire as well.
Right. Son of a billionaire.
You would think if you have that kind of money, your education would be beyond that kind of petty stupidity, but no. Just proves that the elites of the previous age were good and you suck.
And here's the thing about it. At some point, just admitting Black students based on the color of their skin. Huh? Oh, yeah. At some point, in admitting Black students just based on the color of their skin, if they have a terrible fucking essay about,
also dilute the quality of the school.
Whites are racist and shit. It's going to dilute the quality of the school, and it makes the school look bad when your Black students don't perform well.
Yes.
Because they're
debilitated.
Duh. It's not good for the school to do it either.
But that's kind of.
So then they're left with the only choices they're left with then is to push these people through into a degree.
Here's the thing.
They didn't earn because they.
Here's the thing.
The school can't fail them, or else they look bad. You
can't politic your way into a diploma that has value. In case that isn't massively fucking obvious.
What admissions officers sought to avoid, according to Thornhill, but it wasn't activism itself that turned off admissions officers. The study included Black applicants who were environmental activists and found that they ranked highly. Probably because if you're interested in the environment, just going to say, and not just complaining about race, it might be
I would
a
like
bit
to plant trees.
More intelligent, okay? And you're not just
Black
complaining
people
about
that
how
were
everyone's
environmentalists.
racist.
Oh god, the amount of jokes I could make right now.
But you know what I mean? Like if you're complaining about environmentalism, it's like a little bit of a. I think the environmentalism
I wonder
stuff's
how many
largely
black
stupid.
people voted for Bush.
Well, I think the environmentalism stuff's largely stupid as well. But if that's the target of your essay, that's your
God.
topic that you're going for, instead of white people are racist, accept me into Harvard, you're.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I think that the people writing about environmentalism are probably just more intelligent. And again, what did you? You know how you can? You know how easy it is. I haven't read this study, but it doesn't. There's no report on it here. Do you know how easy it is to do this in an actually statistically and scientifically valid way? It's very simple. You'd use interrators. Do interrater analysis. You can say, well, this person sounds stupid. This person sounds intelligent. Use anonymous interrators. You can train 30 or 40 interrators. For something that's important, train 100 interrators. That just means you train other people you give them a code book, and it's like, here's things to look for. And they then note whenever they find instances of this, and then put their own kind of opinions on it. But that way AI is going to replace interrater analysis real quick. It'll still be useful, though, in other ways. Then do an iterator analysis. Oh, you didn't do iterator analysis. That's cute. Wonder why. Talk to Aya Waller-Bay, a sociology PhD candidate at the University of Michigan who studies the role of race and racial narratives in college essays. In her dissertation research, she found that not only are black applicants rewarded when they disclose trauma and vulnerability in their essays. I thought you just said that it doesn't work that way. You just said a paragraph before that they're punished for doing this. And now you have a PhD student that you're citing here who says, no, they're rewarded for talking about trauma and vulnerability. But they're also viewed favorably when they appear as someone who can not only endure hardship, but overcome. What the hell does that mean?
You know how I said to you before in articles, you have so many leftists who will write a sentence in the next paragraph that will contradict the very
Just
last
forget.
one?
Yeah, they just forget what they were talking about.
How it almost makes it look like either you have really bad short-term memory loss because you're smoking weed while you're writing the shit, or you have like multiple editors
Right,
who don't
right.
proofread the shit.
I just think they can hold on to a thought that long. Such essays, Waller-Bay told me,
paragraph?
blackness. Yeah, I don't think they can hold on to thoughts for that long. What did you eat for breakfast? Imagine how you'd feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning. I don't think they can hold on to concrete ideas that long.
But Aiden, I didn't eat breakfast this morning.
I know. Such
I
essays,
had a
Waller-Bay told me.
sandwich.
I had a peach, and then
I had a sandwich
last
with
red
banana
peach.
and granola and a lot of peanut butter.
And then
Basically
for
just a
lunch,
caloric bomb for breakfast.
it really is granola peanut butter. For lunch, I sautéed some peaches with pecans and honey and fresh basil, and then I put it on a sandwich with some brie. It was very yummy.
Do you know what I used to eat when I went to go work out?
Hmm.
My normal breakfast when I would eat, when I would work out, would be...
Talking about food, by the way.
Yes, yeah, as usual. It was a bowl of porridge with like a handful of almonds.
Mm-hmm.
It was half a banana would be in that, and then the other half of the banana would be in a fruit salad with oranges and apples and maybe a grape or two. 3 slices.
Single grape.
Yeah, yeah. 3 slices of toast, 2 eggs, and like maybe a bit more than a potato of chips. That would be breakfast.
Sounds pretty good.
That's
It's a lot, though.
That's a lot.
It's a
of
lot.
breakfast. Yes.
I mean, it sounds good, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
People used to see what I ate, and they just look at my stomach and go, "Where does it all go? Like, how do you have a 30-inch waist, and this is what the fuck do you do?" And I'm like, and then I tell them I wouldn't walk every day. I would basically work out like once a week for an hour. Then we're like, there is no way in hell you eat this much food and look like this. Like, you must be doing something else. I'm like, I think that's about it. But no, I would just eat an ungodly amount of food, work out once a week. I would kill myself once a week, basically.
Yeah.
And then people would just think like, you either have unholy genetics, which I do, but like people just look at me like, there's no way in hell you could, like, if I were to eat like half of what you would gain, I would get fat. I'm like, yes, I was blessed with the genes of a Norse god. Thank you, by the way.
I mean, like, yeah, you probably
Good
just have a
times.
slightly higher metabolism than other people.
It's very high metabolism.
Yeah. But metabolism only does so much, by the way. Like, the differences between average metabolisms is only so much. And people who are like, oh, I have a slow metabolism, that's why I'm 500 pounds. No,
Yes.
no, that's not why you're that big. No,
Yeah.
no,
It's not because you just ate 6 donuts, you fat bastard.
No, I mean, if, like...
Thank you, abs.
Predisposition, yeah, if you have a slightly slower metabolism, yeah, you're probably a little chunkier because you can't eat as much as other people.
Trying to
But-
build breakfast.
But it's not gonna make you blow up to fucking 500 pounds or some shit. Where was I? Oh, where was this? Oh God, did I read that? Okay, yeah. Such essays, Wallerbay told me, put blackness into a frame of what white universities think black experiences should be, and penalize students who discuss blackness in positive ways or discuss racism as an act of political or economic power. Yeah. Because that's what it's there for. It's there. It is. What is affirmative action? It's pity. That's why they judge you on the essays. It's astonishing this writer notes that the reason why you're getting accepted into colleges when you write pity party essays is because that's what affirmative action is. It's not about being the best. It's not about struggling through adversity. It's about give me things because I'm oppressed. In the aftermath of the affirmative action's ban, white students, contrastingly, will continue to write self-exploration essays that do not ask them to frame their success within the confined views of whiteness. Here's the thing, by the way. They will not feel pressured to describe the legs up they have received from generational wealth. Is it generational wealth at this point, or is it that there's other cultural reasons that black people are not succeeding in the United
States? Because, like, even Chris Rock used to joke, if you give black people reparations, they would spend it all on rims.
Yes, the Chappelle bit. They will not be penalized for attending all white K-12 schools or being raised in segregated neighborhoods. And none of their unearned... Oh my God.
Do I do Mike Mentor's high-intensity workouts? Yeah.
Why would anyone know that on a college admission? Why would they know what the K-12 schools were? Like, what the race... Why would the admissions officer know what the racial composition of a K-12 school was? And why would they know what neighborhood the kid comes from?
It was on the application?
Yes. I mean, people applying to Yale and Harvard are applying from all over the world and country. Okay, so why would they know off the top of why would they possibly know? Oh, that neighborhood, that's a rich white neighborhood, so I'll accept that person in that neighborhood.
I guarantee
that's a
you,
poor black neighborhood,
if you took
so
the
I won't
blacks,
accept them from there.
If you took the blacks from like Nigeria, I guarantee the average test scores of Harvard would go up.
Well, they do quite well because the only black people from
yeah,
Nigeria
they don't
who apply
have
to Harvard. Who apply to Harvard are like the tippity top. It's
of
expensive
their schools,
and
yeah.
Right. It's like 0.1%.
And also they don't have that subculture.
Right. Let's see, where was I? And none of their unearned advantages will be framed as a knock on their academic merits or as privilege. You just knocked Clarence Thomas, by the way. They should account for in assessing their academic success. Another racial divide, this one tied to the imbalanced labor of establishing worthiness, will no doubt emerge.
What the hell does that mean? The tight imbalance of labor establishing worthiness?
Funnily enough, they're talking about what Clarence Thomas was talking about. Is that he thought...
Remember that used to be just your academic merits.
He said he realized that he was not accepted for his worth. He was accepted because of the color of his skin. So he worked his ass off. He had to establish his worthiness. This person is deriding the idea of having to establish your worth. You just are worthy. You're good the way you are because of what? What is
Honey
it,
Bun's
Bill?
a good shit.
Oh, called you Bill. Wow. What is it, Sven?
So I was confused.
The other person I talked to.
But Redneck distracted me with
the
distraction of talk of honey buns.
A Redneck Ram for $10 says, I hate your food talk today. Been
Sorry
at work
about
for
that.
10 and a half hours. Oh shit, that sucks. And haven't been able to have a break to have anything to eat other than a honey bun, you meanies. Oh, sorry, Redneck Ram. Sorry, we always struggle to not, we always have to talk about food.
Yeah. Kind of like the gimmick of this podcast at this point.
Yeah, I know. It's just, we don't really talk about food. Thank you for the 10. And thank you for the 100, man. Holy shit.
Thank you very much, good sir. What were you saying, though?
But,
You're asking me a question.
So, right, well, this establishing worthiness, right? And now I forgot what I did ask you.
Oh, you asked me about Clarence Thomas because he said that he was admitted by affirmative action and he didn't like it. That's the reason why he ended, is because he felt shame. Yeah. And he's like, I don't want anyone else to feel this shit because it's embarrassing.
I wouldn't want to know that the things I've accomplished in my life were because of some inexorable quality.
Yes.
That I didn't do anything for. And these people are really like, yeah, but we like that that's what they're saying. They're basically saying,
they want to have their cake and eat it too.
We don't want to be, well, we're going to get the cake thing. Oh my God. Speaking of Kentanji Brown Jackson, let's actually move on. We got the idea of this article. We got a lot of stuff. So.
Because you see, remember when Michelle Obama, the thing that she said? The very first opening in her freaking letter that she wrote was contradictory to what her opinion was of affirmative action. Oh, look, I was wondering, like, did I belong? No, I really belonged. You're like, bitch, no, you didn't. If you have to ask that, it's very obvious that you didn't.
Yeah. So this is Kentanji Brown Jackson wrote
Oh, this guy.
over
Yeah.
100-page long dissent.
If only you spent that
this-
much time to actually studying law, you wouldn't be an affirmative action hire, you
Weird.
dozy bint.
Among the other things, the Barack Obama appointee this is a. Okay,
Don't
again,
you love
hang
how
on,
the
we're
three
getting
people
to-
that didn't
Here
vote
we
in
go,
favor
here
of abolishing affirmative action were affirmative action hires, and all women? Isn't that curious?
Right. Here is Ketanji Brown Jackson. Here's what she had
You
to
couldn't
say.
write the narrative if you could.
I know.
Try.
With "Let Them Eat Cake" obliviousness, today the majority pulls the ripcord and announces color blindness for all by legal fiat. But deeming race irrelevant in the law does not make it so in life. It's in no small irony that the judgment the majority hands down today will forestall the end of race-based disparities in this country, making the colorblind world the majority wistfully touts much more difficult to accomplish. Let them eat cake obliviousness?
That's a.
What she's right, what she's saying in not so eloquent way though.
Hunter Biden is
that-
not applying for college, Bill.
Right. Is that
Let them
again
smoke
that
crack.
this is that Justice Thomas and the other justices who ruled on this, because it is unconstitutional, because guess what? Affirmative
let
action,
them smoke
by its very
crack.
nature, judges students based on their race, not on their other characteristics.
Or at least factors in, put it that way.
Yes,
Yeah.
it largely heavily factors in race.
Yes.
Because no one wants to be seen as the racist university, and they talk about it in university admissions measures. Got to pump those numbers up. We need to have more black and brown students so that we can then sell it. Of like, oh, look how diverse we are. It's part of their selling point.
I don't know why that's like a thing though. Like, oh look,
'Cause
we have
the left.
mediocre low black people in here. Like,
To get
why is that a boast?
donations. To get donations from leftist groups, dude.
No. I know that. I mean, like, I don't understand like why anyone in just in a sane civilization would think that's somehow beneficial. It's just
Oh,
weird.
diverse. They'll say
Yes.
diversity as if they're talking about diversity of ideas, but they're talking about diversity of skin tone and nothing else.
Yeah, but why is that
and
good?
sexual orientation and sex. Because it is.
No, that doesn't fly with me.
No, they can't tell you why, just because it is. It is part of their religion. It is an unquestionable doctrine. Why is diversity good? Because it is. I mean,
don't like
typical
these
cultish mentality. Let them eat cake obliviousness. So she is saying basically that
Oh, shit.
the idea of black people getting into college on their own merit is akin to telling starving people in France to, well, they don't have any bread, let them eat cake. That's what she's saying. By saying black people should be able to get into college based on their own merit is akin to telling starving people who can't get bread that they should just eat cake. No, maybe they should just be actually,
Competent.
qualified for that position. Maybe that's it. And color blindness is going to destroy race. It's going to destroy any, progress we've made. It's going to end it's forestall all race-based disparities from cessation. No, you putting this shit in is definitely stalling it.
Yeah, of course.
Definitely. Because you're saying what matters is not your merit, it's your race.
See, but like, okay, this is why I said the genetic thing, is because if I see this reaction, my thing is, you remember Thomas Sowell, I can't remember what book it was, but he said, like, after the Second World War, there were black GIs that settled in Germany. And they, they had offspring with the German ladies, and their mixed kids were able to compete with the German natives because they were learning German education. They didn't have the subculture, right? So clearly, I don't think the genetic determinism is quite as much there, because there's the examples of that it's not. You can just compete as if you have a level footing. But for me, it's a case of how many years can you avoid the genetic argument? Because I said this before. The longer you can't talk about something, the more it gives the impression that is the reason why. Especially nowadays, because everything that nowadays in our world that you can't seem to talk about seems to fucking become a conspiracy theory, and then 3 months later it's truth.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well,
And,
look at Philly,
and
Philly
with this
Preston.
shit, so with this shit, it's more like, there might be a component to this that nobody wants to fucking talk about.
Yeah,
and
people like Philly.
It gets fucked up when you look at, say, this is like the funniest thing. It was a bunch of black people. Fucking, well, every time you see them in a group, they just fuck shit up. And Like, fucking, that's the reason they go viral. That's the shit that makes world star hip hop. Like, fucking, let's be real. Like, stop. Everybody knows this. Even they fucking know this, for God's sakes. And it was a group of blacks in England doing the same thing. And the comments on Twitter were like, oh, England has the problem as well. And everyone just went, oh, what is the main thing that they have in common? And that made me think, like, oh, yeah, there is a component to this that nobody wants to talk about. And when
I mean, yeah, because if you do, you get destroyed. You know, Philippe Rushton was
it doesn't help though.
Social scientist who basically, you know, had no problems in terms, you know, was successful academic. Then he starts talking about, you know, race and IQ essentially. And what do you know? He starts publishing research on it. He doesn't just talk about it. He publishes research on it. And that research, I mean, he died in 2012, but he's post-mortem has had his research papers, which they're not flawed. Now, they'll say they're flawed. But it's not, when you read the reasons why they were retracted, they say they're flawed, but their rationale, they can't explain why. Just because it's racist. That's what they say. Oh, finding that there were racial IQ differences, that's racist. One of the guys who discovered the double helix, his name's escaping me, but he was so destroyed on this topic that at the end of his life, he had to sell his Nobel Prize for money.
What?
Yeah, you don't know about this?
That's really fucked up.
Yeah. Because he just wrote that there were racial differences in IQ. That's how this shit has gotten.
Yeah.
That's how bad this shit has gotten. And they've not had any pushback on this in so long. They've been able to destroy people with this stuff for so long.
Watson
Must be
versus
Watson,
Crick.
yeah.
Watson and Craig, yeah, there you go.
It might have been. I don't know if it was. It was another person who worked on discovering the double helix. I think it was Watson, though. That name sounds familiar to me. But yeah, it has been. They've had so much power for so much time. And now when they get the slight bit of kickback of like, no, there are differences, and it doesn't mean that black people can't succeed. And putting in this shit of being like, no, actually, I love that all of their hypocrisy is coming out in such a profound way over this. That no, we need affirmative action because of racism. Except for Clarence Thomas, he sucks because he's only there because of affirmative action. So which one is it? And just watching all the people come out and admitting to being affirmative action hires and inductees
It's pretty funny.
is really, because I mean what you're saying there is that, well, by merit I didn't deserve to get in. They always say it's because of racism. But when you hear what they actually say, as we're going to get here to in a minute, no, they're saying that they didn't qualify, but they got special treatment.
Oh yeah,
So,
fucking Joy
in other
Reid
words,
was there.
Joy Reid.
Which
what you're
surprises
asking for-
absolutely no one, by the way.
And what you're asking for then is racist. You actively want a racist policy in place, and it is to make judgments on how people, you know, whether they should get into a university based only or at least predominantly on their race, because that's the final thing, you know.
Yes.
Jackson observed, the court has come to rest on the bottom line conclusion that racial diversity in higher education is only worth potentially preserving insofar as it might be needed to prepare Black Americans and other underrepresented minorities for success in the bunker, not the boardroom. What the fuck does that mean? A particularly awkward place to land in light of the history of the majority opts to ignore. Underrepresented minorities in success in the bunker, in the military.
Yes, that's
what the hell? But what anything? What?
How did you go? What's the merit of that statement? I'm confused.
I don't think it makes any sense. She just wanted to use alliteration. Bunker, not boardroom.
Okay.
And also, that's kind
of a weird flex, but okay.
Isn't that also quite disparaging towards American military? You're saying there's something wrong with being in the military? What's wrong with that? There's something lesser about that than being in a boardroom?
Well, right now, I think probably would be.
Yeah, well, I'll get to that.
Actually, to be honest, compared to the boardroom, is there really much of a difference? They're both freaking infested with woke shit.
Hasselhoff says the bunker, not boardroom, is in reference to an exception they made for the military. The military can still use affirmative action. Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay. Still, it comes off as disparaging.
A little bit. Everything they do comes off as disparaging.
Thomas responded.
Sucks to be you, bitch. This is probably how we should have responded.
As she sees things, we are all inexorably trapped in a fundamentally racist society with the original sin of slavery. This is Thomas responding to Kentucky Brown Jackson. With the original sin of slavery and the historical subjugation of Black Americans still determining our lives today, wrote Thomas, 75, who in 91 became the second Black person after Thurgood Marshall to be appointed to the High Court. The panacea, she counsels, is to unquestionably accede to the view of elite experts and reallocate society's riches by racial means as necessary to level the playing field as judged by racial metrics. I strongly disagree, as do I.
And
Not
so does
by
anyone
merit,
with sense, actually.
by race. Yeah. Oh, I guess all of their dissent together was over 100 pages. Hers was the longest, though, 28 pages.
Shit.
Gulf-sized race-based gaps exist with respect to health, wealth, and well-being of American citizens. Her dissent began, allowing colleges to consider applicants' race has, quote, universal benefits because it helps to close the gaps and thereby promotes equality, she wrote. It's been there for 60 years.
Oh, shit.
How is it closing the gap? Why is the gap still there if it's been there for 60 years? An unconstitutional ruling that treats people not based on merit, but based on race. It's fundamentally racist. And that's that line about the let them eat cake thing. Oh, which makes no sense.
Ah, crap.
Thomas, who mentioned his junior colleague by name 18 times in his opinion, assailed not only Jackson's views on the subject, but also her motivations. Justice Jackson uses her broad observations about statistical relationships between race and select measures of health, wealth, and well-being to label all Blacks as victims. Her desire to do so is unfathomable to me, Thomas wrote. I can't deny the great accomplishments of Black Americans, including those who succeeded despite long odds. Justice Jackson's race-infused worldview falls flat at each step. Individuals are the sum of their unique experiences, challenges, and accomplishments, he added. What matters is not the barriers they face, but how they choose to confront them. And their race is not to blame for everything, good or bad, that happens in their lives. A contrary, myopic worldview based on individuals' skin color to the total exclusion of their personal choices is nothing short of racial determinism. Thank you, Justice Thomas. In their fight against racial determinism, it's things that, again, to destroy people like Philip Rushton, Watson, anyone who talks about this kind of stuff, white supremacists, you talk about race and IQ, they have fallen on a position of racial determinism. So you don't talk about race and IQ, that's racially deterministic, which it's not. It's a predictive measure and it's statistical averages. But if you talk about race and IQ, you're saying racial determinism. But these same people on the left are saying, no, well, Black people can't succeed. It's determined by the color of their skin. They need these programs because they can't win on their own. That's racial determinism. Thomas also accused Jackson of ignoring the oppression of other groups, including Asian Americans and white communities that have faced historic barriers. Because remember, this was about white people. You keep bringing up white people. This was about Asian people being able to get into Harvard. Okay? Thomas wrote only for himself. No other justice joined his concurring opinion. Huh?
Oh, now you can hear me. What the fuck?
What?
You can hear me now, can't you?
Yeah.
That was
Were you
weird.
saying stuff? I couldn't hear you, man.
Yeah, I'm like... Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a moment or two, my freaking mouse just died.
Oh, okay. I'll continue then. Justices Sotomayor and Kagan joined that dissenting opinion from Kentucky Brown Jackson, writing, Justice Thomas's prolonged attack responds to a dissent I did not write in order to assail... Oh, you didn't write it, okay. What? I did not write in order to assail an admissions program that that is not the one UNC has crafted, Jackson wrote, referring to the University of North Carolina, one of the schools whose policies were challenged in SCOTUS. The other was Harvard, but Jackson recused herself from that portion of the challenge because she previously served on the Harvard governing board.
There you go.
Justice Thomas's opinions also demonstrate an obsession with race consciousness that far outstrips my or UNC's holistic understanding that race can be a factor that affects applicants' unique life experiences, Jackson continued. Oh, you mean like how you went on and on about race for 28 pages? But Justice Thomas is the one who's obsessed with race.
That woman is just an activist.
Obviously.
Yeah, like, can we stop?
I mean, how these people just, I didn't write that. Yeah, you did.
That's how it works. That was freaking easy.
How bizarre. I didn't write that. Yes, you did. You wrote it. And then I'm not obsessed with race. Writes a 28-page dissent about race. Well, I'm not obsessed with. You're the one who's obsessed with. They just expect no one to read any of their shit. That's always with these people. They just expect no one to look into any of their claims ever. They just lie. They lie
constantly.
They lie so often. I don't even know if they they even are aware that they're lying sometimes because it's so second nature to them. There's like, they don't even understand that they're lying because it's just, that's what they do. They lie. And remember that under their paradigm, because from their perspective, their goal, the end of history, great progress, is so great that they should lie. In fact, lying is good. Lying is excellent as long as you can obtain your goals. I don't know which one it is with Ketanji Brown Jackson, if she's lying because she's an activist or she's lying because she lies so often she can't tell the difference anymore. Justice Thomas's opinion also demonstrates. She accused Thomas of mischaracterizing her opinion in various ways, including by claiming that America is fundamentally racist. Yeah, you said. You really implied that
over again, yeah.
Just we got it. Just you don't understand me. Whatever. Okay.
Woe is me
we
as I'm
it.
sitting in an incredibly privileged position on the most esteemed high court in the fucking land. Jesus Christ. Only these fucking people can sit in like the most privileged position in the entire fucking nation, still complain they're oppressed. It's like for fuck's sakes.
Here we have an opinion from USA Today where they say the part they're not supposed to say out loud. It's not even, I think, so much at this point about
college will be whiter, which is amazing. Do you know what's amazing? The entire thing. Stop making bigger, for God's sakes. Stupid fucking thing. No, when I move the window, it just keeps fucking maximizing it for some fucking reason. Is that the main the case was Asians against Harvard? It wasn't even white people.
Yeah, right. But see the outcome. What are the reports? No, very few are talking about how this was about Asian admission, and everybody as well, obviously, because it's a SCOTUS decision. But this is the mask off. Is it what they're mad about? Is it's not about? I don't think it's necessarily just about fewer Black people getting into colleges where they're. Look, it's gonna be more difficult for them to succeed in if they're even able to succeed in because they don't have the merits to be there at these extremely elite universities. But at the end of the day, this is the leftist paradigm. It's anti-white.
Yeah.
It is explicitly anti-white.
While being anti-Asian.
Exactly. This specific case was about admissions of Asian students into Harvard, and it's about, and what is it? No. Oh, we're lamenting, we're mad because more white people will be able to go to college. I mean, I don't really have much more to say about it. I just found the headline there to be a little bit interesting because it's just you're not supposed to admit to that, idiot. Whatever. Let's hit a couple chats and then I'll continue with this.
Oh my God! This
Minnesota
is going
Fence.
to piss me the fuck off.
Minnesota Fence for 5 says, "Hey boss, I dropped something fitting in your DMs. Little something for occasions like this. Ave Imperialis, Gloria Excelsis Terra, in Excelsis Terra." Thank you, Minnesota. Let me see what you sent me. Oh, okay. Yeah. You'll like this one soon.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, what the fuck is wrong with this mouse? This is going to piss me off.
Dear conquered peoples, the history of humanity is one of constant conflict and competition.
That was on my old Twitter account. This is my fucking pinned tweet.
Was it?
Yeah. So if you log on my Twitter, like, this is the first thing you see. It's like a big French guy, like, fuck you.
Yeah. You read it then.
It said, "Dear conquered peoples, the history of humanity is one of constant conflict and competition for resources like land, food, and water. And women. You whine about the fact that Europeans were and are better at this contest than any other race of men in the world. You losers want us to regret being better at conquest and exploration than you were. You want apologies and reparations from people who were stronger and smarter than you. People who unequivocally won. We aren't sorry and we owe you nothing. Deal with it."
I have a corollary to this.
Which is?
Oh, did somebody's ancestors not do very well in war?
Based British Empire.
Anywho, so let me hit these super chats and we'll get back into it. Warmack for 5 says, "It's more like genetic superiority in the tabletop role-playing game sense, where certain races have stat bonuses in comparison to others, augmenting certain skills." That's funny. That's
pretty
like
good,
exactly
actually.
That's actually exactly how I had phrased it before. Is that it's very, very much true. Has Appa for 5 says, "If generational wealth is the issue, help poor people, not Black people." Yeah, good point. It was just about, well, because then they'll say, like, even if you're poor as a white person and you're homeless, well, your family was privileged, right? or something. Privileged black people moaning about oppression is the most obnoxious crap. Yeah, it is. Rick for 5 says, "Hey guys, I often have trouble finding the books you recommend. Do either of you have a reading list on any of your platforms?" We do have a reading list. I think it should be on the Discord server. If it's not up yet, I have to make sure that, because I do have a reading list. I have a picture and stuff of the books I'd recommend.
Oh, it's
But,
the one that Lava sent us.
No, not the one Lava sent us, so that we could post that, because there's like a book section. So, Rick, if it's not up yet, I think it is in like the library. Yeah, I think it is in like the library segment. But if not, I'll try to get on that, because people ask us about that all the time, and we really need to have that.
We basically have a library of books at this
down.
point.
Yeah. DRT's King for 5 says, "Spoon, you can mute yourself if you want and improve the podcast, or go ask Aiden why there is no Mass Effect tabletop roleplaying game."
I have to mute myself? Why? That's just mean.
He's fucking with you. I don't know why
You're
there's
an
no.
asshole,
No, there's
Seth.
definitely a Mass
Fuck
Effect
you.
TTRPG. I'm sure there is. If not, there's a module for GURPS for it, obviously.
What the hell is wrong with this? Swear to God, there's something.
Here's another article I'm not going to read because it's really long, but you did send this to me and I skimmed it. But curtailing affirmative action is a blow against a rising generation. So
I
just
sent you
more
this?
hope. Yeah,
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure you did.
When the hell would I read the Atlantic?
Well, I thought you sent me this. Where did I find this then? It's a long article, but it's the same thing. It's just another. There's all these articles coming out, and it's just like, oh, you're gonna keep black people down by not admitting them based on the color of their skin into programs for which they're not
Oh yeah, I
qualified.
think I did actually send this to you.
But let's look at Twitter. This I don't know who this woman is.
Oh,
but
this is apparently
I-
a troll account.
Is it a troll? Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to mention that I thought it might have been a troll. But it's difficult to decide, isn't it? It's difficult to determine. The troll account does say, Supreme Court just decision is a direct attack on black people. No black person will be able to succeed in a merit-based system, which is exactly why affirmative action-based programs were needed. These decisions a travesty. Now, here's the thing. This is a
Something
troll
that
account,
they would actually say.
But that's what they are actually saying, though.
Yes.
Is that they wouldn't, and to illustrate, here's Michelle Obama saying exactly that, essentially. Okay. Let's see. Former Lady Michelle Obama spoke about a Supreme Court Thursday ruling against affirmative action, recalling her own struggle to feel a sense of belonging as one of the few black students at her university. So often, we just accept that money, power, and privilege are perfectly justifiable forms of affirmative action. It's not affirmative action because it's not done by the government. It's not enforced. While kids growing up like I did, oh yeah, you're so poor, are expected to compete, everyone's expected to compete when the ground is anything but level. So you unlevel the ground.
Also,
That's your point.
Do you know what's funny? Do you know where she was when she wrote the shit?
Where?
She was in Greece.
Right, yeah. Yeah, she was on holiday in
She was
Greece.
on a private yacht complaining about oppression. It's like,
I
you
know.
are a walking fucking caricature.
Yeah. Just, yeah, but again, I wouldn't be where playing field's not level, so we need to unlevel it even further. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. So, here we go. Michelle, the court's guiding affirmative action programs, Michelle wrote, was a reminder not only of the importance of policies that reflect principles of equity and fairness. See, it's not equality, it's equity, but also the importance of, quote, those values real in all of our schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods. Barack Obama echoed this sentiment in a brief statement, writing that while the policy of affirmative action had its flaws, that it's unconstitutional. It allowed generations of students like Michelle and me to prove we belong. To prove you belonged, you could prove you belong by getting into the fucking university.
Yes. If you needed a policy to get in, it tells me that you wouldn't be shit without the policy. That's kind of how that works, Barry.
Yeah. But it's just, again, they both just are there basically admitting that we would not be where we were if it was not for this policy.
By the way, do you not find it funny that all the people that are proud of this, nobody is surprised at their affirmative action hires?
Right.
None. When Joy Reid, when she said it, so I only got in because of affirmative action, everyone just dunked in and went like, well, we already fucking knew that because you're an idiot.
Speaking of, let's go right into it.
Let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action.
Surprised to fucking no one.
Just
you
there it is.
absolute
Okay.
Idiot.
Yeah.
went to a school no one had ever heard of in Denver, Colorado, in a small suburb. I didn't go to Exeter or Andover.
And if you had fantastic scores, if you had fantastic grades and fantastic scores, no, the grades don't matter even as much anymore because schools keep inflating them. Why do schools inflate grades? To get people into schools that they don't belong into.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, we've looked at Baltimore City and their school problems in the past. Of course, I, grew up in Baltimore City. I went to high school in Baltimore City. So how many freaking high schools in Baltimore where a single student basically qualifies to graduate? It happened just recently. We looked at it back in May or so. Well, it wasn't a single school, but there were districts of Baltimore where not a single school had a student that was actually qualified to graduate. No, they graduate them anyway. They just push them through. And the way they do that, one of the ways is by inflating grades. So yeah, grades don't even mean that much anymore. So all you really have left is test scores. That's really all you have left is standardized test scores for college admissions to base anything on. And also, by the way, I would like to point out that, yeah, some of those really, fancy, expensive schools, some of them do also do grade inflation. But the average person going to the average school that is not going to do grade inflation, so they're probably actually worse off than someone from the hood. Not only because they're more likely to be white or Asian, but because their school is not going to inflate their grades if they are a rare student who's actually competent going to that and cares enough about academia and grades to do well in those shittier schools where they do grade inflation. Anywho, yeah, back to Joy Reid, the diversity hire.
I didn't have college test prep. I just happened to be really nerdy and smart and have really good grades and good SAT scores.
No. If you were really nerdy and smart and had really good grades, you wouldn't need affirmative action, would you?
No.
But you know that you didn't. I like how you said that afterwards. There's a little bit of cope. No, you wouldn't need affirmative action if you were really nerdy and smart and had really good grades.
But someone came to Denver, Colorado to look for me. A Harvard recruiter flew to Denver, and I met up with her at the Village Inn restaurant and did a pre-interview to get to pull me into Harvard. I was pulled in. And
a Harvard recruiter came to this small town in Colorado, saw a black girl, and said, "Well, you're going to Harvard."
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like a reverse Tarzan.
No, what do you mean by that?
They were taken from the jungle.
Oh God, dude.
Except they were taken from Denver.
Jungles of Denver.
They literally went to go get her because she was black. Tell me if you just didn't reverse the race, it'll be Tarzan. It's the exact same thing.
I mean, yeah, they did. They went there to get her because she was black in Denver.
We went basically on a
Yeah, because they were like, oh, we don't have any black people from checking our quotas. Denver, we don't have any from Colorado. We need to represent everything. So go find a black girl from Colorado and bring her into Harvard. God, it again, it's that the hilarious part though is that they understand that they didn't deserve it. But they also have to argue for it because they want the things that they don't deserve. It's so hilarious.
And the schools like Harvard and Yale that I got into affirmatively.
Yes.
And it was literally not saying we're going to take an unqualified person and put them in Harvard. Yes. We're going to take
that's what you just said, though. You said you wouldn't have gotten into Harvard. Someone came out and scouted you and then just and accepted you.
Yeah.
Qualified person who we would never know existed and put them.
Yeah, they would know you existed if you applied like everybody else.
Yes.
And by the way, this is the thing too. Admissions should be blind, right? It should not say the race, which is what they've always should be. It shouldn't say your race. It shouldn't say. I mean, it shouldn't say your sex. Just be here's your information. But they can't do that because if they do that, you know who's gonna be at Harvard, who's gonna be at Yale, who's gonna be at Princeton.
Asians and whites.
Asian men, a lot of Asian men, and then some white guys, and then and then Asian women, and then white women and going down. And they know that's not a good look, but it won't affect like regular universities. But all they ever care about are these top fucking schools. Stop. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
In Harvard. That's how I got there. That's how Ketanji got there.
I like how she admits it. It's like, yeah, we only got there through this.
I want you to listen very carefully to what she says right now.
Yeah.
Justice Jackson, I should say. Justice Jackson got there. It's how Clarence Thomas got there.
Right.
But the minute I arrived...
Pause for a second. Did you realize what he just... You realize what you just said?
Yep, that Clarence Thomas is a diversity hire?
No. just go back. Just when she says Justice Jackson. Justice Jackson, sorry.
Huh?
Notice she corrects herself. She says Kintaji.
Kintaji.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then she says, "Oh, I should correct Justice Jackson." But then she says Clarence Thomas and not Justice Thomas.
Oh, Justice Thomas. Very good call.
Thank you.
Yeah, good call.
Very
good call.
subtle.
There.
Right.
Yeah, but it was on purpose.
But the minute I arrived from my majority black little town, Montbello in Denver, to Harvard.
There's a majority black town in Denver?
Yeah, no one believes that.
She means it's a neighborhood, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Harvard, the first week or two that I was in class, my presence was questioned by white people. I was in this big conference class.
The level to which she is lying. You're in a conference class? I don't know why. Joy, a conference class? You mean it was a seminar style class? It's in an academic hall, right? That's what you mean by that? It's in an auditorium? An academic style auditorium? Spoon, she's in an introduction class at Harvard. Now,
do you know why I don't believe this?
Well, let me just tell you this real quick. An introductory class like this, that she called a conference class, what she means is that it was in an auditorium. There's 300 students, 400 students in that class. They're not talking about anything. You're in an auditorium listening to a professor. No one said shit to you. You lying, disingenuous bin. Dude, I've been on both sides of this shit in terms of academia. I can tell there is no goddamn way that happened.
You know why I don't believe it?
Just X'd it out. Go ahead. I can tell you again from an academic perspective why that didn't fucking happen, but okay.
The reason why I don't believe it is because she just complimented white people. She just said that basically white people within 2 weeks were able to finger you that you were a diversity hire.
Oh, well, she doesn't see that as a compliment, obviously.
Yeah, I know, but in my mind, it's you basically just said white people were smart. So therefore I don't believe you actually said that. Because there's no way in hell you would ever compliment white people because you're a racist bitch.
Was affirmative action a thing when Clarence Thomas was in college? Yes. He was told specifically that he was an affirmative action admission. We went over that a little while ago. And yeah, Justice Thomas is 75 years old and affirmative action is about 60. So.
Where some white students stood up and said, those students, the black students, they're only here because of affirmative action. It became a huge argument.
It did not happen.
And even if it did, it's true because that's what you literally said.
Yes, you just admitted. So wait, what's the problem? So they figured out the reality is that you admitted that you were only there because you're black.
Yes.
And then you're like, but then they figured out that I was only there because I'm black, and that offends me. What
then why did you boast about it then, you fucking
You want them to
moron?
lie? That's it. You want them to lie. You want both things to be true. You want to be an affirmative action hire, affirmative action student, but you don't want people to know that about you? Are you not proud?
No.
Clearly, you're not. I mean, again, this whole issue exists in such a fucking weird, fluid state of good and bad at the same time. It's fascinating.
Incoherent.
That we all ended up having. This was freshman year. I had never had my academic credentials questioned.
Yeah, because you got scouted. Because you got scouted out of high school. Did you even have to apply to Harvard? It sounds like they were like, all right, well, we're just taking you now. I have no idea I can't even comprehend the idea of getting scouted to go to an Ivy League university. You know what life is like for the rest of us, Joy? When we're applying to college, you gotta work really, really hard. You gotta pay money. You know? Did you know that you have to pay money to apply to a college? You have to write individual essays for all of them. You have to spend money to send your transcripts to those colleges.
Seriously?
Nobody comes. Yes.
That's fucking retarded.
Nobody comes to their, at least not for 99.99% of students, nobody comes to their college and scouts them. But they do for you. And
Troy,
other black
let's be
people.
just brutally honest. You're basically part of a Make-A-Wish Foundation for fucking college admissions.
Yep, pretty much. That doesn't happen. The level of privilege that you have
is insane.
Is incalculable. The regular person does not have an experience like this. You got that experience because you're black, and for no other reason.
Yes.
Not your good grades. If you had really good grades, you would have gotten into Harvard by your own merit, but you didn't.
And
I had never had anyone question whether I was intelligent until I got to Harvard. And
yeah,
I wonder
then you
why.
had to prove it. Because then you had to prove it.
Yes, and
it was a
evidently
defining
within 2 weeks
point
you
of my
couldn't.
experience there.
What were you doing in those 2 weeks that made people question it, huh?
She existed while being black.
What stupid questions were you asking in that seminar?
Why am I here?
It's why I really was one of the many reasons I was miserable there my freshman year.
Yeah.
You felt completely out of.
You know what? Good.
I wonder
nice
why.
Point. Yeah, nice point to bring up, Joy. You know what? A lot of these kids who get into these colleges as affirmative action admissions, they can't keep up
because
they're not
so
they're
dumb.
not qualified to be there.
She's
Yes,
literally
and they
the
feel out
type of
place.
student that Thomas Sowell spoke about.
I know, and she's just saying, Joy, you're
Self-awareness,
explaining
none.
all of the reasons why affirmative action
Doesn't
in
work.
practice doesn't work and why it's a problem. We're not even talking about the constitutionality of it. You're explaining in your own words, from your own experience, why affirmative action is bad for students.
Of place that people keep telling you shouldn't be here, and yet some of the people I went to school with were far less smart than me or the other black folk there. They got in because their daddy and their granddaddy. I went to school with somebody whose name was on one of the buildings.
Yeah. Do you know how the number of legacy admissions at Harvard is so, or at any Ivy League school, is so minor? But yes, they do exist. We're talking about a 1% of students.
No,
Again,
it's
the
much
top
higher than that.
1%. At Harvard, yes. At the vast majority, you chose to go to Harvard, by the way. So you chose to go to the ultra elite university in the United States, and then you were confused that there were legacy students
Like
at the ultra elite school.
It's only Joy Reid, right, that can be
Mm-hmm.
selected because she's her race, go to a school, and then bitch about how she got in while complaining about the rich people how they got in.
Right. Yeah, you didn't get in on merit.
None of you
either,
are deserving then.
Right. None of you got in on merit.
What the fuck? Like, no, my not getting in has more merit than you not getting in. That's basically
Let me
it.
look this up because I think the legacy number.
No,
percentage-
Sargon brought it up. It was 43% of the students are legacy students.
for the class of 2019, 28% were legacies.
I don't know what the one that was Callum was using, but that's the one they had.
Oh, this is from 2019, but this one is also from 2019.
Yeah, okay, I could be wrong.
Oh, no. 43% of white students are legacies. 28% of the whole class is legacies. There you go.
Ah, there we go.
There we go. Okay, that's where that comes from. So yeah, but 23%, it's a quarter, of the whole school.
Yeah,
that's not massive, right? I mean, and again, remember, this is not a normal university. This is the most elite, or one of the most elite universities in the fucking country.
In the world, actually.
So yeah, right. So yes, you're talking. Of course, there's going to be legacies, but.
And Harvard, by the way, just in case you don't know this, if you keep putting in Joy Reids, you're not going to have a good legacy. just saying.
True.
You're going to school with people whose names are on the buildings, who are third and fourth generation legacies, whose parents pumped money into Harvard to get them in.
And what did you do to get in?
You existed while being black.
They paid money to help maintain and build the school. They paid for libraries to get built. What did you do? Exist while being black and female. Wow. Your contribution is so much more important.
I really like you right now.
Affirmative action is okay with this majority. They said that the people who benefited from slavery, their descendants.
Oh my God! Just shut the fuck up, you
slavery.
stupid bitch.
Oh, who are so much far ahead of black folk. Why?
Slavery was really bad, so let me just muscle in on it, like just by being here. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Are ahead of black folk in terms of opportunity that will never catch up to them. I don't care how many Oprahs we get.
Yeah, it's maybe because
what a positive message for the black community, Joy Reid.
Do you know what that tells me?
We will never catch up.
You know what that tells me? There's two ways you can either look at that. It's either that you will never be able to because of systemic discrimination, or because like you literally don't have the genes to be there.
What? At the end of the day, again, it's genetic determinism. She's saying it too. Black people will never be able to succeed ever, she says. Yeah. Ever.
She has one of the most recognizable faces of news. Joy Reid.
A black woman who says she didn't deserve basically to go to Harvard. She was selected not based on merit, based on the color of her skin and probably her sex. And that black people will never be able to keep up with whites and Asians. That's Joy Reid. That's pretty fucking racist. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Those people's affirmative action is A-okay because those people can pay.
That's not affirmative action. They paid. They're paying for the fucking buildings.
For fancy trips for them. Yeah. But you people who want to get in just because of your brains, but you're not from a legacy.
And you didn't get in based
But
on
you
your
didn't get in
brain.
because of your brains either, you dumb bitch.
I mean, this is just hilarious, the hypocrisy.
God,
Too
this woman
bad.
is stupid as
You
fuck.
can't come in.
Yeah, that was wow. That was
Quite a self
apparently she's getting completely roasted over this
Of course,
I mean,
because she's an idiot.
you understand why. This was really stupid, Joy. I mean, you say stupid shit all the time, but
You know it's
goddamn,
really
that
bad
was
when you have to
really
get roasted
bad.
for saying something stupid, considering that's the only reason you ever go viral.
Yeah. I know. Of course, Whoopi Goldberg also had a stupid take. Can you go away? Thank you.
Oh my god, I just... The one thing that is just so bad about this entire thing is that every person of color is just pointing out why, like, without affirmative action, you wouldn't be worth shit. And
Right.
It's like, dude, this is... Stop. The only person who makes you look sane is Clarence Thomas, for God's
I know.
sakes.
It's so bizarre.
It's
Just like, yeah,
so
look,
bad.
actually, affirmative action is a crock, and it is elevating students to positions that they shouldn't be in, where, as Joy said, you don't fit in because you're really not qualified to be there. And all you can do is just say, like, well, yeah, I wasn't chosen for merit, but rich people weren't either. At least they paid.
It's a
for
really
school.
bad self-own that I
You're
don't
really-
I don't
astonishing,
even
right?
understand it. It's just
I know,
don't
and
get
just it's so racist. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe. Well, I can't believe. But Joy Reid did straight up say black people will never be able to be as successful as whites. She just said it there. That's why we need the government to do it to enforce mandated equity, because black people on their own can't. That's real fucked up. But let's hear Whoopi.
The Supreme Court has upset a 45-year precedent,
based.
ruling it
Well, it was 60 years, oh well.
unconstitutional for universities to consider race in admissions. Now, the 14th Amendment is supposed to promise equal protection. But if everyone was actually treated equally, we wouldn't have had to put in affirmative action.
That is
They're all gonna clap.
the dumbest take
It's a non
I've ever
sequitur.
heard.
It's a complete and utter non sequitur. No, it's equal treatment under the law. They were treating people unequally. They were treating black students they were giving them students who did not meet the criteria for acceptance. You can, by the way, you don't have to like just take my word for it. Go to, look up college admission rates and then look at the average SAT score GPA for admittance to Harvard or any school and sort by race. And you'll see that the criteria that you need to the minimum criteria, and by the way, then you write a really good essay.
Oh my god, Lance, I can't read that out.
Write a really good essay and they'll just ignore that. And this is, by the way, the essay, that's how they're going to get around this, okay? Harvard's already said it, but we'll get there in a minute. They're already saying they are fully intending to try and circumvent around this SCOTUS
Do you know that they've already been there's already a case against them for that?
It's barely papers like just printed. They're already in trouble for it. I'm not surprised though. Let's finish Whoopi's stupid statement.
We wouldn't have had to do it. Right. People wouldn't have had to march and begged and gotten hosed and all of these things that people did.
60 years ago.
60 years ago, yeah. And you still need affirmative action.
And you still need affirmative action. Why? Right. 60 years ago. And what were they fighting for, Whoopi? They were fighting because they were being discriminated against. How? Oh, under the law. Like how affirmative action discriminates under the law. Now, everybody's equal. And you can't fucking tolerate that because you know what the implication is. Not the implication. You know the reality.
Balance us out with everything else going on in the country.
No, it's not balancing you out. It's giving you preferential
aneurysm.
treatment. Yeah, and giving me an aneurysm. But of course, yep. So, stupid. What did Lance say? Hang on. Lance for 5 says, it's moments like these that make me wish American slaveholders treated their property like the Arab slaveholders. Wow. That's a spicy take, Lance.
You know what that means, right?
Yeah, of course.
For those of you in the chat who don't know what that means, the Arab slaveholders castrated their slaves.
Yeah. Super Bear for 10 says, sadly these rulings are useless because when the hammer of the courts swing this way, they will just reword it and do the same thing. Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a second. Slosher for 10 says, I've never seen / read Harry Potter, but Joyanne Reed's Harvard story reminds me of the owl giving her the invitation. Yeah, she was given something, she didn't earn it. And again,
yeah, pretty much.
Actually, funny you bring up Harry Potter, because in Harry Potter, it's also racial determinism. You're either born a wizard or you're not.
Star Wars the same thing.
Yeah.
Same with Dragon Age.
Mm-hmm.
Is you're born with magic, and therefore you go to school.
Right. Well,
and Dragon Age is more like yeah. Dragon Age is a bit
it's a dark fantasy.
Yeah, it's a bit more cruel. It's like, yeah, you don't actually get a choice. You're gonna go. Otherwise, you're basically treated as a criminal, but you also have skills.
Right.
Which is kind of weird. Like, yes, you must be. Yes, you have magical skills, and you must be taken away from your family because if you don't, you become an apostate, and you might become extremely dangerous, and then we'll have to hunt you down and kill you. It's like, yeah.
Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says, you're a black joy and a thumping good one-eyed wager once you'd been brainwashed a little. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is kind of how they
you're a black
see it.
joy and a thumping good one-eyed wager once you've been brainwashed a little. I can't really do like Hagrid's voice, but yeah. Sorry, at first I was trying to read it. I was like, wait, you're a black joy. That's pretty good. But that's what it is. It's just your Hogwarts letter. Super Bear for 5 says, affirmative action being as powerful as people donating millions is not the only thing it is. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you getting into college because you were born with a certain skin color is not as powerful as people who pay the college millions of dollars to ensure their kids go there. Is important to the university existing. So here's your favorite person, Spoon.
Oh God, when I get nervous when you say shit like that. Oh God, this no.
Spoon, I want Spoon.
No,
this is
no.
Spoon. Spoon, you have to.
No.
Spoon, you sent this to me.
No, I want to do a video on this girl because oh my dear.
Just all right. Let's just go.
America to the next stop of the white Christian nationalist.
Oh, stop already. Stop. First of all, bitch.
Oh, by the way, trigger warning, everybody. This woman is awful.
First of all, this woman has the darkest eyes of any creature I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah,
like bitch, your eyes are fucking soulless. Number one, and two, how the hell are you gonna speak out against Christian nationalism when you're wearing a fucking cross around her neck? Thank you. I was literally about to say that.
Crucifix. Oh my God, this woman is awful, dude.
By the way, the meme that I wanted to use for this is to just like have a picture of Jesus and just say hallelujah. Like the old classic tune.
Yeah, sorry guys, the white woman is about to explain
why she's a moron.
Why blacks need affirmative action. Let's go.
Supreme Court justice just deemed affirmative action unconstitutional.
Because it is.
It made you idiots on the right think it's about fairness and merit. The same
yeah, it is.
It is, yes.
Fairness and merit that got C student Jared Kushner into Harvard because his daddy pledged $2.5 million to the school.
Okay, yeah, we just covered. Well, we just covered this.
And also, that has absolutely nothing to do with affirmative action.
No, we just they keep complaining.
You were just trying to bash Trump, and this is like the most pathetically lame-ass way of doing it. This has nothing to do with affirmative action.
Also, Jared Kushner, like she wants to tie that to Trump.
Yeah, of course.
Jared Kushner is not Trump's son.
Yes.
Jared Kushner is Trump's son-in-law.
Yes.
So blaming Trump for Jared Kushner getting into Harvard and paying over $2 million to do so, yeah.
Ironically, you just look anti-Semitic.
Duh. But because that's how they. Yes. Okay, yeah. They get in because they paid $2 million. Did Joy Reid pay $2 million? Did Clarence Thomas pay $2 million to go to Harvard? We're all talking about Harvard.
Just out of curiosity, you people should want legacy student admissions because you constantly fucking bitch that almost said affirmative action, that college students' rates are too fucking high. Well, if you got more legacy students, college wouldn't be so high because the legacy students are doing all the funding.
To pay for it, yeah. There you go.
A wealth he acquired by being a white-collar criminal.
Yes, whereas Joe Biden definitely has not done any of that.
Joe Biden, not a... Did she also... She's talking about Trump, though.
Yes.
She's talking about Trump. But talking about Jared Kushner.
Yeah,
does she
I know,
not know
again.
that Jared Kushner is not Trump's biological son?
No, I don't think she knows that. By the way, just out of curiosity, am I the only one who looks at this woman's face and just like wants to punch her?
She's scary looking. Also, lady, it does appear that you think that Jared Kushner is Trump's biological son. Do you know what Donald Trump's name is? It's Donald Trump.
Yes.
Do you know what Jared Kushner's name is? It's
Kushner.
Jared Kushner.
Yeah, and he's a Jew.
Maybe she lives in such a fucking whacked out leftist version of the world. She just assumed he took his wife's name.
Oh, fucking no.
Nah, bitch.
That fairness and merit. The same fairness and merit that makes colleges like Harvard University admit legacy students at a rate of 33%. That means if your rich mommy or daddy or grandpappy went to the school, you get in too.
Yeah, because they paid a bunch of money.
They paid a bunch of money, yes.
That's why.
Yes.
Because they put money into the school. A lot of money, usually.
Yes.
Fairness and merit. And to all the white women, conservative white women out there, the loyal sidekick to this kind of bullshit.
Hello.
Hi.
This affects you too.
Oh, does it?
Because you know who benefited the most from affirmative action? White women. For you.
By the way,
can I wait, just wait. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Nick, do you know what I hate? You know what I hate about this woman? Oh, so many things. But I'm gonna be honest.
The list is long. Yeah.
Yes, but like this is the point that I wanted to make. If you were to just look at this woman, right? Picture like remove the background. Can you just like picture this woman just on her own, right? And picture her as a character in a movie or a television show. Okay? Yeah. From the first two sentences out of her mouth, tell me you wouldn't be able to guess 99% of her personality.
She's a villain. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I mean, like as far as like what you see in the day-to-day in the sort of media sphere, you know exactly what she's going to say.
Yeah.
Yes, in that case, this is why I don't say that. This is why I say like creatures like this are not really human because you just parrot the talking point of the regime. There's nothing about you that's unique or individualistic or interesting. You're just a lemming.
No. Yeah, she's just repeating these things. Now, here's the thing. I want to get to her point about white women, benefiting from affirmative action.
You guys vote against your own interests all the time. What the fuck do you care?
See that point right there. Vote against your own interests by, like, but what does that mean? But what does that even mean?
Because I personally, as a white woman, as you are, lady, as well, by the way, would like to be judged based on merit, not based on my genitals. Voting against, and she says the quiet part out there again. They can't help themselves with this issue. For some reason, they can't help themselves. I don't know what it is. This issue, they can't help it. That let me go back. The women vote against their own best interests, meaning against being treated unfairly, getting special treatment because you were born a woman. That's what she means by voting against your own best. That's what she means by she's voting against your own best interests. Mr. Scary the Terry for 20 says, with the upgraded visuals slowly creeping into podcasts, I have a question that only Crush My Skull here will understand. When will Discord triggered animated VTuber light avatars be possible?
Basically, when are we gonna have avatars of ourselves on the screen?
Oh, I talked to Penny. She's really booked about doing animated VTuber things. And would you do that? Like that way you'd have to get a webcam, but you wouldn't be on screen, you know?
I don't think you can do it with a webcam.
Well, yeah, you have to use the webcam so that
I have a webcam, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could go on camera right now, actually.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to do it on stream.
I could.
If you wanted to do a face reveal, this is unexpected.
Right now, I'm wearing an inappropriate T-shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It says, "Welcome to heaven if you're white and not gay."
Oh my god! I don't have a webcam. I need to get one. I mean, I have one built into my laptop, but I just don't have one on my desktop.
Yeah.
I thought about doing it though, Mr. Scary Terry. Thank you for the $20. Galactic Emperor Schlurm for 2 says Kushner's actual dad went to prison. I mean, I'm not surprised by that or anything, but that doesn't mean anything about Jared. It doesn't say anything about legacies and why legacies get into places like Harvard. They get into places like Harvard and Princeton because their parents give a bunch of money to them. You know, the problem was she acted like Jared Kushner was Trump's son.
For God's sake, I'm not a fanboy cat. I basically look like a cross if Giga Chan had a baby face.
You're not a femboy cat, huh? I actually regenerated a new one.
It just sounds like I'm giving birth.
Whoa, that one was just scary.
That's fucking terrifying.
That
That sounds like so drunk. That sounds like me trying to say woo just in a very drunk way. Like I'm an old man.
Let's try this one. Let's try this one real quick. Okay, see.
I will not be peer pressured. I'm generally terrified by this because one day Aiden is just going to replace me on the podcast entirely with just an AI voice.
Maybe let's try to get this one. I'm just like... That was really good.
Like, is it like pronunciation-wise or?
Yeah, it was pretty good in general. Someone in the chat knows what that means.
I don't want to know. Is she making me swear in another language?
No, I'd never make you swear in another language.
Is it worse?
No.
Keebler apparently knows. My best friend is an asshole. Can you at least just Discord me what you're saying?
Yeah, it's fine. I could say it on stream. I'll just let you know. I made you say this. Which means What do you think about that, Stern?
Go to hell.
No. That's what I have to say about. That's what you have to say about that. Okay. Back to this.
I think that the boots of these rich people must taste like green bean casserole because you poor Republicans love to lick them.
Even though more
tap
people
into
donate
your
to the
racism.
Democrat than the Republican Party, which makes no fucking sense, you stupid bitch.
Yeah.
Don't tell you that the majority of the student body at these Ivy League schools already consist of students who come from the top 1%.
Yes, that's the way it should be, you dumbass.
It was, what was it, 30, what it accounted for all students, not just white ones. Everyone's got a different number on this, though. It was 23%.
Aiden, I swear to God, if you do that, I will beat you to pieces.
But it what?
Someone said make Spoon say he loves the cringe phrase. The D word. That ends with a Y.
Where is this?
Why? Stop it. Stop making me say things I never will.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that cringe phrase. No, I'd never make you do that.
Thank you.
No, why would they tell you the truth? They just tell you that poor Black and minority C students are taking the spots of smart A+ white students.
But they actually students,
are. But yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is
Joy
that is
Reid,
absolutely
Obama.
True.
Yeah.
That's...
Spoon said, I'm a pretty boy. No, I got no problem saying that, because it's true. I'm a pretty boy.
If you don't... I should translate it. It was, boku wa kawaii na otoko, neko otoko desu, which is, I am the cute cat boy. That's what I had to say.
God, I hate
And also,
you.
here's the thing, I put it, for a little bit of extra zing there, I put the referring to the self as boku, which is like a cutesy, boyish way of referring to the self, rather than, like, the adult way would be watashi.
Why do you make me sound gay?
Because it's funny. But I'll never make you say that you like that D word.
And you believe them. Back in 2016, when Donald Trump became president, I called all of this. And I was told time and time again I was over-exaggerating.
What did you call?
So let me get this straight. You're upset that the reality TV guy put 3 Supreme Court justices that got rid of affirmative action that the vast majority of people, even Democrats, approve of getting rid of.
Because it's unconstitutional.
You are a stupid bitch.
But she's Nostradamus here, man. She called all of this.
Does that mean
This
she's
woman
got a hump in the back?
this woman who doesn't even know that Jared Kushner is not Trump's son.
Spookbutt sounds like Donnie from Wild Thornberries.
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you, Galactic Emperor.
I could probably do an impression of Donnie.
She might have been referring to Kushner's actual father, but she conflated them so much.
What's the harm of letting a reality TV star buffoon be president of the United States?
What's the harm in letting a demented old man who has got his finger in every imaginable pot trying to use his position in the United States government over the course of 40 years to make his family rich with a crackhead son being president? Huh?
And showered with his own daughters. Allegedly.
One of those things is kind of worse than the others. A reality TV star or corrupt, demented old man.
You mean the reality TV star?
Yeah.
The buffoon who surrounded himself with right-wing extremists.
Except he didn't. In fact, it was Trump's biggest problem is that he
didn't actually
surround himself with yes men. And people betrayed him because he didn't.
When I was worried about things like Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Oh my God! Just
said,
stop! Just stop! Let me get this straight. This is why I hate women. Because of all the shit that is going on in the country, it doesn't matter if there's a war. It doesn't matter if inflation is high. It doesn't matter if the energy sector is crippled. No. The only thing that you fucking give a fuck about is sinking with your own fucking vagina.
Yeah.
How the hell can you give the power to vote, which is a responsibility, and the only thing that moves you to the fucking polls is the freedom to continuously to be sexually irresponsible?
Yeah. I mean, that's it. It's the only thing that you care about. That women as a bloc care about. And it's what fucked Trump to a certain
Who the hell is fucking this crazy bitch?
Oh, somebody.
So, something. Which one of you guys are busting nuts inside of this fucking bitch? Please stop doing that. Maybe you can give her something else to fucking vote about then.
Maybe, but that's the thing. It's all they care about is I need to be able to kill my baby, let's be honest, to kill a person. That's the only thing women seem to politically care about as a bloc. This is why, when you put it that way, kind of horrifying.
Yeah, this is why women shouldn't vote. Because you don't know how to actually vote for your nation. Because the only thing you care about is me.
Well, I wasn't expecting to transition into the Pearl thing, but do you want to do that next? Because we disagree on it.
No.
You don't want to do that next?
No, I didn't make a video on it, so.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to watch the Pearl video tonight. Oh well. We'll see what we get to.
Precedent. A precedent. The same thing those Supreme Court justices said it was right before they overturned it. What's next?
What?
You know what happened when Roe vs. Wade got overturned? All the people who live in democratic states, fuck all happened because it's still legal there. It's returned to the states, you stupid bitch. It just went back
to the states, you idiot. She's really clueless, man.
What more things do we have to roll back on?
I mean, a lot.
Let's see.
You want me to start?
the 19th Amendment.
Let's talk about 19. Yeah, let's talk 19. You're mad about Roe v. Wade? Let's talk 19. But then again, people got all mad at Pearl over that, and it's like, if you ask me that question, I say, well, I don't want anyone to vote.
And they've already convinced you that the entire LGBTQIA plus community are a bunch of groomers.
Well,
we keep seeing that. We don't need to be convinced of that.
Keeps happening.
Yes.
How
dare we believe our lying eyes?
Maybe they should stop doing it, and people wouldn't think that. I don't know.
What else are they going to deem unconstitutional?
The 19th
Amendment?
I'm
going to give you conservative...
Deem. It was unconstitutional. Ooh, look how mad she looks there, bro.
Yeah.
Who is this? Some random bitch from TikTok. But Spoon sent me this video, and it's just... She's just so emblematic of the left, right? She's just so full of hatred and this, spiteful, just...
Look how many hashtags on that thing. Jesus fucking Christ.
I think that's how TikTok works, though.
White women, a little heads up. The world that these rich, white, privileged men...
This was about Asian people going to university.
...have in mind doesn't include you either.
Yes, it does.
She's living in I guarantee, she's living in this fucking Handmaid's Tale fantasy.
Yeah, of course she does.
She lives in a total fucking fantasy world.
Of course, it's the realm of TikTok.
You're not going to thrive.
Yeah.
You're not going to benefit.
Yeah, because I would like my admission into university or whatever to be based on my
do you realize
merit,
what this woman just said?
not on my sex. Yeah,
you're not going
you
to
won't
benefit. You're not going to thrive. Basically, without affirmative action, you can't
Women
be successful.
can't succeed. But it's the same thing all the rest of them have been saying. Without this, it's exactly what Joy Reid said. Without this, women can't be successful.
Well done.
Without being treated in a sexist way, giving them special treatment. Without that, you will never succeed.
I love the way that these women think, or the way that they portray the world to be, is as if all men are sitting there in a big circle with fucking cigar smoking about, like, okay, how do we think of a way to screw over the women?
Yeah, are we gonna fuck with women today? Yeah, I know.
Like, dude,
You will be nothing
go on.
but a talking incubator.
Yep, there's the Handmaid's Tale thing. There
How
it
is this any different from you right now?
Well, it's like probably some weird fantasy or something.
Whose only purpose in life is to serve those white, privileged men. But
Yes,
hey,
because
if you're into that
just
sort of
by
thing,
the way,
I think you are from the way you describe that. By the way, I think maybe you are.
Yeah. Just by the way, out of curiosity, because I found something very funny. Because with you get these feminist bitches who constantly scream all day that we want to be strong and independent and all that shit. We don't need a man. When COVID hit, what did you people do? You suck the dick of the regime like the fucking anecdote was in it. You didn't dissent anything. You were constantly screaming at anything within a 5-meter radius of your fucking being to wear a mask. You do not want freedom and independence. You will do absolutely everything to be at the whims and under the boot of some oppression. You crave oppression and the desire to be dominated.
I mean, COVID was the perfect example. When all those videos, every video that ever went viral that I saw of anything of someone screaming at someone else for not wearing a mask, 95% of them, I think I saw like 1 or 2 guys, but 95% of them were women.
Yep.
Because they were like, you're not following the rules. Be subjugated like me.
And
I love being subjugated so much. By the way, I want you to vote or else.
Yes, and all the so-called conservative women you think are under the thumb of men, you know what they do? They told you to go fuck yourself. Because they actually liked their freedom and independence. You didn't do shit.
Yep.
It's almost like all of you feminists are a bunch of delusional jackasses.
Yep. I'm a little bit curious about the comments, but I'm not doing that. All right.
The comments were not. Some of them were friendly, and a lot of them actually kiss our ass, which is just.
I'm sure. That's what I figured. It's
yeah, this is what
Boston
my video
University.
was about.
School of Law offers therapy for students upset over recent SCOTUS rulings.
Can we just laugh at the irony of this?
I know.
We studied law, and the court decision that didn't go our way. We need therapy now. Dude,
I know. Law students. It's not undergraduates. It's law students.
Oh God.
These people are a minimum 22.
Okay. Just by the way, Aiden, out of curiosity, what would you rather have for a lawyer? These people or an AI?
Oh God, an AI than these people?
Yeah, because the AI doesn't have an emotion.
If I have to pick up between a AI lawyer, or a Harvard graduate who's needs therapy because they don't understand the fucking Constitution.
Yeah, give you the AI.
God, yeah. Boston University School of Law students were offered therapy after 3 controversial court decisions. BU law students, a government association statement sent out to law students on Friday afternoon denounced decisions. Email obtained by Fox News Digital. The student board began by lambasting the Supreme Court's decision in the Students for Fair Admissions case. Blah blah blah. Whatever. That's a thing. Here we go. The dissenting judges went so far as to say that the race-based admission system uses race as a negative and operates as a stereotype. The letter said, because that's what it does.
Yeah, that's true.
They may couch their opinion in legal jargon, but we all know this opinion aims to advocate for a colorblind admissions process. They say the word colorblind with bile.
Yeah.
These people are racists. They're really, really racist. They do not want people to be treated based on their merit. They want people to be treated differently based on their race. That's racist. Inherent. I know you want to define racism as power plus privilege, but no. By the real definition of racism, treating people differently based on the color of their skin, that's racist. So, yep, now they've got therapy. They can go get therapy if they're so upset.
I don't really think that's a good measure to look as racism, to be honest.
Yeah, do not. I wouldn't be super keen on hiring any recent graduates of Boston U's law school. Dear God. So, but Harvard, here it is. They're not backing down. Dear members of the Harvard community, today SCOTUS delivered its decision. The court held that Harvard's college admissions system does not comply with the principles of the Equal Protection Clause embodied in Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. The court also ruled that colleges and universities may consider in admissions decisions an applicant's discussion of how race affected his or her life, be it through discrimination, inspiration, or otherwise. It will certainly comply with the court's decision.
No, you
now,
won't.
as soon as this went through, that's what they're going to do. As soon as this went through, I was like, oh, well, they're just going to look at admissions letters. That's going to be what they're going to give massive priority to admissions letters. Now, here's the thing. You can lie on your admissions letter, can't you? What's stopping you? They can't find out if you're black or white because they're not allowed to, by law. They're not allowed to find out if you're black or white. That's the part that's been barred, right? You can't make decisions based on that. So just say you're. I mean, if I was a young, well, they might be able to still look it up. They really shouldn't. They should be blind. But just make up how you're oppressed, and how are they going to find out? State your race as black? I don't know. Why not? Why don't just lie on all of this stuff? What's stopping you? They're saying that admitting black people for this diversity thing matters more to them than anything else. So now they're going to look at essays. So just write whatever the fuck you want. Make up a story of how oppressed you are. If I was someone applying to go to college right now and I want to go to Harvard, I'd make up the biggest fucking story of oppression and discrimination ever.
Yes. Tell me how you're oppressed by attending one of the most prestigious colleges in the world.
What are they going to do? I mean, what are they going to do? Write a story about how you're a one-legged black trans lesbian and just go with it. As long as it's believable, they're going to be like, oh my God, this person, wow, they get so many oppression points.
Yeah.
We write today to reaffirm the fundamental principle. That's it. That's all that really matters. They just sent out a letter already saying, we're going to look at essays now. We are absolutely committed to race-based admissions. So now we're going to look at the essays more heavily. Just telling you. I thought after all of this diversity hiring stuff, affirmative action, which has already come out a little bit, but this was particularly funny.
How have these other states that already have banned affirmative action programs implemented that? I think that could provide a roadmap, perhaps, for the rest of the country. I mean, is there an alternative that some states that you know of have been able to?
How do you diversify without taking race into account?
What do you mean? Diversity of opinion.
That tells you the whole thing about diversity is just race.
Oh, it's just race. Well,
yes.
and sex and gender identity. It's all leftist bullet points. None of it is about what does it bring? Why is it better? Why is diverse better? Why? Explain.
I can tell you why.
I want her to, but obviously, why is diversity better? Why is diversity automatically good?
Are you asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not good in that sense. It's just a mask, because if you were to just let people take its course, the superiority of races, for some reason that in academia is the only thing that matters, is where it will really kick in. This is the thing. This is why I said the thing about genetic superiority is weird. Is that when black people are dominant in athletics, that's somehow fine.
No problem.
Yes,
right.
but when Asians kick the shit out of everybody else in intellect, that's somehow a threat.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
It is curious, but
kind of weird.
But you're right though, because it is that case. Like, nobody really has a problem because they're with blacks being overrepresented in athletics.
Yes.
Because like people want to see and have the best athletes.
Yes.
Right. But for some reason, when it comes to academia, which is supposed to produce people who are going to, become engineers, build buildings,
yes,
make breakthroughs in science, then we don't care about merit. We care about diversity. But we don't have a problem with diversity in athletics for some reason.
Yeah.
Cute. Real cute, that.
It's also just kind of saying that black people are only good at these things. It's kind of in a way.
But that's what they keep saying.
That.
They keep doing it. And it's like, it's so bizarre. It's so overtly racist. I mean, in a way, like, people would call you racist again for, I'm sure, for what you said, that, genetic superiority thing, even though we went over it and explained it, I think, well. But this is, like, these people are, I mean, they're just straight up saying blacks are inferior. And cannot do this. That's what they're saying. It's astonishing just the bald-faced levels of racism on display all over the news cycle for the last, week or so.
You're diversifying, people's income. Clarence Thomas.
What the hell does that mean?
You're
diversifying someone's income. What, are they earning more than just dollars?
No, she means also she realized that she fell back into just get black people, because then she said, oh no, people have different economic backgrounds. That's what she was saying there.
It's like Orwellian doublespeak shit.
But that's going to be another thing too, is that they're going to say, well, we need more low income. We can judge by income, not by race. And that's how I think they're going to hope they get black students, right? Is by picking low income students. But guess what? You're going to get a lot of white students, a lot of Asian students, a lot of Hispanic students. You're not going to get the black students that you want clearly from this. And clearly this is a thing. This is a thing clearly with black people. It's not with any other racial group in the United States where this is such a big issue. This is a thing for black people. I don't see the Hispanics getting upset about this. I mean, obviously this was conducted by Asian people. Where are there Hispanics that are all mad about this? They tend to have, slightly lower test scores and GPAs in the United States. Where's the Hispanics? It's all black people complaining about white people, even though this had to do with Asians. Wow. It's just really telling.
Criticize affirmative action. That's one of the reasons why he graduated from Yale, and we know that's one of the reasons why he's on the Supreme Court.
So everyone else stopped short of saying that his SCOTUS appointment was diversity hiring. She just said it.
Out of curiosity, if Clarence Thomas was put on the Supreme Court for diversity purposes, yes. Does that mean
about Ketanji Brown Jackson?
Yes, okay, but no, here's the thing. Does that mean that Joe Biden is against affirmative action?
It would, yes, because Biden tried really hard to keep Clarence Thomas off.
Good point.
But also, if Clarence Thomas is an affirmative action hire, because remember, they hate this thing. They struggle with it because if they admit that the person's affirmative action hire, then they have to kind of admit that they're not there by merit. But if Clarence Thomas is affirmative action hire to SCOTUS, then so is Sotomayor, so is Ketanji Brown Jackson, so is what's the other old woman? I mean, there's ACB, but Kagan. Yeah. then they're all freaking diversity hires, aren't they? Yeah. And you wouldn't want to call them that because it has a negative connotation. But it's fine when you say that about Justice Thomas.
Isn't it fantastic that almost half of the Supreme Court are just affirmative action hires? That should tell you something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on it. Do you think ACB and Clarence Thomas are?
No, I don't think Amy Coney Barrett's one is because she just basically held up a blank note and went, yeah, this is all in my head because I'm a boss bitch.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that, but that was really awesome. But you have 3. So it's a third. There's 9 justices, and 3 of them are, I think objectively, they're just there because, I mean, Sotomayor, Latina woman.
There is something about her that's actually quite charming.
Who, Sotomayor?
No, Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh, yeah, I like ACB.
Isn't part of his argument, you're not giving enough credit to people of color, that they can accomplish what it is you're saying affirmative action is intended to help accomplish?
The problem with that argument is that the issue is not the credit being given to people of color. The issue is the credit being given or the decision on the decision maker side. Yes. That's the problem. The problem is never about whether people are qualified. The issue is whether those qualifications are going to be judged properly by people who are making decisions in such a way that is going to allow the continued access to these spaces by people who have been historically denied them.
That's a cope and a half.
Do you understand? Well, do you understand what he said?
Yes.
Is that getting into the college?
Even with the test scores, yes, they will just be denied because they're black.
They'll just
Why?
And it's not about merit. It's not about merit. Obviously. Why would they be denied just because they're black? Harvard's already said they're not going to do it. I mean, obviously, all these universities are going to, because they still want to keep up the pretense that they're diverse and woke.
So let me get this straight. Without affirmative action, they wouldn't be getting into the college. But through affirmative action, race needs to be a consideration. But if race is not a consideration, they will not be let in because they don't want diversity.
Clearly.
How does that make any sense?
Don't think about it, Stewart. It doesn't. Now, I wanted to end this segment, which was long, but this was the big news this week. I mean, it happened last week, technically. It was on Thursday.
I don't understand how any of this makes any sense.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. We did cover some of this on Thursday, though, because when it started to really pop off, but things have escalated since then, obviously. But I wanted to play for a little bit of a time warp, just what Clarence Thomas has to say about Joe Biden. This is short, so just gonna jump right into it.
We know exactly what's going on here. And to pretend that it's for some other reason, stop. Do I have like stupid written on my back, the back of my shirt? I mean, come on, we know what this is all about. This isn't about what they say it's about, so people should just tell the truth. This is the wrong black guy. He has to be destroyed. Just say it. Then now at least we're honest with each other.
Confirmation hearing, and he's right. Just say the truth. Say what it is. It's not about in his case. It's not about race. It's that he's
black with a difference of opinion.
He had a different opinion. No diversity of opinion. Only diversity of skin color, sex, gender identity, whatever. That's the only diversity they care about. They do not. They hate diversity of ideas. Everyone has to think the same.
Yeah. Diversity is a slogan, not a definition.
He knew he was going into the trial of his life with the Senate, run by the Democrats.
Who we got there on the left?
Biden.
Joe Biden.
The hearing will come to order.
We knew it was in the line.
Do you think Joe Biden's been replaced by a body double? just saying, because when I see him from 30 years ago. How the fuck do I react
with that kind of conversation?
Because Bill brought up to me earlier that he's like, just like Biden's is not like it's not him. It really does not look like him.
I said this to you like yesterday or the day before. If someone said to me they were replaced with a body double, I probably would believe them actually.
Yeah, right. It's just weird looking at him, 30 years ago.
Lion's Den.
Good morning, Judge. Welcome to the blinding lights.
God, his smug shit drives me nuts.
Finding out what you mean when you say that you would apply the natural law philosophy to the Constitution is, in my view, the single most important task of this committee.
Senator Biden,
which is ironic because you don't do that now as president.
Mm-hmm.
How did that go?
Who knows? I have no idea what he was talking about.
I just want to make sure we all know what we're talking about here. You and I know at least what we're talking about here. There's a fervent and aggressive school of thought that wishes to see natural law first.
Do you think that fucking Clarence Thomas said that? What the fuck is this dumb white boy talking about?
look at his face. He has no goddamn clue what Biden. I don't know what Biden's saying either.
Biden doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
And this is when he was supposed to be, cogent.
Further inform the Constitution than it does
inform
now.
The Constitution.
Argued against by the positive.
Yeah, your job as SCOTUS to inform the Constitution. Didn't you know? Not to be informed by, to inform the Constitution.
I thought the job of a SCOTUS was to interpret the Constitution.
Obviously, to interpret, informed by. It's like
fucking
even
weird.
when he's just.
He was always an idiot.
And he loves the sound of his own voice. See, he's just prattling on here, saying things that make no fucking sense because he just likes hearing himself talk. And you want my real opinion? I think he wanted to intimidate Thomas. I really think that's what
could intimidate a fucking child.
No, but I think that was it.
Actually,
we know how he feels about.
I'm going to take that back.
Oh, that's true. Biden certainly could intimidate a child, but I think that, I think he was trying to be like, oh, I can keep you off this. And then I think he thought of a certain word in his head that starts with an N. Just an opinion. I don't know. Maybe. I'm being solipsistic. I'm just judging from his behaviors. But Biden clearly hated. If you look through some of the old footage of the hearing of the first for Clarence Thomas, he hated this guy. And coming back to bite you in the ass, isn't it, Joe?
Led by Judge Bork. Now again, that may be lost on all the people. You know and I know what we're talking about.
No, we don't.
I have to be perfectly honest with you. You sit there and you have no idea what they are talking about. All I know is that he was asking me these questions about natural law.
Someone may apply it in a way, like Moore, who leads him in a direction that is, quote, liberal. You may apply it in a way that leads you in a direction that's conservative. or you may, like many argue, not apply it at all.
What?
But it is a fundamental question that is going to be almost impossible for non-lawyers to grasp in an exchange. But you know and I know it is a big, big deal. And in conclusion,
one of the things you do in hearing
like, again, this is like, no, you know and I know. Nobody knows what the hell you're saying, Joe.
is you have to sit there and look attentively at people you know have no idea what they're talking about.
That would end the segment on that.
Oh
now,
my god.
SCOTUS, gay cakes. Gay cake thing is back. No more gay cakes.
Fantastic.
That's weird. Come on, Fox News. What the fuck?
It's the Baker thing all over again.
That's weird. What's going on? Hang on, either Fox News is down or there's something wrong with this link.
Was not working.
Oh, there. Weird. The Fox News link I have is not working.
How did I get here? Yeah, we're asking ourselves that Joe Biden asks himself that every day.
Every day. Either that, maybe they got rid of that link.
How did I get here?
That's really weird. Did they take down this article?
Maybe.
They did. Wow. Okay, that's weird. Whatever.
Is there a archive link for it?
Oh my god, it's fine. I just don't know why they took it down. Now I'm curious, but I don't know. SCOTUS rules for designer who doesn't want to make wedding websites for gay couples. AP is supposed to not be biased, but they are. In a defeat for gay rights.
Based.
How? How is it a defeat for gay rights?
At this point in time, anything that beats back the gays, I don't give a fuck about.
That you can't compel someone else to say or do something against their will. Because that's what this is about. It's about compelled speech and compelled action.
I thought that one of the basic elements of capitalism is that you have the right to just say no. You're not entitled to somebody's service.
But that was, again, it was an unconstitutional ruling that said no. If someone comes to you and says you have to bake my cake for my gay wedding, or that I want you to bake a cake for my gay wedding, and by the way, going back to that whole debacle, the issue with that was that the people who did that, they shopped around. They went to like 30 different bakeries until they found one who said, no, I won't do that, because it's against my faith.
Yes.
It goes against my religion. And then they took it to SCOTUS.
It was basically just a cash grab.
Yes, of course it was a cash grab. The whole thing was for attention. Went all around Colorado, I think, or wherever it was. Yeah, Colorado. And trying to find a bakery that wouldn't bake the gay cake. Found one, and then it goes to SCOTUS. And now it becomes, because using that as a precedent, it became, well, you can't refuse to do anything. You can't refuse to do or say anything that a protected class tells you to do as a business owner. I mean, within reason, I guess, but I mean, who knows how far they would have liked to have taken that. It's like, actually, I demand that you fuck me in the ass. I don't know, because I'm really into that. Offer me that service. I don't know. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Someone's gonna clip that, by the way.
Right. That's being absurdist. But I mean, what would it have to be? Like, wedding cakes are pretty. What is something else where it's custom made? Yeah, where like I need you to make me
a glass dildo.
Yeah, go to a glass blowing company or glass.
Give me something that I can use to fist my own ass.
And say, I demand you make me a dildo. You know, it's just like, that was the thing, is that you couldn't, and if you said no, they said, well, you're discriminating against me based on my sexual orientation, and therefore, yeah, I'm gonna sue you and win because it's upheld by the Supreme Court. Fucking ass, man. SCOTUS conservative majority ruled on Friday that Christian graphic artist who wants to design wedding websites can refuse work with same-sex couples. By the way, you know the thing about this case that's also bizarre. She hadn't even started her business yet.
Oh yeah.
She was just advertising it. She was just advertising it. And this is another way you know this was on purpose. Someone just found this and was like, oh, I'm sure maybe somewhere it said that she was a Christian. They found out she was trying to start making websites, for weddings or whatever. And they're like, oh, good. I know a way. I'm going to try and destroy this person's life. Because that's what these people do. Try and destroy other people's lives based on politics. One of the court's liberal justices wrote in a dissent that the decision's effect is to mark gays and lesbians for second-class status. No! Just go someplace else. Go anywhere else. In both of these cases, you had to go find a Christian. Go find anybody else. Instead of forcing people to speak for you. Demanding that they do an action that I don't even care. I mean, I know that the faith thing is basically the way that it was argued, and that is a big part of it legalistically. But realistically, you shouldn't be compelled to have any kind of speech at all. By the way, it's something that I saw about this. One of the things I saw about this is that a bunch of businesses started putting signs in their windows. I didn't save any of these pictures, but I did see these. Started putting signs in their windows that would say, "If you're a Christian, we don't serve your kind." Essentially, like putting up, I mean, seriously. And as
like the old racist,
right? Yeah, no, blacks allowed or whatever.
We don't serve your kind around here.
You don't serve your kind. But I saw a whole bunch of them all over Twitter. Oh, yeah, we don't serve Christians here, and it's like, okay.
Hey, beautiful woman, we don't serve your kind around here. Now Skeeter, she ain't hurting nobody.
Here's the thing. That is such a reverse own that they can't even understand that it's hilarious. Because if I saw a flag on the front of a business that had or a sign from the business that had a gay flag and said like we don't serve conservatives, I hate you. I'm like, well, thanks for letting me know. I'll never shop here again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now I know that you hate me, so I won't go there. Okay? It's that simple. I will take my business elsewhere. I mean, again, like they think it's a huge own, and you're allowed to do it. By the way, you're allowed to. I have no problem. You say I don't want to serve conservatives, fine. That's absolutely fine. But thanks for letting people know where they don't want to shop. I mentioned this before. That there was I talked about it last week. The crepe place that had the big Zelensky thing in front of it. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know where I don't want to shop. Right. So. That's just the TLDR on this one is, no more gay cakes. You can't be compelled to provide services that involve speech which would involve writing gay couples' names on a cake anymore. You can't be compelled to speak because that's your freedom. For some reason, for the last, how long has it been? 10 years or something like that. 8 years. Or maybe 6. I don't know. It feels like forever. It has been the law of the land in the United States that if someone tells you to say something and they're part of a protected class, you can't say no. It's part of your business. That is absolutely unconstitutional, and it is right for it to have been overturned. But of course, they're crying about this too.
Suppose that we...
Well, that's a particular message. But I looked and to your...
Just audio.
Proposed website, and I turned to page 51. It says, save the date, Lily and Luke, November 17, 2017. So what's the message if it says save the date, Lily and Lillian, or Lily and Mary? What's the message there?
It's that they're gay, and she's a Christian, and doesn't approve of homosexual relationships. What's the message, Sotomayor? That they're gay. It's not difficult.
That's an invitation to celebrate a marriage.
But why is it your invitation? I go to a wedding website. It's something that I send, meaning you, your client.
Because she coded the website. She had to write the text, so it's her message.
I send it to my family and friends, or Lily and Luke send it to their family and friends. You don't send it. They go to this website.
Is Sotomayor so stupid? She doesn't understand how websites work.
I don't even know what the hell she's actually even talking about, if I'm being brutally honest.
She's saying that it's not compelled speech because this woman who's making the website is not disseminating the website. But she's made it. She was forced to write.
She made the website. What the fuck?
I know. That's why I wanted to... This is the caliber. You know what? Speaking of the affirmative action on Supreme Court, we looked at some of the things Ketanji Brown Jackson had to say. Here's Sotomayor showing off her bona fides.
Or lack thereof.
You're not inviting them to the wedding. Lily and
you were forced to
Mary
write
are.
it.
So how has it become your message?
In the same way that it is the message of a ghostwriter who writes an anonymous press release or a book, it is still that writer's speech. The whole point of the compelled speech doctrine is to ensure that...
What's the limiting line of yours? Justice Kagan asked you about another website designer, but how about people who don't believe in interracial marriage?
Oh my
Or
god,
about
what the
people
fuck
I know,
is-
What does that have to do with anything? But you know what?
It's how can I get more of my leftist talking points in this fucking courtroom? That's basically
But you know what? Fine. If you manage to find a person who makes wedding websites, and they're like, well, I'm here to serve all of your wedding website needs, unless you're an interracial couple, cringe, in which case, nah, I won't do it. Well, then you lost business. And by the way, I always say about the gay cake thing, if that word gets around that you, like we're really mean about it or something, if you or somebody says, I will not make a website, I will not make a cake for interracial couple, which is way, like, in terms of where society is at, and there's no religious aspect there, right? Far less socially acceptable is what I'm saying. I'm getting at than the gay wedding thing.
Can you imagine if the founding fathers were alive today and saw this shit? They would think like, "What the fucking hell is wrong with our country?" How
I
did
think
we
they
get
might
here?
reconsider that separating from the monarchy thing, but maybe just a little bit. Maybe more on making George Washington king. And speaking of, I've left it in the pinned comment,
Imagine
but
Hamilton.
I did put it.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Hamilton would go back. We've made a mistake. Like Washington, Jesus Christ, horrible things have happened.
Or who wouldn't? Jefferson, Adams, they all would have been like, fuck. I've left in the pinned comment.
Jefferson would have been against it because Hamilton was for it, and they hated each other.
They hate each other.
Who was it? I think it was Hamilton or Jefferson said like, "There's nothing I want to do more than hit you over the head with a chair." They
quote. I don't remember who said it though.
Yeah, I think it was Hamilton who said that. Or Jefferson may have said that about Hamilton, but those two hated each other.
Yeah.
We're obviously
one
more
last-
Hamiltonians.
Right. There's a link to a video I put together today that says late 4th of July video. There is I showed it to Bill and he said that it's a very, very pro-democracy, pro-America video essentially. And I was like, yeah, but you want to look at that Hamilton quote. The Hamilton quote is I think deceptive in it, which is that if we were to, I'm paraphrasing it now, but it's something like, if we were to go too far into democracy, then we would shoot ourselves into monarchy. I mean, which is what he's saying is, and it's one of a couple ways. There's a couple ways you could interpret that. Is that the will of the people left
To their own
unrestrained
devices would
to their own
gravitate
devices
towards a monarch.
will gravitate towards a monarchy either of their own volition or because they'll destroy the society.
Yes, to the point where a
And-
monarch is necessary to fix the
Yep.
shit show.
It's one or the other. So I mean, that appears to be what Hamilton's saying in that quote.
That's kind of curious because it basically says when left to its own devices, people will naturally gravitate towards a king, and if the people don't get their way, such a corrupt force will take its power. The only way to get rid of the corruption will be a king.
Yep.
Curious. And this is
Curious,
America's
yes.
founding fathers.
I know.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's
Ronnie
very
Robo in the
interesting.
chat does ask, "Where's Justice Dankula?" He wasn't present for this this particular meeting.
Oh my
apparently.
god, some of the
We read some of them last week. They're hilarious. Dank's tweets.
I can't believe people actually think he's an actual justice. It's like, dude.
Because these are the people who are getting upset, acting like they understand any of this stuff. They also think Dankula is a Supreme Court justice. It's
His
just hilarious.
name
They
is
just-
Dankula,
Dankula.
for God's sakes. Like, do you not just like look at his name like, oh, you're horrible? I'm like, dude, how are you
They're really
falling for
dumb.
this?
They're really dumb, dude.
It's oh my god, like it's almost it's depressing if it wasn't so hilariously funny.
I know.
Disabled people should get married.
The lawyer really waffles here, by the way.
I think
I don't know if
I
this is
would
the lawyer
too,
or
just
just the woman
because
herself.
I think it's because the lawyer's like, what the fucking hell is this bitch talking about? This makes no sense.
Well, I think she's actually, I don't know if it's the lawyer. I think she's actually talking to the woman here. But, I mean, I would have said what I just said, but she's just a normal person who's not probably very
Lawyer
politically
speak.
involved.
Yes.
Yeah.
But do you ever think when you ever hear this kind of stuff that you just want to go, can you morons stop with the lawyer speak and just speak plainly because you just sound so up your own ass?
Well, I mean, I talk in a lot of academic jargon. So,
Yes,
I
but it
understand.
just makes me just go, oh, what are you actually saying? Then I can hear what a normal person
Right,
says, and I
right.
go, this is what they're actually saying. Why do they sound like a bunch of fucking fruitcakes?
Well, when you're involved in a field that uses jargon, it can be sometimes very difficult to break out of it because, particularly when you're working on an issue
I
in the
think-
field. Look, I would say this: we don't use jargon in academia, at least I can speak to, and largely in legal issues as well, as much as I know about jurisprudence, which isn't a whole lot, but as much as I've read legal documents and stuff. We're using it because it makes sense to other people in that field. And actually, it is jargon, but it is also shorthand. You're trying to explain a complicated idea in a short. So, like, you know, if I say de-individuation, like, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. Like, what does it mean, de-individuation? Well, de-individualized, right, is what you can get from it if you didn't understand what. But when I say de-individuation, saying that one word, big word, you know, but it has a whole bunch of connotations to another academic who knows what de-individuation theory is.
Yes.
So there's a reason why they speak in this way. It's because, well, Sotomayor's probably just, I don't know why she's doing it, but normally, like, there's a reason why that's this kind of coded language. It's actually to convey really more complicated ideas in shorter.
See, I would normally agree with that, but I'm still gonna contend you sound like a fag.
Yeah. Oh no! Did you say this word? Did you say it? He said the slur.
Where's the line?
It's 2 hours in. We're fine.
I choose to serve whom I want. If I disagree with their personal characteristics like race,
yeah, you should be able to.
I can choose not to sell to those people.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Yes,
it's going to have deleterious effects on your business. But, I mean,
that's like how any sane society would function.
I mean, they've been doing this for years. Of like, we don't serve conservatives. That stuff with this is not new. Like, conservatives, get out. We don't want your business. Fuck off. They've been doing that for years. But so again, discrimination based on political belief, fine, and race, fine, as long as you're white. That's fine. Discrimination based on anything else, no. Now it's a big no-no. They're fine with everything else, though. Weirdly.
Not this website, because it's my speech.
Not at all, Your Honor. The Hurley framework provides that in a public accommodation context, the first thing the court looks at is the speech creator otherwise serving those in the protected class and expressing other messages? In the context of race, it's highly unlikely that anyone would be serving Black Americans in other capacities, but only refusing to do so in an interracial marriage context. But even in the context of putting in names...
I'm sorry, show me on your website. Show me on the pages of your petition for a writ of certiorari. Show me a page on that website that is an endorsement of a marriage as opposed to...
It's an invitation! That's an endorsement! Holy shit! Inviting people to the wedding is an endorsement! Oh my god!
I don't quite know how you don't see that, but okay.
Well, either one violates the compelled speech doctrine.
And it doesn't, and it doesn't matter if it's an endorsement or not. You're compelling her to speech. That's the problem. Which is why you fucking lost on this, because it's a terrible damn argument.
Show me a page on your website. It's attached to your petition. I'll start you on page 51.
Pages 53, 52, 54, 55, and 56 all represent an invitation and a celebration.
53 says our photo gallery. 54 says funny dating story. How is
all of you know, one of the things that triggers me more than anything is performative stupidity, right?
Yes.
Thanks again, Sitch, for that term. When a Supreme Court justice is being performatively stupid, that is next level.
It's like candy for your ears. What did I say?
You said the F slur. You said the
oh. Oh, sorry.
Is that your story, your photo gallery? It's the couple's photo gallery.
She made the website. She was forced to write the code, to write the text.
I didn't know just swearing gives people such great joy.
Dating story. It's their story, not your story.
And she wrote the website.
By the way, guys, pause for a moment.
Yeah, performative stupidity.
If people want to, like, if I do like a Patreon, I should just say like for $5 a month or whatever, there'll be like a exclusive one where I just say slurs for the fines.
Yeah.
I could probably actually do that. And just say like, hey, look,
be careful, man.
Like, you know, just like I'll put it on like Rumble or something.
Yeah.
And I'll just say like, here, like, yeah, or go to the service. I don't give a fuck, dude. If Jim can say the N-word like copious amounts and still be allowed,
that's true. You know, and Hard Bastard does that.
Yes, like he says the N-word and F-word in almost every stream. He just doesn't put it on YouTube afterwards. He takes it down. But yeah, like he straight up just says it. So yeah, I'm not that worried about it. I can put it on Rumble. If you Rumble, you can basically say the F word.
Yeah, you can say whatever.
Yeah, and I don't give a fuck.
Anyhow.
And basically, it's the story of the couple. It's a date
She had to
on
code
page
it.
51. 52 is our special day. 53
She
is
wrote the code.
RSVP.
She wrote the
Our
code.
photo gallery. 54 is a funny dating story. I keep looking at all of the mock-ups, and all of them relate to what Lily and Luke are saying or doing, who they are, who are their grooms, who aren't their, who's their bridesmaids. I don't understand.
Who's their grooms? Okay.
How is this your story? It's their story.
If you're asking whether, first of all, book authors,
I think that oh fuck, never mind. Okay, whatever. I think that the lawyer there actually was thrown off because she was so confused by what the fuck she was asking her. Like, yeah, but she has to code it. She has to put the code in. Of course, but judge is crying.
I don't think they know what that means.
No, maybe not.
The coded
But
website,
judges-
I don't think they know what that means.
Then you shouldn't be hearing it, should you? But I mean, then they need to have experts come in, and that's actually, I don't think that's true. Sotomayor is not that old, and that's what you get. You get in experts to testify on this in these kinds of cases where the judge might not understand the technology. But I think it's not that fucking hard. Justice Sotomayor, you know how Facebook works, right?
No.
You know that you write the thing into Facebook and then it appears on the website? Well, somebody had to make, you know how other people write things? That's how it works. I think it's you could explain this to boomers. I don't think she's that stupid. I mean, I don't think she's particularly bright.
That woman on the left always looks miserable as fuck.
She's very... What's that? What does her face remind me of?
Jill
Some kind of
Biden?
animal. No, she's got some... You know, I always like people to different kinds of animals. What does she look like to me? I'm trying to think. Is it a cat? Like a Persian cat, you know?
You telling me like the one that looks like a frozen chicken?
Something.
The Sphinx cat?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She looks like a sphinx. There it is, but with a wig on.
Oh god, she actually does, now that you mention it.
What does Butt Judge look like? I mean, you could just say the F slur again, but don't. Butt Judge, he's kind of weaselly, you know. It's like a badger or something. Anyhow.
That's offensive to badges.
Is this not gonna play?
Here with
Here
me
we go.
now is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Mr. Secretary,
Pronounce his
thank you
name
so
wrong?
much for joining me this morning. The Supreme Court ruled,
I
as
just
you
called him
know,
Mr.
that a
Butt Plug.
Christian web
Yeah.
designer is not required to make websites
Beaver, yeah, he's
celebrating
beaver,
same-sex weddings
beaverish.
due to her religious objections. Justice Neil Gorsuch argued that if the court had ruled the other way, then, quote, governments could force an unwilling Muslim movie director to make a film with a Zionist message. They could compel an atheist muralist to accept a commission celebrating evangelical
Thank you,
zeal.
Justice Gorsuch.
And they could require a gay website designer to create websites for a group advocating against same-sex marriage. Is there any merit to that argument?
Yes.
Yeah, all of it.
No, there isn't. And I think it's very
not. Explain, butt
revealing
plug.
that there's no evidence that this web designer was ever even approached by anyone asking.
So this is their cope, right? Is that she hadn't started the website yet. She just reported she had gotten asked this. But why would you take this to SCOTUS? She was probably terrified out of her fucking mind, because I guarantee it was some fucking activist who hunted her down. Christian, trying to fuck with a Christian wedding website designer. Gotta fuck with them. Why would this go to SCOTUS then? And by the way, it should have gone to SCOTUS either way. At the end of the day, butt plug, I don't even care if it's real or not, because it's about the constitutionality of it, because I care about the fucking Constitution. At the end of the day, I honestly don't care if this happened to her or not, because it could happen, and it has happened. See, the gay wedding cake issue that started all this shit. The gay cake.
That was fucking
It
ages ago
has
as well.
and does happen. Yes, and that was forever ago.
For a website
That's
for
what
a
started
same-sex
this.
wedding. Matter of fact, it appears this web designer only went into the wedding business for the purpose of provoking a case like this.
Oh yeah, that's something someone would reasonably do, right? That's a realistic thing. I'm not saying it's impossible, but come on. Now who's a conspiracy theorist?
And in that sense, I think there's something in common between this Supreme Court ruling and what we're seeing happening in state legislatures across the country, which is kind of a solution looking for a problem. In other words, sending these kinds of things to the courts and sending these kinds of things to state legislatures for the clear purpose of chipping away.
Solution looking for a problem. This is from the guy who said bridges are racist.
I know, right? I know. It's, again...
Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
The equality and the rights that have so recently been won.
You need a okay, you need a soundboard of me just saying fuck off on that phrase. Just fuck off.
Let's see.
You want to make one?
Hang on.
Fuck off.
That's pretty close.
That's very aggressive.
Yeah, that's
fuck off.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
That was
Irish.
very close to when you actually, we got a little, you do
fuck off.
There. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Hey, it's pretty good. It's not
That's
too
American.
bad. Yeah, well.
Everyone seems to be region coded.
Yeah, I mean, I've just regenerated it. It's just running the same.
Can you make it to the
algorithm.
epsilon?
We already did it. Okay.
Fag.
Oh god.
There we go. Let's see. Let's go back to
Pete butt plug.
That's the closest thing that sounds to my actual voice. That was pretty good.
That was pretty close,
that was
actually.
Pretty fucking good. I like to sound very partial about Mr. Buttplug.
Plus community. And when they're doing that, it's at the expense of so many other issues that Americans are asking for relief and support on. The kinds of economic
issues
that
about?
President Biden was emphasizing in his Bidenomics address about.
What? How the fuck do you relate the Supreme Court ruling to this?
It's completely divorced. I have no idea. It's completely
This is what happens when you take a cock up your ass for your entire life. It seems to fuck your brains out of your face.
Yeah, well, he's probably taking some in the mouth too. Dangerously close to the cerebrum, you know.
You trying to say he's full of shit?
No, I was trying to say he's fucked in the head, but yeah.
Yeah, same
Literally.
thing.
Low, how we continue lowering costs for American families.
What crack are you smoking? The inflation is massively still high, and your savings have been destroyed. You haven't done any of this, you lying little cocksucker.
I know,
Quite
and we just
literally
went
in
over
your
it.
case.
Inflation's through the roof, and nothing. Oh my God, nothing that the Democrats have done. It only increases inflation.
Like, this level of gaslighting should be like a crime against humanity.
You think so?
Relief from a situation that may have never happened in the first place tells you everything you need to know about this agenda to use every instrument of government, courts and legislatures,
make the government
to claw
bigger
back
and
at these rights for people who are just trying to go about their lives and just trying to be treated equally by.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Let's go back to the original fucking gay cake case. You weren't just. They were just trying to live their lives. They searched out the entire fucking state of Colorado to find a baker who wouldn't do it. They had 30 other bakers who had no problem. You found one. And as Justice Gorsuch said, I mean, the left would not be screeching like this if it was a Muslim who said that if you go to a Muslim halal deli or, butcher and demand that they cut up pork for you. Obviously. But you only have an issue with it when it's Christians not wanting to do your gay shit. That's it. You wouldn't have a problem with you wouldn't have a problem with the Muslim. You wouldn't have a problem with if an atheist said that they didn't want to make a Christian wedding cake, you wouldn't have a problem with that, would you? Because you hate Christians. Let's just be honest about it. This is anti-Christian, just like that other shit with anti-white. The affirmative action stuff is directly anti-white. They're showing their whole asses on this. This gay marriage stuff.
I'm kind of terrified of the idea of
SCOTUS
Buddy
decision.
showing his whole ass. I don't.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh well, he's shown it to a lot of people, I'm sure. But they can't help themselves. Again, they can't help themselves. You are displaying to everybody that it is not about equality. It's anti-Christian. It's not about equality in terms of admissions and outcomes at the universities. The outcomes, of course, is impossible, which you want to make it, but it is impossible. It's about being anti-white. I can't believe that things have gotten this bad. It's just the racism and the discrimination against white Christians is so absurd. And of course they'll call that a conspiracy, but then look at what they say. Look what they do.
Businesses and by the government.
Mr. Secretary, Ron DeSantis' campaign tweeted a video attacking President Trump for his past support for LGBTQ Americans, touted DeSantis' own record of restricting their rights.
We got the idea from Butt Plug. He is crying, he's seething. Because we got one more SCOTUS decision. We spent a long time on this. I don't know what we're going to get to tonight. Probably not much more. We'll see what we can get through. I told you, when you sent me that Breakfast Club clip, we meant to do another stream this week. I was like, holy shit. And it's like 45 minutes long. I went,
oh yeah, that is a hilarious clip. Within the first 30 seconds, I'm like, I'm going to smack the shit out of someone in this clip because, man, it was dumb as fuck.
Keza wanted to do the car stream Saturday, but if we have to split this into, which we might have to, we'll see. I'll talk to Keza about it. The SCOTUS rejects Biden's plan to wipe away $400 billion in student loan debt. I really wanted to get to this because I have a fucking couple things to say about it. So this was in the 6-3 decision. So it was 6-3, just like the affirmative action one. And I don't know. I think the compelled speech / gay cakes decision was closer. I think that was 4-5, or I think it was 4-5. But 6-3. It's the same 3 women, really. Who keep voting for this stupid shit that's unconstitutional. And this is too. The idea. Okay, so the court held that the administration needed Congress's endorsement before undertaking so costly a program. Majority rejected arguments that a bipartisan 2003 law dealing with national emergencies, known as the HEROES Act, gave Biden the power he claimed. Remember that, to $400 billion to pay off student loan debt, $20,000 for students who have this debt, was being put in place under an Emergency Powers Act. Biden, who once doubted his own authority to offer student loan forgiveness, said on Friday that he would push ahead with a new debt relief plan while blaming Republican hypocrisy for the decision that wiped out his original effort.
You know who was one of the first people to say that Biden doesn't have the power to do this?
Who?
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, well, yeah, he doesn't. It's ridiculous. He wants to get this passed through. And here's the thing. He doesn't really want to pass this.
No, it's just a vote getter.
This is a vote getter because he promised to do it. Right? He knew, but he promised something that he knew he couldn't actually do. And I was looking at some people I was reading about this on 4chan, right? We got the idea. They tried to get the rest of the country to pay $400 billion to put $20,000 towards each individual student's student loan debt, or former student's student loan debt. And I was reading about this on 4chan. And there's a lot of like NEETs and people who are really, if you think we're black-pilled or I'm black-pilled, man, dude, pull. I was seeing a lot of people on there being like, basically, well, I have debt and I don't give a fuck. I want my debt paid for because why not? It's free stuff. I want my free stuff, and that was very frustrating. And then I also got a message from a viewer who said that he was disappointed that the court had shot this down, and I understood where he was coming from because he was in the military. He's like worked hard his life, throughout his life, but he's got debt, and I do feel bad for people like that. But the people on 4chan who are just like, well, I have $100,000 in student loan debt and pay for it, bitch. Like their main argument that a lot of people were making is it's your fault. It's your fault that you don't have debt, that you didn't get in trouble like me, so you know to pay for me. It's such a bizarre I think they might have been trolling, but I saw it quite frequently, and I see that.
I was gonna say, I don't quite know what the hell that makes any sense. What the fuck?
No, I see that kind of sentiment on 4chan a lot. Is that like I'm a useless NEET, haha, pay for it, because they're very black-pilled. They're just like they're disconnecting from society, right? And they're anonymous, so they're saying whatever they think and feel. But it does kind of irritate me personally, because I'm someone who did everything right. I mean, I talked about this just last week before this happened, but I think just last week. But yeah, I got into my top choice universities: American, George Washington, Georgetown. Like some of which if I had gone to any would have almost assuredly result in me being an FBI agent of some sort of a federal agent, which case I would be again monitoring the stream, not talking on it. But
Bag.
none of those institutions gave me. American gave me this weird thing where it was like I would have to pay a full semester, the first semester, and then they would reassess and they would reimburse me if I met certain criteria. But it was, I didn't have the money to pay for one semester. One semester at American University was like $15,000 or something like that, $10,000. We're talking about the most elite schools. The most elite, you may not have heard of them, student. A lot of people out here might not have heard of them. But if you want to go work for the federal government, or if you want to get into politics, and you're not, most if you want to work for the feds, or if you want to become a politician, and I wanted to be an FBI agent, you go to one of those 3 DC schools. Those are the big DC schools that are, and they're super expensive. There's also George Mason, George Washington, Georgetown, George Mason, American. I got into a couple of schools that did give me scholarships. The only 2 gave me scholarships that were actually reasonable, and it was Virginia Tech and Xavier University in Cincinnati, a small Catholic university, way far away from where I was from on the East Coast. Not super far away, but in the Midwest. And I chose to go to Xavier because they gave me scholarships. That's why. I am sure I could have gone to, I could have gone to Georgetown, right? You know, GW, like my top choices, even before American. Those are my picks. But then I would have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. And the guy I was talking to in DMs, I said, like, I understand that when you're 18, it can be, you're a kid still, sort of. So it's like, oh, you don't necessarily understand what you're getting yourself into to a certain degree. But that can't be the rest of society's fault. Do you know what I mean? That you made a bad decision cannot, and it's unfortunate that you have to make that decision when you're 18, but you do. You are legally an adult. Only barely, but still. But you can't have the rest of society be forced to pick up your mistakes. Because who's going to pay for that? This is this idea of, like, where do you think this money comes from? The ultimate, at the end of the day, I would get taxed. I have to pay for you fucking up. Because I didn't fuck up. Do you know what I mean? That's ridiculous. It's such a ridiculous, insane idea. I know people fucked up and they spent a bunch of money going to colleges that they shouldn't have gone to, go to, if you didn't get into a college that gave you, a scholarship, go to community college. A lot of people do that. Go to community college for a year or two, show that you have a really high GPA, show that you're doing good work, then reapply to a different college. So that my uncle did that. My uncle, he graduated from Johns Hopkins, one of the best schools in the country. As an electrical engineer, not a doctor, but undergraduate. But he started out. He spent like 3 years in a this was a long time ago, but he spent 3 years at a community college, and then transferred to Johns Hopkins. What does it say on his diploma? Johns Hopkins University. You know what I mean? Like the idea. It's so ridiculous. It's so indicative of a lack of accountability, of personal accountability. I do feel for people who have made horrible mistakes in their lives and have all of this debt. And trust me, the colleges are absolutely predatory. They way overcharge, okay? But that doesn't mean that other people should pay for your mistakes. And that's like basically I think my only point on the student loan stuff. But except for that Biden is trying to weasel his way around this immediately. Here is Project Veritas. I'm going to speak through a little bit, but this is a guy from Director of Federal Policy, Chiefs for Change. This is one of the groups that's fighting for this, and they're going to talk about. He's going to talk about. By the way, I mentioned it in the previous article, but Biden's already saying we're going to find a workaround for this. It's unconstitutional.
We came to the
Oh, he's talking real fast.
And they do. Most of the I don't think even understand.
Wait, should I not tell anyone what you said? Yeah.
What the Biden administration's backup plan is, they may change the IDR program and raise the floor of what would be a zero payment to 80K. That's what they're going to do.
They would make more people eligible for 0 per month payments if you have $80,000 worth of debt. So see, like the guy I was talking to, he was saying like, well, it's a lot of payments per month, and I was like, wait, what? Because I mean, I came out of college. My mom helped me pay it off, by the way, too. But I came out of college with something like $20,000 worth of debt. What? Why? Oh, because I worked while I was going to college, and the money that I had in debt was, it might have been more than that, but the money I had in debt, it was rarely. I mean, the average person coming out of college was way more than like 20K in debt, and by the way, it all got paid off because it's not that hard to get out of 20K worth of debt, and that was mostly for like, because my tuition was almost entirely covered, but there was some fees that weren't covered. But I think that so I didn't have to pay. If I had no premium, like or what do you call it? I didn't have any minimum that I had to pay per month. It was just I could have just kind of sat on that for forever. But I didn't. I paid it off. But a lot of these people who are like, well, I need the student loan forgiveness, they never pay it off anyway. They don't because you really aren't. If you don't pay off a student loan, like almost nothing happens to you. It just fucks with your credit score. That's about it. And only then barely.
That would make more people eligible for zero per month, but yet that would that's
Have they not announced that yet?
No, yeah. The wings left is
$80,000, raising it to $0 interest, $0 per month on an $80,000 loan. No one's going to get paid. The universities are going to come trying to seek their money somewhere, somehow, by the way. And that's, by the way, what this is. This is the universities wanting their fucking money.
Cool.
Okay? This is not about helping the students, I don't think, at the end of the day. This is not the universities saying we want our fucking money. People aren't paying. Because guess what? We're in a depression. Well, we're in a minor depression. The economy's a bit fucked. But people haven't been paying for forever. And people, and they overcharge. Still, they're coming for their money.
Oh, they're waiting till this point.
They'll wait 6 Higher education doesn't know how to count. Second graders can count better than this. At the end of the day, you basically put a whole swath of federal government of middle class and poor people.
The Supreme Court has just blocked President Biden's plan to forgive up to $20,000 of student loans to millions of borrowers under the HEROES Act, ruling it as unconstitutional. Project Veritas has now learned the details of President Biden's unannounced Plan B to this strategy. Meet Mackenzie Motley, the policy director for Chiefs for Change, an influential nonprofit lobbying group that represents school superintendents. Motley shared with our journalists some insight into his work with the Department of Education under the Biden administration.
Wait, that's so cool. So you work with the Biden administration? Like, who do you work with?
Listen to fun. I do a lot of work in Congress, like the committees. That's my background. I teach government relations, like federal relations.
What do you do?
This is a hard one to hear.
So think of it this way. It's kind of quasi-lobbying. I'm not a registered lobbyist at the moment. I used to be, But think of it like having a client. And the client has certain concerns or things they're watching. And you know that Hill has certain concerns and things they're watching. My job is to watch, keep track of what are the concerns for my members, and translate that to the Hill.
So then does the Biden administration tell you what they want?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
The Biden administration outright tells them what to do. Outright tells them what to do. Where have we seen this before? Oh, everywhere? Everywhere?
Yeah, it's not unusual to get, we want this. Can you help? Sometimes I have to say yes. Sometimes I have to say yes.
We looked into Chiefs for Change to verify these claims and see just how much insight Motley could actually have into the education policies of the Biden administration. Aside from their CEO's 2021 letter to President Biden offering, quote, focused education recommendations, Project Veritas found several correlations between initiatives championed by Chiefs for Change that shortly became agenda items for the Biden administration.
Oh, they're all in bed
Increased
together.
funding for Title I, the Institute of Education Sciences, and Pell Grants, among others. Chiefs for Change receives millions in funding from several other nonprofits and foundations, including Blue Meridian Partners, a partner of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. According to Motley, not only had the administration expected their loan forgiveness to be struck down in the Supreme Court,
There it is.
but they also already have an unannounced, quote, backup.
So, as we said, Biden knew this would not fly because it is unconstitutional, and it's bullshit. All this was about appeasing really, really stupid voters. Oh, we're really trying to get you your student loan forgiveness. But the Supreme Court, those evil conservatives on the Supreme Court blocked us. Not because it's unconstitutional or anything, but because they're conservative and okay, cool, whatever. No, you knew it was going to fail because you knew it was unconstitutional from Jump Street. Okay.
It would radically change the current income-driven repayment program.
So you think they're going to stop student loans from being forgiven?
That's right.
What?
That's right. Yeah. So they're putting in a backup plan. So what the Biden administration's backup plan is, they may change the IDR program and raise the floor of what would be a zero payment to like 80K. That's what they're looking to do. And that would make more people eligible for zero per month, but yet that would be that's a payment. So they are working on it.
Just to be clear, it's not even like it is right now where you're still deferring. If you're not paying, it's zero and it's going to be credited as if you are paying it. And that not that you're in, I mean, by the way, like if you're not paying anything with student loans, they are very forgiving. I think mine was at like, I think mine was at 0%, or might have been at like, it was less than 1%. And when I was talking to that guy the other day and he said, he was talking about the interest rates. I was like, what? I didn't even know actually until I learned more about this situation that there were loans for college that were not 0%. But again, it's because you have to be in pretty significant debt, I'm guessing. And I'm sorry, I'm just not, this is my ignorance, shall I know? I didn't know that. You could say I come from, people love to say, hey, you're coming from a place of privilege, why you didn't know that? No, I didn't know that because I didn't go to a college. I didn't go to my top choice college that would have put me in hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. That's why I don't know. Why wasn't personally familiar. And then I got paid to go to grad school and doc school, so.
How do you know that?
Because we've been talking. Like there's a backup plan, for sure.
To break it down, qualifying for a $0 monthly payment under the current income-based repayment structure for federal student loans requires an annual income of no more than $32,800. Under this proposed backup plan by the Biden administration, Motley says a $0 payment could extend to people earning...
Oh, I got this fucked up. It wasn't about the $80,000 loan. It's that you don't have to pay any money if you make $80,000? Sorry, guys, I didn't watch this whole thing beforehand. I skimmed through it. What the fuck? How can you not pay... If you make $80,000 a year... I thought this was about the loan amount. No, it wasn't. It was about the minimum amount of money people make. You can't pay $1 a month? Nelfina, you're at 4.5% weighted average loans. Fuck, dude. Holy shit. I thought those, I added those grants and stuff. I thought that the FAFSA stuff or whatever it was supposed to give you like 1% loans. 4.5%, that's not great. Fuck.
As much as $80,000 a year. For a single income earner in the U.S., that's above the middle-class national average.
So, they're starting to think about it.
No, I was split mind on this because at one point I'm like, fuck the universities for overcharging. Because it is absolutely predatory on young people. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. It is absolutely predatory. And they do absolutely overcharge. I mean, to an astronomical degree, they overcharge. With all the donations that universities get, and also with the fact that the costs have soared. Look at what it was, when my parents went to college, it was like $1,000 a year for 2 semesters for a year. And now it's these universities, it's $30,000, $40,000 a year. For what? Exactly. So don't get it twisted. It's absolutely predatory. But also, if you're making $80,000 a year, I think you should be able to, and you do have all these loans, I think you got to pay some of them back.
Like people like us, we keep track. Big moves since the pandemic.
Right.
And it's going to be down. So like the first couple of months of repayments are going to be off. People are keeping like artists.
Yep.
And they do.
so true. Yeah, that's so true. So they're gonna have. Wait, I don't get it. So they're gonna let us pay $0 per month.
Well, it depends on your income. When you do IBR, it's staggered based on income. Payments determined by your income and in need, right?
Okay.
Some of the loan programs, it used to be that if you were below poverty, your minimum payment is $0 because they're considered in poverty and inability to pay.
Which is ridiculous that it's only $33,000 a year is considered impoverished. Whereas, I mean, it's not like a ton of money, but $33,000 a year for a single earner is not horrible, man. Like, I mean, yeah, you're not rich. You're middle class, though, I'd say. Or lower middle class, maybe. I don't know. Maybe my perspective's warped. It depends on where you live, though, too. Same thing, like $80,000 a year living in California. Yeah, you probably nearly homeless. But, $80,000 a year in West Virginia? Oh, you're fucking... Dude, you're doing quite well for yourself.
What they're looking to do is change that regulation to up to like 80,000. Don't limit to some number around that range. That will allow more people to have a zero, but get credit for payment under a 10-year payment plan. If you do IBR, if you made a payment on time for 10 years, in theory, your loan should be...
Here's the scheme. Here's the fucking scheme. They're going to count $0 paid as a payment so that then when your loan gets dismissed after 10 years, you could have put $0 down into your loan. And as long as you're making less than $80,000, your loan will be dismissed wholesale. That's fucking ridiculous.
Have they not announced that yet?
No, yeah. They're waiting till after school tomorrow.
Oh, they're waiting till this week.
They'll wait till this week.
Wait, are you? Should I not tell anyone? So?
I prefer you not.
Yeah. Okay, I just didn't know if it was like public yet. What do you think is going to happen when people find out?
You know, it never fails to shock me that these people will just say this shit to some random woman they meet on a first date, but still.
He's playing. Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, I think these loan programs are so complicated. Like, I'm trying to explain to you, most of them I don't think even understand. It's complicated. Alright, something what else in the chat? Oh, seriously. I know.
As of March 2023, published reports list the current national student loan debt for federal borrowers as $1.64 trillion. The plan Motley outlined would qualify almost 60% of student borrowers to be credited for making no payments on their loans. While ignoring the national impact that such a plan could have, Motley instead describes the loan program as a, quote, cash cow for the federal government.
So, because like conservatives, I guess, they're against us not paying our student loans because they're worried about the national debt, right? Isn't that one of the things?
You were seeing that, it is a but it is a cash cow to the federal government because a lot of discretion programs are funded by student loans. At the end of the day, you basically put a whole swath of federal government of middle class and poor people. Let's be honest, those are most of the people who took out student loans.
So is his thing like the backup plan? Is that kind of his way of manipulating it?
A little bit of it. They got to go through the right process, but if that goes through, it should be making it easier for folks who make under $80,000 to $90,000 a year to
Make their payments meaning $0, by the way. And then you don't pay anything for as long as you make under $80,000 or $90,000 a year. And of course, yeah, this is always it's benefiting the federal government. Then you don't have to pay shit. The universities are the ones getting stiffed. Again, I'm not in favor of how the universities fuck people over financially, but this is also untenable because the universities, I mean, they're I don't know what they're gonna do if they're basically not gonna get paid anymore. What are they gonna do?
Which means if you make on-time payments for 10 years, your debt is returned. But that program has had a lot of problems.
Oh no. Just
what? Department of Education doesn't know how to count. Figuratively,
what do you mean?
Your second graders can count better than you.
Wait, why also?
Because they fuck up payment, counting payments. So people have like gone in and tried to like claim their 10-year like loan disbursement. They'll claim like, oh, you didn't make this one-time payment. This payment wasn't. We didn't collect this payment, even though they did. The program is.
So the solution is to have $0 count as a payment. We got too much shit. Let's get into the reactions to the SCOTUS decisions. Are you there, Spoon? You awake?
Yeah, I'm here.
You sleepy?
A little bit.
Okay, let's get through the end of this, and then we're gonna have to save. We're gonna do another stream because we didn't get into France at all.
Oh God, yes.
So let's do. When do you want to do another stream? Do you want to do it tomorrow?
Yeah, but we can do.
All right, let's just do another stream tomorrow because I want to do a thing on Saturday. We'll see. Let's see. We'll aim for tomorrow and we'll see what's going on. But we'll aim for tomorrow. I'll close up here with the seething that has happened in reaction to the SCOTUS decisions. Here's AOC seething.
They were to proceed without any check on their power, without any balance on their power.
There's no checks and balances on the power of the Supreme Court. Do you know that?
That's kind of the whole point of the Supreme Court.
Kind of the whole point, AOC.
You fucking dipshit.
It is in itself a check on the balance of power. That's why we have
three of them.
Three.
You dumbass.
Different forms of different houses of government. Okay? You fucking idiot.
Then we will start to see an undemocratic and frankly dangerous authoritarian expansion of power.
Oh my gosh, just shut up. Shut up.
That SCOTUS doing its job is dangerous authoritarian expansion of power.
See, this is
fucking idiot.
This is the kind of shit that you can get away with saying when the vast majority of your civilization is just completely
stupid.
No, not just stupid. They're just what's the word I'm looking for?
Checked out.
No. There's a word for
Propagandized.
No, there's a word for like uninterested.
Oh yeah, cognitive
apathetic.
minders. Yeah, and they're cognitive minders. They want to. They care about
Yes, but like apathetic. Like anyone who understands government would just look at this and go, okay, what this woman just said, and she's a congresswoman, would be like,
yeah.
If the
fundamentally don't understand.
If the founding fathers saw this woman in government, they would just go, how the fucking hell did you get this retard in your fucking government? Like this is not what we.
Right.
It was designed to keep women like this out of the fucking court.
Yeah, but she fundamentally doesn't understand.
Well,
despite being a congresswoman, doesn't understand the three systems of government in the United States. She doesn't understand it. She doesn't understand what the court is for, to make final decisions.
Let's be
which
honest.
you're fine with as long as they agree with your ideology.
I am closer to a politician than she is to a woman.
No, oh, fucking A, dude. Are you saying AOC is trans?
She may as well be. That fucking mouth, she sure as well. Okay,
Bruh.
In the Supreme Court, which
transhuman.
is what we are seeing now, from the overturning of abortion rights to the ruling that
abortion rights,
yes, which just went back to the states.
Yep, which went back to the states, yeah.
And frankly, stripping the full personhood and dignity of LGBTQ people.
Oh, they're not even people. Oh, fuck off. Just
stripping the full. By the way, she's talking about the wedding cake thing, saying you cannot be compelled by law to write for a gay person that you about their wedding or whatever, that you can't be forced to make the gay cake, that it's stripping the personhood rights from gay people?
These people are just not serious.
No, they're really not. They're really not.
They're just dumb fucking retards.
They're just saying platitudes, just saying slogans. Stripping the rights, because go find someone else to make your fucking website. Jeez, go find someone else to make your cake.
In the United States. These are the types of rulings that signal a dangerous creep towards authoritarianism and centralization of power in the court.
Now, of course, it was fine when they previously made these rulings that were unconstitutional, that made it so that, yeah, it was illegal, essentially. Not essentially. It was against a SCOTUS ruling. You could be sued if you refused to bake the gay cake. If a Christian came into a Muslim, or a Jew came into a Muslim, or anybody came into a fucking Muslim butcher, halal butcher, and demanded that they cut them up a piece of pork, it would also be wrong and illegal under that ruling, but you wouldn't have a problem with that, would you, AOC? Because you
No.
love Muslims, I'm sure. But again, it's fine when you make an insane piece of legislation via the courts.
Oh, she has some commonalities with Muslim culture.
It's not legislation, but that legislation be upheld via the courts that is unconstitutional. You're fine with expanding powers, but taking away powers from government, of course, that's fascist. AOC, that is the opposite of reality. Taking powers away from government is the antithesis of fascism. Trying to amalgamate the state with private business, trying to give more power to the state, that's where your fascism is, idiot.
In fact, we have members of the court themselves, with Justice Elena Kagan, saying that the court is beginning to assume the power of a legislature.
No, she isn't.
It's
you
not. I don't care what Kagan says.
Do you even know what that even means? What you just said?
Well, she's saying that the
court
court's
has
making
the
rulings.
capacity. Yes, but based on what? The court's not making any fucking rulings in a
Well,
legislative
it's Kagan
capacity.
who said it. It's Kagan who said it.
Kagan is a stupid bitch.
Yes, she's saying that the court is making rulings from the bench on law. That's not the case. In fact, it's the opposite. These were laws that were put into place by SCOTUS that are now being said no. In fact, those were the wrong decisions. That's the antithesis.
Dumbass.
It's the opposite of ruling from the bench. You idiot. Oh my God, like she's so stupid. It actively hurts me. It's the opposite of making a ruling from the bench. AOC. God damn.
Now, whether it is expansion of the court.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want
Yes.
to, how do you do that? How are you proposing a law or a bill?
There's several ways. First, we have a Senate Judiciary Committee that is beginning the process of investigating the entanglements and conflicts of interest just 1 to 2 weeks before the student loan ruling.
Oh, so now they're going to investigate the Supreme Court.
Good luck with that.
Well, you think it's, but I mean, if it doesn't have anything to do with it, they'll investigate. They investigate themselves and always find that they've done nothing wrong. So I'm sure they'll investigate SCOTUS and find that they're actually really biased. Now the way they usually try to get around this is just by saying we need to put 10 more seats on SCOTUS, and we're gonna do it right now before Biden dies. He's gonna put all of them in too, and they're all gonna be 25 or 30 years old, brand new justices that they're not gonna die for a long fucking time.
The country learned that Justice Samuel Alito was accepting gifts from billionaires who were lobbying against Supreme Court that were lobbying before the.
By the way, these were she says gifts. You know what they were again, right? They were come hang out.
Yes.
With me, we're friends. Let's hang out at this resort or whatever. That's accepting a gift. I mean, you could potentially call it that. I think it was a weak thing, and there's a reason you didn't say what the gift was, AOC. If you even know, you probably just got told that talking point, not what the gift was. Yeah, for real.
Supreme Court against student loan forgiveness. Just weeks before, we learned that he was accepting gifts from them and travel and vacations from them before he decided to
travel and
vote
vacations,
and rule in their favor.
hanging out with his friends.
I believe
you know what I hate
that
about this?
Hang on, sorry.
Justice,
what's so stupid is the whole point about this is it's a corruption angle, right? That's the whole point. But what I don't like about the corruption angle is that no one discusses that corruption isn't equal.
Yes, of course.
If one person just says, "Hey, look, I'll pay you some money to rule in a really, really conservative manner that abides by the Constitution," that is as equal a merit as far as corruption goes. If you got someone to give you the same amount of money to rule in the exact opposite fucking way. And that
to go against the Constitution.
Yes, that to me is just stupid. Oh, both are equally as horrid just because they're bribes. No, actually, that's not the case.
It's just hilariously, ironic. This is coming from the party that has spent the last couple of years, including right now, covering up all of the corruption of the Biden family.
Yeah.
Now, we're not going to have time to get into it tonight. I did put it in the thing, but I guess we'll do it tomorrow. But they just found cocaine in the White House. Okay? and
it's just fucking funny. It's just ridiculous.
Anytime that Hunter Biden gets brought up, it's just well, he's not the president. Why are you criticizing him?
You did this with fucking Joe Biden, with Trump's kids constantly.
It's weak as fuck. Weak as fuck.
And hypocritical
in terms of our response. And hypocritical, yes. However, I mean, again, this whole thing is ridiculous. SCOTUS ruled on just overrided decisions largely the ones that have been overridden. The gay cake and affirmative action were overriding previously made decisions. They aren't ruling from the bench. They are reassessing previous decisions. That's not ruling from the bench. They are undoing decisions that were. Again, there's you have to understand. One increases liberty, one decreases liberty. They were moving to remove restrictions upon liberty. That's all. You can do whatever the fuck you want still. You're more free to do it now than you were before. That's the whole issue. I can't. Oh my God, it's so infuriating. The people actually can't understand positive and negative liberty and what the difference is.
It's because they're not French.
It's not that difficult. Negative liberty is restricting you from doing things. Positive liberty is things you can do, okay? It's not complicated. They have removed restrictions on people's liberty. I'm sorry, AOC, I thought we were all about democracy. We're all about democracy. We love all of our liberties and freedoms until someone goes against what you believe, in which case...
extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Right?
That's fucking creepy as hell.
Chief Justice Roberts will not come before Congress for an investigation voluntarily. I believe that we should be considering subpoenas. We should be considering investigations.
Yeah.
We must pass much more binding and stringent ethics guidelines where we see members of the.
She wants to attack the Supreme Court.
Yes.
She wants them all sanctioned. And like I said, the what she's aiming for, and what she's going to propose is to stack it. Is to put in 5 new seats or whatever and have Biden, select all of them, which will forever ruin the Supreme Court.
Yes.
If that happens, the United States is over, by the way. If that somehow, in some manages to happen, that Biden gets even 3 seats, they put in 3 new seats or whatever, the U.S. is over. Because they'll stack it, and it will never be out. You'll never be out of it. Because the Supreme Court is the reason you're so upset about it, AOC, and you say, oh, this is tyranny, is because SCOTUS is the last resort.
Your shit.
Yes, it's there for a reason. It's very slow for that reason.
Yes. It's amazing, actually, the one fucking thing in the country that lasts the longest, that protects it from going completely apeshit, is the least democratic part of it. Like,
yes,
it's
and because it was designed to be. And yes, it's non-democratic. People don't vote for SCOTUS justices. Oh, I'm sure AOC would love for the regular voter to get to vote on who gets to be in SCOTUS.
No
but
thanks.
Okay. Yeah, fuck off.
Of the Supreme Court potentially breaking the law, as we saw in the refusal, with Clarence Thomas to recuse himself from cases implicating his wife in January.
How about Ketanji Brown Jackson recusing herself from this issue that you're talking about right now with the Harvard case?
Well, she did, actually.
You don't want to. I know she did, from part of it, not from the whole thing.
Yeah.
Only from the part that dealt specifically with Harvard, not the part that dealt with University of North Carolina. Interesting. I mean, I guess one small kudo to Ketanji Brown Jackson that she did that. But interesting, you'd never bring that up, would you? Would you?
6. There also must be impeachment on the table. We have a broad level of tools to deal with misconduct, overreach, and abuse of power.
Misconduct.
That's a threat. That is a straight
That is a threat. That is
you're
right.
Look at this ditzy bitch who thinks you're gonna impeach someone from the Supreme Court. Are you out of your fucking mind, you dumbass bitch?
Oh, and
you're not
she's
going to.
Gunning. They all are right now. They are gunning for Clarence Thomas.
Yes.
They want his head on a platter for this.
I don't think Clarence Thomas gives much of a fuck, to be honest.
No, and let me tell you what, Joe Biden. I'm sure you've forgotten what they say about revenge.
It's a dish best served cold.
Best served cold, bitch.
You trying to say this
has not been receiving.
When he's dead?
No, it's been 30 years since Biden tried to. No, Biden impugned Justice Thomas's honor, his reputation, his everything. Again, he accused him of being a sex pest. Yeah, if you think, I don't know. Is Biden dead?
The adequate oversight necessary in order to preserve their own legitimacy. And in the process, they themselves have been destroying the legitimacy of the court which is profoundly dangerous for our entire democracy.
Oh, shut the
Oh, excuse me. What was
up.
that? What was that? What was that? I'm sorry, what was that?
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Oh, she said
It's
the
just
thing.
fucking cringe. It's just
She said the thing. Spoon, she said the thing. I got some Joy Reid Coke, and then I got a Joy Reid Coke. Then we have a positive, and then I got a white pill. And we're gonna head out, and we'll finish the stream tomorrow because Spoon is getting sleepy.
Sleepy
So,
Spoon.
okay, here's Joy Reid from 4 days ago after the This is after the aforementioned clip. So that was the previous one was on affirmative action. This is now on the student loans and gay rights stuff. So take it away, Joy. Let's see what fucking insights you have for us now.
But what these justices are saying is basically, you don't actually need to suffer any harm in whatever case you bring. You just have to be the right kind of person.
No. I'm talking about the gay rights thing. No. You don't have to be the right kind of person. You can't tell a Muslim that they have to serve pork.
With the right religious and political beliefs that fit with our ideology, and we will find a way to make it happen.
Yeah, answer the question, but please, Joy, I'd love for you to explain why Muslims have to serve pork. I'd love to hear it.
And if we can't find a way in the Constitution, we'll just make it up.
No, it's in the Constitution. You can't compel speech.
No, that's how you actually operate, Joy.
Exactly. You cannot compel someone to say something against their will. Joy, it's the first fucking amendment. Freedom of speech. You cannot compel it. I can't even believe this went to SCOTUS. This is so prima facie obvious.
And by doing so, they are literally stripping away the rights and opportunities of generations of Americans.
Generations? What right? What right are you losing because this is still about gay rights, the gay rights, quote unquote, the gay cake, and student loans. What rights are you losing because you cannot force someone to bake a cake for you, and because Biden tried to pass something he knew would fail through the Supreme Court or through the government that got overturned by the Supreme Court to charge the American public $400 billion to pay off student loan debts? How? How is it restricting people's rights? It's not.
As Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote in her dissent, this court stands in the way and rolls back decades of precedent and momentous progress, which has been the Republican Party's goal all along. Ever since Barack Obama.
Because what you call progress is progressing towards destroying the country. But progress never stops with you. That's the thing. It never ever stops. You're never satiated. You're never satisfied. Yes, we're rolling it back because you went too fucking far and you violated the Constitution. And it should never have been in place it never should have happened in the first place. And now it's been corrected. Legalistically speaking. I'm not even talking about my own personal fucking opinions. I'm talking about how it's the Constitution. There's no constitutional basis for this. I'm talking about the Supreme Court, which bases its decisions on the Constitution.
In president, it has been the right's mission to undo all the progress we've made as a country. That is what they're talking about when they say, make America great again. What they really mean is make America 1910 again. And the only way to do that is by
hold on a second.
I know.
Joy, who was president in 1910?
Who was president in 1910?
Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, of course it was. Oh my God. I thought so, but I wasn't positive.
How the fuck? Yes, we're gonna go back to the racist, eugenics, progressive dude.
Yeah, she picked a number out of thin air and didn't realize that she's no way she knew that was Woodrow Wilson, the guy who invented the American progressive movement.
It's either Wilson or Taft.
Taft's not much better, but if it was Wilson, hang on, U.S. president.
It's either Taft or Wilson. I think it was maybe Taft.
By year. If it was Wilson, that would be absolutely fucking hilarious. Hang on, 1910. She said. It was Taft, but right after Roosevelt. Wilson's not till 1913.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so
but it's right in that.
That's another progressive president.
Another progressive. So yeah, if we only were to go back to 1910 when we had a progressive president
who was fat as fuck as well,
and who
a Democrat, yeah,
right, was a Democrat, all in favor of the giant government spending that you're in favor of.
How the hell? Why did you pick 1910? Just out of curiosity.
She picked it out of thin air. Because she has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
In court with enough uber conservatives who will blindly hand down rulings that propel the country backwards.
Blindly.
Is this what the Supreme Court was? 1910? Was a massively Supreme Court of right wingers?
Joey, do you know why they say that justice is blind? It's not because they're just doing it haphazardly.
Because 3 of them are women.
Justice is blind because it's supposed to have no biases. She is saying
that's just not true.
But that's that. Well, you know, justice, the figure of justice that hangs over courthouses and such. She's blindfolded because she's supposed to just be hearing the arguments and listening and not seeing, right?
Oh.
Seeing the differences. That's why justice is blind. It's funny that she says that they're blinded by that, but doesn't understand that justice is actually supposed to be blind. You don't want justice to be blind. You want justice to see race and focus on that and see sexuality and
How does
focus
one
on that.
seek justice if one is blind?
Huh?
How does one seek justice if one is blind?
I don't understand the question.
She's blinded.
Oh, she's blinded for sure.
Yes.
But
as being pedantic.
Not in a way in the way that justice is supposed to be.
As being kind of snooty.
Oh, okay.
Mischievous, if you will.
To the early 20th century, taking away women's rights over their own bodies and the rights of LGBTQ people and people
Who
of
didn't
color
even
just
exist
live
until
equally.
about 5 fucking
And
minutes
that is
ago.
what they have done.
Night,
With the
Minnesota.
bang of a gavel, those 6 unelected justices have wiped
Unelected. There it is. We need to democratize the Supreme Court.
Fuck
Unelected justices. They're the last resort. It's the court system. Unelected justices. There it is. There it is. Every time. There it is. It's our democracy.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Gotta democratize the SCOTUS. Okay.
decades and decades of progress.
Jesus Christ.
Just because they
Why are you
can.
so obsessed with voting for everything? Oh, I know why. It's because you can easily manipulate people into voting for things that are against their best interest while telling them that it is. Anyone who disagrees with them is actually telling them that, to vote for things that aren't in their best interest. Because you're a propagandist. That's why. That's why you love democracy so much. And by that you mean manipulation of the populace, of the majority of people who don't pay attention to anything.
Because they're stupid.
Yep. They're stupid or they're too busy to care. And that's why you want us, everything has to be voted for, doesn't it? It's not because democracy is some panacea. It's because you want people to vote for your shit and you know that you're in charge of the propaganda machine. You know, you're behind the boob tube and you can just tell people what to think and they'll believe you.
The boob tube.
It's fucking sickening, man.
And don't think for a second they're going to stop there. Joining me now is Christina Greer, Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University and political
here he
analyst
is.
for the Grio.
Oh,
and
God.
Ellie Mistal,
Ellie
justice
Mistal,
correspondent for The Nation.
seriously?
His newest
You're
piece
subjecting
about
me to
today's
this
decision
stupid
is
fag?
aptly titled, "The Supreme Court Just Told Student Debtors to Just
to
Go to
hell."
Hell." Thank you both for being here. And Ellie, I begged you to come back. I know you worked yesterday and we're on our
Fucking
A-block
cheap.
yesterday, but I wanted to hear more from
Student,
you.
give me a second, because I really have to pee. So I forgot that we had to watch together. So I'm going to pop this into the watch together real quick. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be right back, but that way you can watch it. We're at 5 minutes and 9 seconds. Yeah, hang on. Don't worry. Okay, got it. All right. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, because we're after this, we're going to be done for the night. Pretty sure. Let me double check. I think that's all we're going to do for the night. Yeah. I'll just read the last part out verbatim. I don't have to share my screen for it. All right. Okay. I'll be right back. And
Thank
go
you
ahead.
for coming back for a second round of this. You know, my unified theory of the court is that essentially they only believe two classes of people deserve the protections of the Constitution: white conservative Christians and billionaires.
Oh, America. How does your country survive when your people are stupid enough to have this shit on TV and actually believes this crap? Like fucking bootleg Frederick Douglass. That guy was not in enough base to be part of Frederick Douglass. I actually got him to have an argument with me on Twitter. This fucking moron. It was actually really funny because he's a fucking moron.
Disabuse me of this notion if you can.
No, I mean,
That's not funny, but okay.
I would add, like, open bigots. They think that those people should have rights too. But other than those three categories, that's pretty much it. And you see it in today's
I don't think you see much of anything.
entirely politicized decisions. I think you've done a good job of explaining kind of the 30,000 foot level.
Yes, which is why you fuckers can't talk about these little minority groups every fucking time.
Hypocrisy of these cases. But when you get into the weeds, they just get worse, right? This is a court that claims to be originalist, that claims to be textualist, right?
They are.
In the HEROES Act, the act that Biden used to have the student debt relief program, they say the HEROES Act says explicitly that the Secretary of Education can waive or modify student debt.
In
which
what
is
condition?
What Biden did. But Roberts basically says,
under what conditions can Biden do that, sir? Under what conditions? Oh, emergency conditions. He can do that. This is an emergency condition act. They always get away with this shit. Like, I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrats, any fucking legislation that puts in emergency powers that just totally expand the ability for the government to fuck with you in any capacity. I don't care who proposes it or in what issue it concerns. Anyone who proposes laws like that, you know how they will be used and abused, because everything will become an emergency when it's fucking useful. This thing, it's an emergency powers act.
By the way,
what's the emergency?
Why does everyone on this panel look like their hair is unnatural?
Well, they are. Well, I mean,
Yes.
the lady on the left, she's got those giant fucking glasses. But
First of all, the woman
like,
on the left's hairline is receding faster back than mine is.
Bruh. She pulls it back so hard. But yeah, she's got the buns, but her hair is natural at least. But yeah, obviously, and you know, what do you call it?
Ellie.
No, the ear cleaners. What are those called?
Oh, the
That you're not
Q-tips.
supposed- Q-tip. So
Yeah.
Q-tip and Joy Reid, and Q-tip's hair is real too. It just looks like a Q-tip.
It just looks like he
Cotton
tried
ball.
to shag a fucking sheep's asshole with his face.
Oh my god. Yeah, and got stuck with a bunch of.
Like, head fucked it.
I mean, Joy is wearing a wig, but the other two do have natural hair. It's
Of
just
course. And I wonder which blonde bitch he fucking jacked that stole it from.
says, no, not that way, and completely overturns the Biden policy. The other hypocrisy that you really see is that if you look at Roberts' other huge national emergency executive power decision, that's the Muslim ban, folks. That's Trump v. Hawaii. And what did Roberts say there? Oh, if the president wants to ban people based on their religion, that's okay. But if the president wants to help people and give them $10,000, that's not okay.
Hold on.
This is not-
Did he try to just equate protection of citizenry versus massive amount of cash bailout?
yes. He also
How are you a
equated.
lawyer, you
He also
dope?
just equivocated banning immigration of Muslims with not wanting to bake a cake.
How the hell is this your law in like your country? Like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, Q-Tip is one of the stupidest people I've ever encountered, and he's on
Yeah.
MSNBC every day,
Yeah.
and he's such an idiot.
That's because it's his job, is to be on
Yeah.
MSNBC, to just be a complete moron.
It's astonishing, though.
That really, I think,
Not
highlights what
surprising,
you're
though.
talking about, Joy, that their decisions are not motivated by law or facts
They are.
or
They are.
logic
They
or
are.
reason.
They
They're
are.
motivated
All
based
the things
on
that
who
you don't
wins.
have any.
And as long as the rich people and the bigots are winning, then that's the way
Oh,
the court's going to go.
stop.
They
Just
never
shut
start. It's like, yeah,
up.
it's just, it's rich bigots. It's rich bigots everywhere. Oh my god. All they have are bogeymen. That's all they have.
Yes.
It can't, you're supposed to be a lawyer. How can you not understand the constitutionality of these arguments? You know what? Luckily, Q-Tip, you'll never be on SCOTUS, because well, if Biden had his way and he added 3 or 5 new seats, maybe you would be. But nah, because look, I'm not a lawyer. Obviously, I'm a social scientist, which is a really silly thing to be. But even I know more about law than you do. I mean, like, for fuck's sake, AOC is a congresswoman who doesn't understand separation of powers in the United States. So we're dealing with people who are truly, deeply, and thoroughly
To be
retarded.
fair, I don't think she understands much of anything.
True.
You know, and just to stay with you just for a moment, Ellie, I mean, again, read through, it's very lengthy. They write a lot of words
You
to
can
say
read?
not
Oh,
a legal
yeah.
theory, right? To just say, we want this result, we're getting there, and here's the way we're
Oh my god. I can't read it. They wrote a bunch of words. It's too complicated for me. Okay. Whatever.
going to get there. In Clarence Thomas's concurrence in the affirmative action decision, first of all, he cites Plessy a lot. And I thought Plessy was like verboten, like nobody wants to talk about Plessy versus Ferguson. He sure does. And in one... 1
Why do you not want to say Plessy v. Ferguson? Okay, whatever.
point, he says, quote, the Constitution, and this is a quote, the Constitution Make this make sense for me, please. You're a lawyer. In his concurrence, he claimed
Allegedly.
that the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which created the Freedmen's Bureau, that was supposed to rematriculate former enslaved people, all of whom, 100% of whom were black, back into society.
Oh my God, can you
he
please
said,
talk
that was
about
a
anything
colorblind
other than
statute.
No, just
fucking
race.
Ellie was
fucking
tall.
boring.
Be a colorblind statute. Make that make sense.
It's colorblind if you're like Clarence Thomas and your whole ideological perspective involves gouging out your own eyes. Like that.
I want to say something too. Just I skimmed over this really quickly. I just want to reiterate or to iterate because I didn't read in the first place. Clarence Thomas is citing Plessy v. Ferguson. Plessy v. Ferguson is about racial segregation in the workplace. He's citing that because affirmative action is he's citing that for a reason. I've not read his entire opinion on that, but I would assume that he's citing that because what you essentially get in these universities is a separate but equal doctrine, right? Where you're all at the same university, but you're being treated differently. Separate but equal. You don't have the same kind of input, right? You don't have, black people are not held to the same standards as white people and Asians are held to with affirmative action cases, correct? I assume that's why again, I haven't read it, but I assume that would be why Justice Thomas was citing Plessy v. Ferguson, because you are treating people differently, separate but equal. It's interesting also that Joy Reid doesn't cite in what context that Justice Thomas says it, just that he does cite it. Doesn't even say if he was citing it as a negative, just that he cites Plessy v. Ferguson. When people say things like that, be aware, they don't give you specifics. It's because they're lying to you.
And that's what Thomas is.
And I know I said I just don't know exactly how he referred to it in the case either, but I would assume that he wasn't being like, oh man, we need to overturn Plessy v. Ferguson. I sure want a bunch of I really, really want a separate but equal back in place. I think he was probably citing the opposite, but you're being obtuse here, likely for a reason, as you always are.
Like, he is such a mutilated version of a black justice that he is able to make these proclamations that just fly in the face of law and facts, right?
He is a mutilated version of a black justice. Thank you, Eli, or Ellie, whatever his name is, for telling us what you really think. That if you don't go along with your particular view of politics, you're a mutilated person. You're mutilated.
That's not offensive at all.
It's incredibly offensive.
Yeah, no, I'm being
Clarence
sarcastic.
Thomas is mutilated. Holy shit, dude. That's why I put this in here. That's worse than You Ain't Black. It's on the same level. You're not even a mutilated version of black justice. Jesus Christ.
One of the other things that you really realize when you read through his concurrence is just how angry he is at Ketanji Brown Jackson for having the temerity to be another black person on the Supreme Court. He apparently thought that he got to be the only one. He thought that
he wasn't even the first idiot.
Yeah, that's kind of a strange thing to admit to, but okay.
He had pulled up the ladder for everybody else, right? And so he's really like,
does he think that Thomas was the first black justice because he's pulling up the ladder? What are you talking about? Again, this is just, they're always fucking idiots like this.
Like, he basically throws a tantrum at Jackson. And why? Because
No, she wrote an insane racial screed in her dissenting opinion, and Thomas responded to it. That's what happened. Jackson wrote a fucking insane racial screed for 26 pages. We looked at it earlier tonight. And Justice Thomas responded to it by saying this is an insane racial screed. Duh. If she wasn't such an idiot, he wouldn't have to call her an idiot.
Jackson is making the actual originalist argument in the affirmative action case. She is the one pointing out that the 14th Amendment was done explicitly to for racial restorative policies like affirmative action.
The 14th
What the fuck
Amendment.
are you talking about?
The 14th Amendment was for racial restorative policies? No, the 14th Amendment is that you can't make laws that discriminate against people based on their race. That's what the 14th Amendment is. That is not. What the fuck does that have to do with racial restorative policies? It means you can't do, by the way, exactly what affirmative action was doing, which was making rules based on the color of people's skin. The overturning affirmative action is actually in line with the 14th Amendment, not in opposition to it. It's not difficult to understand. Holy shit, how does this guy have a fucking law degree? Holy fuck, dude. What the...
Action, which, as I said yesterday, the first time that happened in this country was during Reconstruction. So this is the history that Clarence Thomas ignores.
Yeah, point at him. You don't even know what you're talking about.
And that's why he's so fabulous about all of the stuff that's in his concurrence. He's just...
Who fucking
Did you just
knows,
say
dude?
fabulous?
Yeah, fabulous.
I don't even know what that word means.
What
I know
never
what the
heard
word fabulous means, but fabulous.
What is, hang on, thesaurus, is that even a word? It must be. I doubt he would say something completely wrong. Fabulous. Hang on, fabulous. No, that's not a word.
Okay, I was gonna say.
So fabulous. What did he mean?
Yeah.
What word was he searching for there?
I don't fucking know.
Fabulous.
I
mean, I assumed he actually just knew a word that I was unaware of, but no, he made that up. Fabulous. Curious.
Like plucked out his own eyes, and he doesn't want to see anything that Miss Jenny tells him he shouldn't be able to see. That's where he is in his headspace right now.
I don't know why that was funny.
Because he called him an Uncle Tom.
He just looks like an idiot doing this shit.
He called him an Uncle Tom. He said Miss Jenny. I think he meant to say Miss Daisy, but you didn't get what it is. That he's a slave. You guys.
For having his own opinion.
Ellie, I think you're a slave to
stupidity,
partisan politics, and stupidity. I don't think Clarence Thomas is a slave to anybody.
I would like to see this guy debate Clarence Thomas. That'd be fun.
Oh, I mean, it would be an utter and complete destruction.
I think Clarence would whoop his monkey ass.
Yeah. Justice Thomas is an extremely intelligent man. It's weird how much they hate him.
But not surprising.
Yeah, not surprising.
My
but
God,
it is funny too
can
because
think for his own mind. My God, we must get rid of him immediately.
And it's funny too. I think in many ways they made him who he is today. You know?
Oh yeah, I don't want to be a part of this clique.
Thomas was probably a more moderate conservative. I think you've made him far more conservative than he was 30 years ago.
Just by being yourselves.
by being yourselves and showing how much you hate any black person who steps out of line and lockstep with how they're supposed to think and how they're supposed to act. The second a black person does that, oh, you're not part of the club anymore. And we're going to call you, do a Driving Miss Daisy allegory there. You Uncle Tom, you house N-word. That's what they're all saying here about him, isn't it?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
It's really sickening. And guess what? Once again, here's the theme for the night. Ding, ding, ding. Racist. Legitimately racist. Not like, oh, that's a thing. I feel it's racist. No, this is legitimately, you are, as all the black people, you're being racist against him.
Let me bring you in, Christina, because it is very mind-blowing. But let's talk about the cases that came down today, because we kind of all had this feeling, I think all of us did that are on this panel, that they were doing like the one case where they weren't going to literally throw out elections entirely and say that states could just decide who the electors were. That was...
Oh my God. Of course, we have to catastrophize everything. Oh, we all thought we weren't going to just totally throw out the idea of elections. Like SCOTUS can do that. What the fuck?
Sort of like the kind of dodge to make you not, remember what they were going to do next. And now they did what we expected.
Oh, Jenny is Justice Thomas's wife's name. That's even, oh my God, that's so much more fucked up. Did you clock that then, Spin?
But that's his wife? I suspect that was his wife, because his wife is part of some group.
Right. So, but when he says driving Miss Jenny, he's saying, he's making a driving Miss Daisy of like, oh yes, yes, Mrs. That kind of shit, and applying that to Justice Thomas and his wife.
What? That's just dumb.
No, but that's what he was saying.
I know, but I'm just saying that's just stupid.
That his wife is racist, and that he is her slave. You people are so fucking sick it truly.
I'm not even that bothered by it because they just sound retarded.
Yeah, but it's so what a like really vile thing to say.
Are you surprised
that
by
that
violence?
that his wife is his master? Dear God.
To them to do. But the way that the right is spinning it is they're doing the usual thing of saying, no, these guys just believe in what MLK said. They believe in Dr. King. Here's Sarah Huckabee Sanders. As Martin Luther King said, people should be judged on the content and character. And
You can't even read it because it so disagrees with your values, doesn't it, Joy? She can't even read like one of the most famous quotes in modern history.
You could have just stopped with she couldn't read.
Well, yeah, but she can't read that because if she were to read it aloud, even though everyone knows it, and yes, Foy Burkhardt, Justice Thomas's wife's white, hence the I didn't get that I didn't know her name was Jenny.
Yeah,
that's so fucked up. She can't read this in front of her audience because she has to mock. You have to mock. I thought like you're talking about how much but you're quoting Martin Luther King, but then don't judge people by the color of their character. It's the color of their character. So you clearly think it's stupid. You think, Joy Reid, as you're illustrating here, that it is stupid to the point of mockery to judge people by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. That to you is mockable. It's so stupid you can't even read it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Why don't you Joy Reid it?
They always say the same thing. This is what MLK actually wrote about affirmative action. I feel this is an important education for those who hear Dr. King misquoted. The vast majority of civil rights leaders, this is the quote, favored affirmative action. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, a society that has done something special against the Negro for hundreds of years must now do something special for him. For him.
Yeah.
Yes. You know what the special thing is? You get in on your merit.
Yeah.
If you were stopped from getting in before, then you now let them in like everybody else.
To be fair, Martin Luther King was a commie. And so he might have actually meant the affirmative action shit. I think he, and from what I've read and heard of him, he heard from his speeches, he did want affirmative action to a certain degree, but the whole point was that it was supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to be just like, all right, well, we'll just do it for a while, and then we'll. Nothing with the government is ever temporary. Exactly.
There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program.
Oh yeah, who said that? That sounds very
Friedman.
familiar. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My dad was a government employee his entire adult life, and he's always explained the same thing to me. They put in something temporary. You work for Social Security Administration. They put in something temporary. That shit is never temporary. Look at it. The title of this stream is a Patriot acting. Look at the Patriot Act as an example of a temporary measure that has never gone away because it will never go away. Government does not ever relinquish control. It only expands upon it.
Yeah, certainly democratic government.
Certainly democratic governments, yeah.
And monarchical
Actually, in
government
fact,
doesn't
monarchies
really have...
very often relinquish control historically.
Yes. And monarchies are not incentivized to grow the state because it costs money.
Right, costs money, and not like what's it going to gain them?
Yes, they already have ultimate power.
There's no obvious gain by expanding political power.
Goals went beyond that. His policy goals were to not just alter the racial composition of the elite, but also change everything about the economy in ways that today Republicans would call socialist. Your thoughts on this, Mr.
Dangerous thing for you to say. Joy, how dare... That is dangerous for her to say, by the way. A lot of people really do not want regular people to know that Martin Luther King was a socialist. Because, it has very negative connotations. Now, Dr. King was killed by the CIA. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
We all know that. But you might want to leave out that he was a commie, because that leaves a really bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. He was a commie, by the way. I'm surprised you would say that. And she kind of dismissed it as not. No, she didn't. No, she said it as like, yeah, well, he was socialist. Weird how the left is now, they're just openly saying that when for years and years and years, decades, they denied that because they knew it was a bad look. But they've just gone so far, they're like, yeah, well, whatever. Didn't MLK speak against communism and Maoism? Oh, yeah, he did, but he himself, he had communistic leanings, or socialistic, whatever. Socialism, if you look at the actual doctrines of thought leaders within communist and socialist thought,
slow people.
socialism is the precursor to communism. You have to start with socialism to get the people in for the change into communism. So socialism is always supposed to be a temporary stage, at least according to most of the thought leaders.
Misuse of Dr. King to explain what's being done to people of color and other minorities.
Yeah, Joy, it's also exhausting. You know, I'm leaning on my grandmother's adage of the only time you should be surprised is when you're surprised. We've seen time and time again Republicans and conservatives constantly cherry pick the words of Dr. King to hide behind their own racism and white supremacy. So yes, this content of their
you wouldn't even read the words because you knew it would make you look bad in this instance because you want to judge people by their skin color, not the content of their character. And whether or not Dr. King was a commie or not doesn't fucking matter when it comes to good things he had to say. You know what I mean? Yeah, judge people not by the content or by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That is a good fucking thing to say, and I agree with it. And you all are freaking out about affirmative action being removed because you want to judge people by the color of their skin because you're racists.
Or racialists.
Character, you know, I don't want to judge someone by their skin color. Republicans pull that out every single time they systematically take away people's rights. And it's like, well, Dr. King wasn't one of it. It's like, well, first things first.
How is
Dr. King was
affirmative action a
assassinated.
right? To fucking who?
That's what they keep saying. It's a right. It's a right because it was enshrined in government for 60 years.
Yeah.
So that makes it a right. That makes it a right. They don't understand what rights are.
No.
That's the thing. They truly don't understand what rights are. We find this over and over again. They don't understand what a right is. And they just want to give themselves more rights all the time. And restrict yours, always. You want to own guns? No, that's not a right. You want to be able to send your children to a school of your choice? No, that's not a right. You want to be able to, I don't know, speak? You want to be able to say a slur? That's not a right. But me, I have being able to get into a school for which I am not qualified. That's a right. How interesting it all is, isn't it?
And when he was assassinated, he was known as a domestic terrorist, essentially, in your eyes. So let's not hide behind a few sentences that you all want to use every time you take away rights and freedoms from the vast majority of Americans, specifically and explicitly Black Americans. So no one...
What right are you losing because now you have to compete with other students in a normative marketplace?
I like the way that he was assassinated by the CIA, and therefore anyone that quotes Dr. King is just conveniently... Their assumption is that, oh, look, they're in favor of the CIA for some bizarre fucking reason, which I don't know. Oh, look, they're for defunding the police, but they're also in favor of the police killing MLK. But they also want to... None of that makes any fucking sense.
Yeah, no, it never makes any sense, does it? It never makes any sense.
I'm amazed that anyone in your country... How does this propaganda work? It's really, really bad propaganda.
Because people, again, they're cognitive misers. They watch like little tiny bits of this stuff. They don't understand. They're not interested in politics. It's not like you and I, we're political junkies, right?
Yeah.
We think about this stuff all the time. Every day. Most people don't.
If for mockery, yes.
They just don't. And it's not a bad thing. It's just a real thing.
They just want to grill.
Yeah, most people just want to grill. And they catch a little bit of this and they go, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Without understanding any of the stuff that occurred around it. They have other shit to deal with, you know, real things in their lives.
Mortgage and children.
Yeah, usually children, but which of course the left wants to
and crack
all kinds of things too. Yeah, right. I forgot we'll have to get to that tomorrow, man.
The length of Dr. King's speeches on the right. No one has really dissected what he said, because if they did, they'd read that full quote that you just read and know that they're cherry picked.
The quote she literally didn't read. Okay. So that's it. The quote, that full quote that you just read.
Also, the quote has nothing to do with affirmative action. She just said something special, and you just assumed this meant affirmative action.
Yes.
You don't know what the fuck she meant, you jackass. You're just extrapolating what you want from it.
No, but she was talking about MLK, and said the quote you just read. Joy didn't read the quote. She went my color skin, but. My God, like I love. Sometimes it's you couldn't script comedy like this. Sometimes, you know what I mean? That full quote you just read when she didn't read the goddamn quote. Anywho, let's hit the rest of the super chats, and then I guess we're gonna see you guys tomorrow. Because if you look at my list, I have a couple more. Okay, I'll just go through these real quick. What I have left, because we only got through the SCOTUS stuff, which is the majority of it, but still. I have the This Week in Culture War, which is all kinds of stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff. France being on fire. Other assorted leftist cringe, which there was so much of that had to be its own panel thing. And then there's the Breakfast Club clip that, why did you, that was about the SCOTUS. It was about SCOTUS. Somebody, though, I thought you said you sent it to me because somebody on Twitter said that I was very racist on this
Yeah, the one that you and I,
show.
yes, because the one that said they wanted, I think they were just a new person. It's the one that I said to you, I don't think they're actually malicious. I think
no, I didn't think so either.
Confused.
But they said they had watched the streams and thought I would, or a stream or something, and thought I was really, really racist, which is, I don't know how you get that impression. Considering that Spoon, you'll say something and I'll be like, whoa, dude, hang on, you know? And that's our entire like interaction with that stuff. But whatever.
Yeah, I'm a bit more blunt than you.
Yeah. Well, no,
I'm a Spoon. I'm supposed to be sharp.
Right. And if we get a little bit of time, because I've had this since last week, I do want to talk a little bit about the Colleen Ballinger story, because I need my petty needs to come out a little bit, like just a tiny little bit. If you don't know, massive YouTuber, huge, enormous, like multi-million sub YouTuber who's been famous on this platform for 15 years essentially.
I don't even know who that is.
No, you might have heard of Miranda Sings, but she got her ass exposed. And the reason I want to talk about it just a little bit, no, the reason sort of, it involves grooming children, okay? Because when does it not? Yeah. But the reason I want to talk about it is, of course, because it has a hilarious ukulele song, and I will try to tomorrow morning learn how to play along with it. Should only take about 5 minutes. I guarantee she's only using the 4 main chords. I just guarantee it. I can't like hear it and understand it, but I if I listen for a second and play my own ukulele against it, like, oh yeah, it's probably just the same. it's probably just like, you know, what is it? G, C, A, or A, B, and D. This is the main chords? I don't remember. Whatever. I know most of the chords in the ukulele. I know the fucking play shit. I can figure it out. We'll play the ukulele together. If we have time. It's been on my thing for a week. I'm glad we didn't cover it last week, because I didn't know exactly what was happening, and now everybody does. So, anywho, not you, obviously, Spoon, but everybody who pays attention to weird shit on the internet, certainly by now knows who the fuck Colleen Ballinger is. Anywho, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We will see you all tomorrow, so Spoon will be less sleepy, and We'll go ahead and finish the rest of the stream, because I kind of thought of this when I realized how long this was. And then you told me that Breakfast Club clip was 45 minutes or 40 minutes. I'm like, holy shit. Okay. All right. Anywho, thank you all for showing up, and thank you all. Oh, wait. Sorry. I have super chats to read. Hang on. Let me get these real quick. Oh my. Stay here. Give me a couple minutes. Okay. Already. A Tato Chip for €2 says, I think getting loans for uni should be illegal. Yeah, maybe. It certainly is predatory. Galactic Emperor Schlurm for $2 says, Spoonbot sounds like Donnie from Wild Thornberries. Oh, yeah, we covered that one. Thank you. Lamented Guide for 2 says, can you make AI Spoon sing All Star by Smash Mouth? I can make him say it. I can't make him sing it. He'd have to do that for himself. Hopper 5 says, affirmative action is again completely divorced from legacy admissions. Yeah. They refuse to admit that legacy admissions hurt 99.9999% of white people too. Yeah, exactly. Legacy admissions don't help the average white person, the person from Appalachia who's not a legacy admission, doesn't help them get in, which is so ridiculous. Hey, Joe, I thought it was Joe Manchin. Joe Machin for €20. Hello. Thank you, man. Says, we've seen some serious affirmative action from diversity in France. Yeah, we're supposed to cover it tonight, but we'll cover it tomorrow. Literal war zones, far worse than what French natives do. I know. For some reason, yeah. It's just for some reason, it's so much more violent. Not to worry, though. Macron's working hard on banning social media and video, and he's also taking a vacation. Isn't it great to know? You know about that? Yeah, Macron's been on vacation while France is literally burning. Yeah. Les Chanoine for 5 Canadians says, if they made a movie of Joe Biden, I would want Nicolas Cage to play him. That would certainly be funny. Lance for 5 says, Clarence Thomas made his court decision and then went to hang up his robes and found Joe Biden stuck in the dryer begging for help. Wouldn't be a little bit surprised. Yeah. Peter for 5 says, masterpiece cakes didn't lose and manufactured cases are important. Yeah, I'm saying that's what they based their I was saying that's what they based the entire idea on, was the gay cake thing. And yes, manufactured cases are important. I would agree as well. And I think that if this woman did manufacture her case, it is important to a certain degree. But at the same time, we're talking about what they were getting rid of in that case was the gay cake decision, right? Or what was based largely in the public eye on the gay cake decision. So both are important. It's complicated there, I guess. But I think I know he said that it didn't matter if it's real or not. It probably does to a certain degree. But when we're talking about SCOTUS, we're not talking about like actually coming to a decision about a specific court case. We're talking about how the government or how the society should respond to that court case, right? Usually, not always, but oftentimes. Slosha for 5 Canadian says, I wonder how many people think that You Must Bake the Cake are against conservatives being debanked or even kicked off of Patreon or Airbnb. Yeah, that's the thing. They would, generally speaking, I bet if you did a poll there, it would not be great. Oh, and speaking of my last thing is that the polls are showing, by the way, that people are not happy with any of this shit. The recent polling, I showed a little bit of it earlier, but people are really not in favor of any of this garbage. And so the polls are changing. Well, I showed at the beginning of the stream that people are apparently... Did I not? Or did I? Oh, I didn't? Hang on.
I'm not in favor of one. I'm confused.
They're in favor of the SCOTUS decisions.
Oh, yeah.
The majority or plurality of Americans approve of this. Oh, wait, I said I was going to bring this up, and then I forgot to.
Yes,
I talked about a different poll in the beginning.
Styx brought that up because it was a CNN article that also said if you look at the amount of people who favored overturning of affirmative action, it was a majority of people, including Democrats.
Yeah.
So
the pure breakdown here was restricting using race as a factor in college admissions. 52% approved, 16% weren't sure, and only 32% disapproved. Striking down the student loan forgiveness plan, 45% approved, 14% didn't know, and 40% disapproved. The closest one was the denying services to same-sex customers seeking a wedding website. 43% approved versus 42% disapproved, with 14% being unsure. But overall, the polling's pretty consistent. People are not really in favor of this stuff. So the court is reflecting.
Sick of the race shit.
Yeah, the courts reflect. I mean, they're a little bit iffy on the gay stuff, I guess. But I think that might have been the phrasing of the. If people really understood what was happening there, they might have a different opinion. Yeah. So that was the polling that I was talking about before that I didn't get to. So yeah, I think that I bet a lot of the people though who are in favor of the gay cake thing would be in favor of conservatives being debanked, like Nigel Farage, or kicked off Patreon or Airbnb. You heard that Farage was debanked, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm the one who told you the story.
Oh, did you? Oh, no, I saw. You did, or Lotus Eaters did. I don't know. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $20. Hey, thank you, man. Says this case was such a trap. I'm surprised it didn't have Admiral Akbar telling us all about it. Yeah, exactly. It's a trap. And then for another 10, thank you, Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz says, and traps are GAE, totally GAE.
Gay.
I think you meant gay. Yeah, if YouTube, I'm sure, censors it. Jernegi5 says, I'm finally off work and get an elote. Oh, I hope you enjoyed your elote. That was a while ago, and that was like an hour ago. I'd love an elote. It's that corn thing I was talking about. Yeah, Amsang for 2 says, I can pay you to read the super chat. I have been, it's compelled speech. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for 5 euros says, at this point in time, what does Brandon or his handlers need in order to stack the Supreme Court, and what's currently stopping them?
They don't have the votes.
They don't have the votes for that. They're going to try. I would not be surprised if they try. But They
the
need the votes.
majority in the Senate.
I think they're going to need a super majority for that, man.
Yeah, and there's no one here that have the power to do that.
No. Carlos Morongo, no, they do not have a super, because I don't even know. I mean, the Supreme Court has been expanded in the past. Yeah, so you're going to have to, or they claim emergency powers, which is what they like to do, is just claim emergency powers. We need to expand the Supreme Court, which is a permanent decision. But I think what they'll probably try to do is, try to push it through. It's not a winning decision.
Watch Trump gets in and he's going to do that exact same thing and they will freak the fuck out.
Expand the Supreme Court?
No. If Trump just wants to declare an emergency power and then just do whatever the fuck he wants.
I mean, they were claiming the entire time that Trump was trying to expand SCOTUS. If then they go and do it, it'd be fucking hilarious if they try to.
Putting conservative justices on the court?
No. I'm saying it was when Trump was president, they kept fear-mongering, saying that Trump was going to try to expand SCOTUS.
I love just how nakedly hypocritical and projection.
I know.
These people.
I know.
Like,
it never ends. It never ends. So yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anywho, Carlos Morongo for 2 says, "Here's your $2. Fund your shamisen. You weeb." Oh, I'd love to learn how to play the shamisen, but it seems really complicated. Anywho, my voice is dying, and it's late as hell. We're just at 1 a.m., so it seems like a perfect time to say adieu and see you all tomorrow.
Au revoir.
Jamate. Bye-bye.